Well, can we pause the broadcast? Can we? Hi, guys. 1 second. Okay, so we can turn camera off, but still be on. See, it's still recording our voices.
Yeah.
Okay. Good. We have a guest coming in. He doesn't want to be seen, so just keep that in mind, you behind the scenes guys. Also, there's going to be a special musical arrangement by said guest, and you're going to hear a really crappy background noise version of it. So I would suggest going and downloading the full episode once it becomes available on midnight on Monday morning or Sunday night, however you do that. Okay. We good? We good, guys? We got to prepare for an episode right now.
Should be good.
We got to prepare. Couldn't say prepare without putting an F in the middle of the word. Caleb, can you shut that door? There's a blockade in here. Okay, so we got your behind the scenes pages here. And then
yeah.
So I'm not sure if it's Louis or Louis or Louis. Should we just go with Louis? Or if it's even Roberto? Maybe I just made up a name. But,
Looks like Lois. It's not.
Well, he's
The man.
from Brazil. The fuck? Wouldn't have Lois.
That's how Lois is spelled. Yeah, for us. Ass. Lewis would have an. I don't think. I highly doubt they have Lois as
I don't
a
think
female name.
Louis is not a Latin name. So it'd be like Louis. I think it's Louis.
Could be. It's Lewis. L-U-I-S.
L-U-I-S? Okay, I just know. Okay.
L-U-I-S.
Louis Roberto?
Rubiero. Jesus.
You're gonna do it.
It's water.
Okay. L-O.
L-U-I-S. I'm serious. Even though that's anyway. R-I-B-E-I-R-O. Rubiero.
Ribeiro from Brazil. He did send us an email.
Did he?
Yeah. Did you see it?
Was it that one a little while ago?
It was the dude from Brazil. It was like a week ago.
Oh, I didn't see that one. I don't know why. My phone's been not giving me notifications. It's like SD
It
card.
was a nice email. It's like, oh, big fan.
SD card not there. It's like just goes back and forth. That's if I care about.
You don't have to check it. We just have to dedicate an episode to it. That's what he signed up for. So, I think so. Better double check that too. And we've already dedicated one to Mecca. We should probably dedicate another one. But
Yeah, we'll dedicate it to this. Super exciting behind the scenes.
it is.
It's, well,
You see this? Okay, so what I was trying to tell you when you were doing that stuff. This is your behind the scenes stuff. I just printed it out as it was. We got the game chapters from like IGN. So this is like the outline of the game. Fire Cavern, Seed, Field Exam, Seed Inauguration, First Mission, blah, blah, blah. So if you have problems figuring out what to talk about next, got a list here. And then what we usually do is we do story, gameplay, touch on music for a little bit. I think we should talk about the legacy of the game. I realize I put this down, but you already have that information there.
we can talk about that. That's fine.
Third largest FF game. It has a huge internet following. I mean, the fan fiction amount for Final Fantasy VIII is so much larger than the fan fiction amount for Final Fantasy X for no reason whatsoever, except that 8 just has this odd following around it. And it doesn't seem to make any sense in terms of like sales of the game or anything like that. So
Yeah, because 10 is sold more, right?
Yeah. 10 has sold more.
So that's 7, 10, or 8. 6.
7, 10, 8,
4, 6.
13.
Yeah. Okay. Doesn't matter.
No, it doesn't. They're just, the biggest games tend to be the first games on whatever system comes out, except that 8 followed the biggest game in the franchise,
So it's gonna be big, obviously.
so it's going to be big.
And then 9 followed 8.
9 followed 8, but 9 was also really late in the PS1 era.
That's true.
So PS2 had already started, and
the artwork.
it's like if a Final Fantasy 15 came out on the PS3 right now,
That would be a really short.
or maybe like, that'd be done.
They probably learned from 9. The lack of sales.
And then our own rankings. I can't remember when we did 7, if we did the rankings after we did the question segment or not.
I think that's what. I think we did it there.
I think we might have did it before the question segment.
Or doing the questions. They were doing the questions at the end. So yeah.
We only have questions from 2 people, but we have 4 questions. And then we only have 1 game review from one of our forum members.
They're reviewing. Also, we'll play some their review. No,
So that's Shinru's 8 review.
Okay.
And then Shinru has 1 question and Boyd has 3.
That's really,
And these are all the questions I printed them off, so we don't have to,
yeah.
we don't have to go on the thing.
That's no much. That's perfect.
And I kind of want to invite everyone. I'm going to put up a new thread on the forum. That's going to be like show off your Final Fantasy collection, as I was saying before. Oh, and outside at the end. Like who has the biggest dick?
Well, it's probably gonna be you.
I don't think so. I bet there's probably a listener out there that's got like a shitload. Why do we keep pushing them? Did we push this mic back? 'Cause it needs to be
Yeah.
closer.
I think so because you were grabbing the papers.
Okay, well,
Swallow.
let's.
No, with the swallow. Yeah. Find that swallow.
Try to stay at roughly the same distance away from the mic, since we're both sharing it.
Do we want to get rid of
And
this?
Caleb, yours is a directional mic,
Yeah, I know.
so you gotta get right up in there. Gotta get right up in there. Oh, girl. Except when our special guest comes in, which when should he come? Oh, when we're talking about music. We should have him come in. Yeah, I'll give him a call and bring him in.
All right, yeah, we can do that.
Because I know he's like driving around. He's just driving circles around the block. He's waiting for us. So,
He waits on us.
he
Let's make
does.
that clear right now. Don't listen to anything he says.
Okay. So, let's test the mics. Test,
Hello, testing.
1, 2, 3.
Arriba.
Testing. Okay, works.
I do think we should like somehow hack into Metal Gear Solid 1 and make Caleb run this for that.
The movie noises.
That's when he gets hit. That's when he gets shot.
That'd be sweet. I think next time we play, I think I'm gonna like make a Final Fantasy rack to like put in front of this shit. Remember when we tried doing video for the first time?
Yeah, it was sweet looking.
It was. We
It's
should do
something that
again.
we can't do though, unless we dedicate an entire table.
And just like like
Yeah.
all the Final Fantasy games.
Yeah.
We could have the other table.
Good.
The round table.
Yeah.
We'll do the knights
The round
round table. Yeah, we could do that.
Or I could bring that's too ridiculous. I could bring my other table and we'd have the mic shit on that table, and then the other table with Final Fantasies, like. But then we would have like no room whatsoever. It would
I
be
have every
table,
Final
table.
Fantasy game you have.
What?
I have every Final Fantasy game you have.
I know.
I just totally wasn't listening to you then.
Yeah.
What were you talking
I
about?
was talking about like a separate table for just the games and somehow rig the camera so that it picks those up.
Oh, I thought you were saying like a separate table for your games.
Oh no, I already
Okay.
have way less.
Well, I got every game you have, so it'd just be repeats. You could bring over.
It's
whatever you got.
Yeah, you've got 13 too.
Yeah, dude.
That's the only one that I've recently obtained kindly from another. Thank you again.
You should thank him on the show a little bit more.
Yeah,
Oh, does he watch the behind the
Yeah.
scenes? Okay.
he hears me when I think.
Well, then that's fine. That's fine stuff.
All right, well.
Okay. Well, you're starting the game. Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm all right. I played basketball for like 3 hours, like 4v4s against people that are in really good shape. So I was.
So how was that?
It was fine. I did okay. I think it's a lot of work though.
Are they brutal?
The other people?
Yeah. Because we usually play on the just playing on one court.
Oh,
I assume you were playing in the other room.
yeah, we were playing on the second room.
Yeah.
One of the guys was really good. Like he probably played for a college. It's insane. But other than that, it was okay.
Like they weren't like. Do you have any fat kids or anything?
There was a guy that was kind of chubby. He was like more winded than me, so like we kind of just guarded each other. Okay. So we were kind of slackers.
But they weren't like super competitive. That's what I'm afraid of. I'm afraid of getting in there and then being like, "Fuck you, bitch."
No, they weren't too bad, and like
Okay.
they noticed when I started sucking in the beginning because I was like already kind of tired, and they would just like say good job and shit if I made baskets. So it was pretty cool.
Okay.
I was like, "You fucking suck. You're making it worse. Don't acknowledge me by name."
Okay. What's your name? Sorry, I forgot.
How did Dylan do?
Wait a minute.
Yeah. Okay. Man, I wish you brought some caffeine.
Do you need it?
I don't think I need it. No, I'm just starting to feel a little tired. It's just that time of day.
You sure? I mean, we don't want to get 2 hours into this.
Didn't
Yeah.
Yeah, he just drops down.
I mean, I feel like we're not just gonna fall asleep like that, but
Well, I don't want to stop a broadcast for
Oh, that's
a
true.
drink.
you have your Diet Coke? That's caffeine.
No, I don't have shit. Cody might have. No, Cody doesn't even drink energy drinks anymore.
I don't know. I want to see root beer or the cherry cream soda.
You should ask Cody if he has any energy drinks, and then I'll pay for him.
Is he even here? I think he was leaving with his friend.
Oh, he might have left.
Well, if that's the case, snoop into his room, find me an energy drink
Yeah, he can suck it up.
or a soda.
Just bring the fridge. Just bring the fridge.
I could just make coffee, I guess.
Coffee is tasty, except for when all the creamer's gone. Woman, such a creamer fan.
John wants to know if you have any caffeine drinks.
That's what I'm saying. I had to use
He
all
says
the-
no.
Steal? I said paid for.
I still say no because I don't have it.
Okay, all right.
Damn.
Disappointed in you, Cody.
You let us down. You let all of the listeners down.
Don't care.
Yeah. Take it back. You take that back.
Oh,
What made you care?
I gotta go back to no carb tomorrow because my stomach was feeling better. Otherwise, I wouldn't be putting an energy drink in it. Oh shit! Coffee's needed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'll just chill here while you make the coffee and I'll keep you guys entertained.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Start doing the striptease.
Yeah. I'm like naked by the time. I'm like, dude, how long is this gonna take? All I've got left is the boxers.
Banana hammock under that.
Yeah.
You should check on Nine.
Oh my God, he's. Oh, he still has something there.
I had a feeling this would happen, so.
Check on 9.
If it's done downloading, just hit copy and it should move it over to the PSP.
Well, special thanks to Darth Jamu today for playing a round of Age of Empires 2 with me.
How'd that go?
It went well for me.
For you.
Yeah. I spammed the English longbowman,
Oh my god.
and yeah, it was rough. It was fun, though. He hadn't played for a long time, and he wanted to just play something with me, and since he's like 8 hours ahead of me, time frame wise because he's in Sweden.
Was it like 8 o'clock over at his place?
Yeah, it was like 8 p.m.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I know. So I guess when the episodes come out at midnight here on Sunday, it's like 8 in the morning, so it's like perfect for him. Like he just sleeps and he wakes up and it's ready to download if he has a normal schedule, I guess. But yeah, it was a lot of fun, and thanks to Mecha Messiah also, he's joined me on a few rounds of that Age of Empires 2. And it's always enjoyable. I want to get like a UFF Age of Empires game going. Like all of our Steam brethren.
That would be sick.
I know, I should have bought like 5 4-packs when it was on sale and just like divvied them out to everybody at my work and like all the listeners. I knew I should have. I was like, nah.
Well, the 4-pack was on sale for like $7.
I know.
But you have to be buying it for yourself too.
What?
So if you like own the game, I won't let you do it.
It won't let me buy it. No, I think it will.
No, if you're buying a 4-pack and you own the game.
I'll
Because
have to
one of them automatically goes to you, and it will be like, you already own this game, so you can't buy it.
Shit.
Because I tried doing that.
So
I
what
tried
I would-
buying a 4-pack of a game that I already owned. It wouldn't let me.
So what I would have to do is create a separate Steam account for like gifts for UFF and gift it out to everybody. No, that's just stupid though. But I mean, I could. I could create a separate.
You could have
account.
done it through like Dylan's too. He doesn't know the game.
I could give Dylan the money and then have him divvy it out to who I wish.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could do that easy enough. Maybe I will if it comes on sale again. I'm not gonna make Dylan pay $20 for it. That's sick. Yeah. Age of Empires 2 is now worth $20.
I think the 4-pack right now is like 30.
It's too much still. When it was $7, I can't go back. So yeah, that was a lot of fun. And I encourage all of you that have Steam to play Age of Empires 2 with me. So I'm going through an RTS phase. I need more to attack. It was sweet. That was the Britons and he went Vikings.
Were you on opposite sides?
Yeah.
And there was the ocean in the middle?
It's more like a river.
Oh, only like a river? I was gonna say, because like you could have a sweet sea battle over there.
We could have, yeah. But it was, he had a big lake, but I only had the little rivers that connected him and I. There was like a swampland area that I could walk across. So when he actually initiated the attack, I was kind of surprised because he was talking about being all passive. He was like really making me all gullible. And I was like, yeah, I kind of felt bad about the 200-man army that I had just standing by. He's like, oh, I normally don't attack. And then he just like comes in. But I
Maybe
had,
he was telling you right then that he was gonna attack you.
maybe. But I had like a castle, keep, and then like probably like 40 longbowmen around that area. So he tried to attack, but everything just got annihilated. Yeah.
Hey, Caleb, I'm not sure what you're talking about.
Was it downloaded?
Onto the PS3?
Yeah.
The bubble, yeah.
Okay, well on the bubble, hit the triangle button on the controller. There should be an option to copy. And when the PSP is on USB mode while it's plugged into the PS3, it should automatically just move it to that.
And for a lot of those,
That doesn't work. I'm gonna have to try it on your PSP.
a lot of
And then
those.
we'll like take the memory card out and move it over.
This doesn't work to take the PSP over to your place. Figure out if you can hook it up to the internet.
So essentially what I was saying.
So in okay, so the PS3 is copying over to the PSP, but the PSP isn't doing anything. It just still says USB mode.
Yeah,
It's fine.
it should be like that.
All right, I'm just wondering if something.
Yeah, I love your. Oh, we'll just take your memory card and we'll do it that way.
No, I was not gonna like your. I said I was gonna use your PSP with that memory card.
By the way,
Uh-huh.
Caleb.
Did I really?
Yes.
Awesome.
Was it good?
No, they were like 5-second clips,
Oh.
And they were like from 90s
Oh.
stuff.
I don't remember that at all.
Well, I don't mind that it was 90s. It's just that you could tell.
Yeah. It ages poorly for the most part, unless it's like really high quality, and then it's okay. It's just the standards are different.
I like early 2000s, late 90s. Okay. You know, the strip.
Yeah.
Straight line.
I'm more of a 70s man.
Oh
Freaking-
man.
The froze.
Oh, not just the froze on top.
No.
Every
Rose all over. No, I'm not.
Armpit
This is
froze.
being publicly broadcasted.
Talking about chest hair.
Oh yeah,
The 70s,
that's what
like
we're
they
talking
I don't know what we're talking
about.
about.
Yeah, of course, yeah. The strip of chest hair that I was talking about from the late 90s.
Yeah. It's kind of sad. That's all some men get.
Yeah, that's interesting.
It is. It's very interesting to me.
He's
Like
got the
how?
strip of chest hair. That's
Well, I've got it like all up here too. And like,
well, yeah, but then it like thins out. It's like
well, and
Most
then it
people
gets
have that.
insane on the stomach again. It's just there is a thin little portion. It's like a place to grab. Like some sort of weapon. That'd be sweet. Do like a full body wax, just like, and then like see the image that it leaves.
The shape.
Yeah, like that could be some new age art.
Oh,
Where you like lay on the thing and then just like have a bunch of people pull you off really quick and it just rips everything off.
it's so bold.
It's like a huge chunk, like waist wise, and then like a little bit here and there.
I
think
think
it
what is
means?
man?
Oh, that
Does
would
it mean?
that would be
It's
rough.
the masculization of our society, really. It's the patriarchy. I'm pretty sure it's just hair.
Yeah. Yeah.
some dude's chest hair.
That would be brutal though if it pulled on certain regions violently. You'd have to have like a full on, just like rip it off all at once for it to be legitimate.
Waiting for coffee.
Well, is there anything else you want to say to the behind the scenes listeners? I mean, this is going to be a long broadcast, so.
Yeah, and then it turns out to be like 35 minutes.
Yeah, gonna get cut short.
Do I have to straight? Know how it goes. Can't find it exactly what to know. My lifestyle determines my death style. It's a really dumb lyric.
Oh, there are definitely worse.
In general, yeah, there
In
are.
general. Not necessarily Metallica.
I'd say that Anaconda song was his dick. What was it? A dick bigger than a tower. I ain't talking about Eiffel. Then what the fuck are you talking about?
The Leaning Tower, obviously.
Which one's taller?
I'm like, not that specific tower. What the fuck is she talking about?
Oh, you got to check this out.
What the fuck is she talking about?
She's not talking about
When it's
anything.
like, oh, it's not actually a tower.
Oh, my phone died. I had this giant blister
Yeah, it's more
on,
like
on the ball of my foot. It was like the.
You were gonna show us a blister.
Yeah, I pulled it off. And it was like this sheet of skin, like this big. It was awesome. I took a picture of it.
Was it bigger than a tower? I'm not talking about Eiffel, like Eiffel Tower.
Well, no,
But
I
I'm
mean,
talking about a tower. What?
it was formed out of my skin, so now I would have pulled off thousands
dude,
of
I
layers.
showed him the video.
The
The
goat
sound, yeah.
Goat. What was it?
There's cherry goat pie.
Cherry goat pie. God, that was funny. That was funny.
Do you have any aspirin?
You in pain?
My head hurts.
I have ibuprofen
That works.
somewhere. Let me look for it.
Okay.
Somewhere over the rainbow. What do you think 9 wasn't on PC?
I don't know. That's a good question.
Because they released 8's version of the PC, like the same, like not the same time, but like the same year. That 9
Someone
came out.
left extra strength Tylenol. So there's that, and then there's ibuprofen. Pick one.
Setting what vintage you want.
Extra strength. Now,
or make sure it is actually Tylenol in there, and like someone wasn't keeping ecstasy in a Tylenol.
Well, you already swallowed it. So.
It was
Oh, you just
Tylenol.
dry swallowed that shit?
Yeah. Sometimes I chew it because it works faster and it's just bloodstream quicker. But it's
True.
disgusting.
That sounds horrible.
It is really bad. It's
really
like
bad.
one of the most disgusting tastes I've ever.
Oh,
tasted.
dude, I can't dry swallow.
My
bro.
dad tricked my
can't.
brother
I hate
into chewing a Tylenol liquid gel.
I did chew a NyQuil gel one time too. That was insane. Like NyQuil tastes pretty bad normally, but it was like times 10 horrid
Is there only
taste.
just the one pill in there?
Yeah, there's just one.
All right. Well, thanks.
Hopefully it's extra enough. Well,
But anyway, yeah, 9 didn't come out on PC.
that's true.
Weird. They could have done that.
Yeah, you could have done a lot of stuff, like not getting rid of something.
Yeah, they had to.
That's not true.
He failed them. No, I didn't really fail them. But
He allowed them to exist for long enough. That's how
No.
we'll word it. Because he did. The company was dying when he took over, when he made Final Fantasy. And that was just more of a temporary fix, like a Band-Aid, until 2000 came along, and then it finally just bled out, and then someone was there to fix it. See, if they would have went out before Final Fantasy, no one would have bought them. There's no way Square Enix would have bought them. Not back
you
then.
mean Enix?
Enix, I guess, yeah, whatever. But he allowed them to die in honor, with honor, by blowing a ton of money on a movie.
The movie was good.
It was alright.
Just didn't do well.
Yeah, it wasn't marketed very well, I don't think. Which is very unfortunate.
Not many people tend to like that animation style in movies, though.
Yeah, it's okay. I mean, I'm not like turned away by it necessarily.
Neither am I. I like watching stuff like that. But
It just has to be good.
I got the last story. Bought it. Just found a new copy at GameStop randomly.
So they do have Wii games.
They still have Wii games. I don't know why they have a new Wii game. It's weird. That's why I was like, what?
Wait, is it really new?
It's a new copy.
Oh, it's the game. The game's not new.
The game's not new now. It came out now 3 years ago.
Okay, I was like, why is that place it's new? I didn't realize you meant new copy, which is also confusing as to how the shit they didn't sell through.
I love how the first game he makes is called The Last Story.
Yeah, he's just really into the finality
I
of it
bought-
all.
The Final Fantasy. Oh, I meant to say The Last Story.
You're retarded.
He likes final sounding titles.
it's the last one, I promise.
Ending adventure. 2.
Yeah. No, you don't know what it means.
Oh, okie dokie. Artichoke. You know what's funny?
Did I just kill the vibe? I'm sorry.
No, not really. There wasn't really anything going on. There's something funny though. I made a joke like a while ago about how like somebody was gonna make a rip-off Final Fantasy game called The Last Story, and then it happened.
I don't believe you. God.
No, it's true. I was like thinking about it. It's like well, there's gonna be like a Square Enix competitor, and they're gonna make like The Last Story.
Well, our guest is coming in. I'm just warming up to talk.
It's not coming in yet.
Ooh, that's hot.
For a while.
Did you buy yourself like a cup for that? Now I
And
understand.
they're like, wait, what? Why does he have coffee cups?
I don't know. He doesn't drink coffee.
All right, we ready?
The guitar is calling. Yeah,
Well, someone will get to use it soon enough.
that's true.
Put my foot in here, which is awesome. I wish this was a little higher up, though.
Did you want to flip the desk around? It's too late. It is fucking too late. Sorry.
I'm probably gonna break this right here, just so you know.
Please don't.
Well, it's just a little bit. It's really not so much.
Please don't.
Welcome to yet another episode of Ultima Final Fantasy, the ultimate Final Fantasy podcast. Today, of course, we will finally be reviewing Final Fantasy VIII for you guys. But first, we have other stuff.
Wow.
This episode is dedicated to.
Luis Ribeiro.
He's from Brazil. He is one of our Patreon supporters. He gave us a really nice email telling us about how he likes the show and how he wants to support us. And we just want to say thank you, Luis, or however you pronounce that over there.
Yeah, Luis.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, we really appreciate it. One day, there will be funds enough to do something sweet with. And we're just waiting. Thankfully, Joe hasn't, pocketed it on the side and been, buying all the games up.
No, it's all being gathered into an account so we can get either
Something.
games or a better mixer.
Yeah.
Whatever we decide is first priority.
Really, it's all the same. I mean, we're going to spend money on both, so it kind of feels like it matters which one we buy with that money, but then at the same time.
Well, I've been buying the games with my own money. I haven't been using any of the Patreon money, so it's all the Patreon money is going to the show at some point.
Perfect.
Yeah. So if you want to support us on Patreon, just go to patreon.com, search Ultima Final Fantasy. You'll find us right there, and there's a lot of little things you can get. The more money they put in, the better for you.
Yeah. And the better for us.
And if you donate at least $1, you do get the episodes a day early.
Yeah, which is pretty sweet, and that's 25 cents an episode if we just do 4 episodes.
It's
if
true.
we start doing the commentaries,
Which we did. We did one last month.
talking 12 cents, 15 cents. Come on. It's beautiful.
Anyway, Luis Ribeiro is Luis Ribeiro is one of our great Patreon supporters, and once again, just want to thank you before we get on to our review. We are going to skip over news this week, as it is one of our review episodes, and we started this with Final Fantasy VII. We're going to continue it this time. When we get to a big review, we skip news.
Right, there wasn't anything too insanely big.
No, not really. There's some rumor about Kingdom Hearts 3 coming out early. It's bullshit, though, so.
Yeah, well, they said that, didn't they say that 15 was ahead of Kingdom Hearts 3? When they said 15 was 55%, they mentioned something about Kingdom Hearts 2, didn't they?
I'm not sure about a percentage that they gave for Kingdom Hearts, but I know that within I think about a month ago, maybe I might be wrong in my timetable here, Kingdom Hearts 3 had to switch game engines. So I assure you that Kingdom Hearts 3 is not close to being out.
Yeah, that's.
And I think Final Fantasy 15 is ahead of Kingdom Hearts 3. So if anything is going to be released this year, my guess is once again December of this year, Final Fantasy 15 in Japan, March of next year. Final Fantasy 15 for us here in the Americas.
Yeah, it'd be sweet if they just had a simultaneous release. That'd be great.
It would be nice. And I think the last Final Fantasy to have a simultaneous release was Final Fantasy 9, but I could be wrong about that. Once again. Shall we move on to our review?
Yeah, let's do it.
Sorry, were we going to do something else? You looked at me panicked.
No, it was just the announcing him. I didn't want
Okay.
to be the only one talking.
What we usually do is, first, before we get to what we think about the game, let's talk about a little bit of history on the development. Yeah, you're in charge of that.
They wrote it. You don't talk till we start talking about the game. This is
Hold on. Did we introduce ourselves?
You and I didn't know.
Welcome
It was
to
Caleb, and then he went forward.
the ultimate Final Fantasy podcast. Today, of course, we will.
No, I didn't even
You
introduce.
asshole. We're
Well,
gonna
let's
do
go.
it again.
I was going. They know who we are.
Yeah, but Caleb's here, so at least we gotta introduce that Caleb.
They'll hear it. Actually,
Most
they
consistent guest.
won't hear it until way in if we.
That's true. They wouldn't hear it until way in, but they don't need. Caleb's fine. It's okay.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that it doesn't matter because they're gonna hear
I
him.
was gonna touch your shoulder. What the
I
fuck's
know.
wrong with you?
I just went the other way.
It's just-
It isn't a cup that's.
Yeah, that's kind of what it's meant for.
Well, I was gonna have a thing, but I didn't want it to spill on anything. So.
It's so sensual here.
I'm touching everybody today.
Yeah, especially.
Okay. Try it again.
Yeah. Welcome to another episode of Ultima Final Fantasy, the ultimate Final Fantasy podcast. I am your host, Caleb Schweiss.
And I am your other host, Joseph de Gaulier, and our guest,
Caleb Craig.
Yep, today we're finally going to be going over Final Fantasy VIII for you guys. But first, before we get into the game, let us first dedicate this episode to Luis Ribeiro, or Lewis, whichever it may be. He is one of our great Patreon supporters, and he also sent us an email recently.
it was a
That's,
nice email.
Yeah,
Told us how good the show was and everything. So.
yeah, that's
And
a
how
lot.
willing he was to support us on Patreon. We, of course, would like to remind you to support us on Patreon as we're making our way to getting better mixer and later on getting better games. I know I'm buying my games with my own money, but at some point, the Patreon could help support some of that.
Right.
This podcast isn't free in any way.
Well, for them it is.
It is for them. That's true. And it just would be nice if you donated $1 a month. You get the episodes a day early. And I mean, how much is it per episode, Caleb?
If we only have 4 episodes, it's 25 cents. to get
25
a day
cents for $1
early.
a month.
Yeah. I mean, and if we do the commentaries, you're looking at like maybe 20, 15 cents, depending on how many we do. So,
Yeah.
come on.
Yeah.
Come on.
Come on. Anyway, thank you, Luis Ribeiro, for your support. Shall we move on to our review? Oh, wait. First, I do have to say that we are skipping news this week, so if you were all excited about us talking about the rumors surrounding Kingdom Hearts 3, we'll talk about it next week.
Yeah. We'll see just how rumory they are.
Oh, I'm sure it's 100% rumor. Let's get on to the review.
Let us.
That was better. It was shorter. It was more concise. More of me stuttering. So it works. I just want to, Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Just keep the mic further away from me. Okay? I'm just kidding. It's fine.
I just need it further from me. So I can be like this and read relaxingly.
Relaxing.
Yeah, because I don't have a place for my knees like you. I can't like straddle the flatness of it. I mean, I could. I could just be like this. Just lower.
You should do that, but go lower so you can fit in there.
Do you want to switch the table around?
That's kind of thin. No, it's okay.
I tell you what, me and Caleb will lift everything off the table, and you spin the fucking table around.
So the mics.
Well, the mics, the papers, the mouse.
All right. Switch up.
Final Fantasy.
Careful with that mouse.
How many mice puns have been made in since history?
Nice.
Shit.
I didn't say we'd lift up the cords. Dun, dun. Now our behind the scenes audience gets to see the ugly side of the table.
Yep.
Not that the other side was nice.
Yeah, it's pretty shitty too. Yes, the access.
Ooh, I heard that made it way too many times from you, Caleb.
Yeah. The access. Back door in it.
Oh, I don't think they need to see the back of the game case.
Let's just flip everything around.
Including us. Just
Yeah. We'll just hold the mics.
the back of the head episode. Do you remember that one time when they did the review episode and they weren't even looking at us?
Yeah. That'd be sweet.
So we got a comment on YouTube about when the actual episodes were coming up on YouTube, and the answer is never. I'm sorry. Not unless we don't do it behind the scenes, and then I'll upload it just as I've done.
Yeah.
Yeah, one or the other.
Well, it's kind of crappy because
We did a vote for it, and I did explain thoroughly that the YouTube episodes will be uncut because it takes another like 40 minutes of my day to upload that onto YouTube.
It's true. I kind of wish we had it, but the problem would be we would have inflated like viewership in a way because we'd have not necessarily.
No, it doesn't really.
We would just have a ton of videos, like tons of videos.
That's not what
Really?
bothers me. It's the work behind. I have to not only mix the episode that we're doing, and then we have this separate video for behind the scenes. That's done automatically. This video that you're watching here, and then I have to mix this episode onto Audacity. I have to export it into an MP3 file, and then usually I just take that MP3 file and put it onto the Patreon users who get those things a day early, and then I put it onto Libsyn, and then it times it for midnight. Making it a video means I have to put it onto Adobe Premiere from the MP3 file. I have to put an image on there, and then it takes forever to upload that thing into an MP4 file. Then I have to take that MP4 file and then upload it to YouTube.
Yeah.
And it just really just takes up my entire night to do that.
It's
That's why I said, look, we'll do behind the scenes, but that's
it has
gonna
to
be
be
it.
unedited.
That's going to be it on YouTube. And honestly, you can find services that'll stream our podcast. You don't have to download iTunes for the podcast.
Yeah.
You can go onto Stitcher, get the podcast. They're half the quality on Stitcher, but
our website. I mean, even.
yeah, you can go on our website. Every time there's a new post on our website, there's a little thing that says click here for new episode, or it'll just say new episode with an exclamation point. That's a link. Click on that link, it'll take you to a site called Libsyn.com. It's basically the same thing as having the thing on YouTube. You just click it
Yeah.
and play it, and it'll go.
And I mean,
I wish it was embedded into the site, but WordPress doesn't allow you to embed.
yeah. And I mean, that's just
Not from
kinda-
Libsyn anyway. They'll allow you to embed YouTube.
That just goes. I mean, we are a podcast first. Not a YouTube
No.
show. I mean, we have stuff on YouTube, obviously, but that's kind of a secondary deal. Get this shit out of here. It's freaking Origin. Fuck them and they're letting me get hacked. FIFA. All right. No more bitterness for Origin yet.
Gotta keep a positive attitude on this episode.
I'm positive.
All
Okay.
the time.
Okay, I wasn't positive earlier when I was freaking out about the video thing necessarily. but
The
that doesn't-
one thing.
that doesn't set the
It said
mood.
oops once, and you were like, God damn it, fucking shit!
Well, I just
Bernard brought this shit over for nothing.
Why did I bring this for nothing?
bring
Nothing!
I
Like,
bring in
I
this
just clicked on the wrong link. That's all it was, Caleb. It's
Well, maybe you should.
easily fixable problem.
Maybe you shouldn't fuck up.
Then why did you call me a bitch? You're like going, what's wrong?
Well,
You care what's wrong, you bitch?
I don't have feelings. You're a bitch for it. It's only mad and normal.
Seriously, something wrong?
No, I'm fine.
Okay.
I had a headache. It's kind of new still, I guess. No, it's the extra strength type. It's working.
Is it? That's
Kinda.
head.
So soon.
Yeah, I'm like.
I guess it really is extra strength.
That would suck.
All right, we ready?
Let's just call it there. Just get it out.
Giddy up, giddy up. Dude, I had a deal with my uncle from Wyoming. He came over and like argued with my mom like no other. My uncle's just I hope they don't watch this video, but my uncle is not a very smart man. And he's also a very confused man as far as his gender is concerned.
Oh.
Yeah. But I don't think that's not what bugged me. So he came down and he whined about everything in Utah. And they're from Sheridan, Wyoming, which is like kind of a cowboy town in the middle of town, but otherwise it's like really poor. Outside of that, it's rural. And it's just, there's nothing to do there. And he was complaining about our movie theaters. Like, I've been to the movie theaters up there. They're like sticky seats. He just was in a bad mood and he just wanted to complain about everything. And I was just thinking about all the things he was complaining about. There's so much more to do here in Utah than there is in Wyoming.
Yeah.
Like,
There's really not
there's
that
just
much.
less bars. That's all it is. Like, every goddamn street corner in Wyoming is a bar because there's nothing to do in Wyoming.
Which is
So it's
sad
like, there's
because-
nothing to do here. There's no bars.
Yeah.
That's really the only answer you could have. And like, there are bars. They're just
Yeah.
downtown, you have to go to downtown.
Yeah. Well, that's sad because there's.
And
really,
then they're all afraid there's too many people here too. It's like,
you serious?
it's like this is the city to all like my extended family. It's like my grandma moved down here because our hospitals are better. And we have better doctors and everything than Wyoming. So she had to move down here because she was having heart problems. We have doctors who are trained in heart shit. They don't have them up there apparently. And so like, the traffic and everything is all scary for them. It's like, this is Utah. This ain't even that bad.
No,
we
it's
only
not.
have like 5 points in Electoral College. You go down to one more state over or 2 more states over. You can go to California or Arizona. It's going to be much worse. So like,
Yeah.
what?
Well, that's weird because there's really not that much to
Or
do.
it's going to be a lot more people. I wouldn't say worse.
There's not that much to do in Utah either, so that's kind of
There's
sad.
shitloads of things to do in Utah.
Not as much as other places.
Let me explain. There's shitloads to do in Utah. As much as other places? What the fuck other places
Well,
are you talking
There's
about?
no like Mardi Gras. That doesn't really come around. There's no.
It's like once a year though.
Yeah, but it's a huge thing for like
No.
weeks,
There's not a Mardi Gras.
and it's just kind of boring.
We did have the Olympics in 2002.
Yeah, one time.
So we can host the Olympics.
the winter.
We
Actually, we
host
could
the-
probably host the summer.
We'd probably host the summer. We would kill every other athlete though. The elevation.
Athletes come here to
That's true.
train.
They do come here to train. They come here in Colorado, train high elevation places.
That's true.
Yeah, we've had the summer. We've had the Olympics here. We have the most national parks of any state.
That's true. There's a lot of outdoor stuff. To
There's a shitload of outdoor stuff to do. And honestly, if all you want to do is just party, I guess this isn't the state for you. I mean, there's a few places you can go.
There's not that much exciting things to do in town necessarily, but it's not like
Not as
Wyoming's any
much.
better.
No, Wyoming
Is
is
the thing.
far worse. Unless you would just want to go play pool at a bar and get in a fight.
Yeah, there's plenty. I did
That
see
does
the
sound like
bars
a
when
good
I was up there.
Yeah, every
There's
other,
a lot.
like when you go in Wyoming, it's just bars.
I was like, man, I'm excited to see a
So I'm like, why are you complaining about Utah?
There's like a bar inside the wall.
And we have like views. Like the mountainous side of Wyoming is where no one lives.
Yeah. That's
And then there's just like oil shit all over the place too. Like we have a bunch of public land here that can't be drilled. So we have untouched, beautiful land that Wyoming is just like raped all throughout. They have one national park. They got Yellowstone,
No, that's true. It is a big one.
and it's like 1/8 of their state, admittedly, but it's just because it was the first national park. Everybody likes it. That's all. We got like 7 national parks, or 5, I think.
Arches is pretty damn awesome.
Arches is sweet. Canyonlands, Bryce Canyon. It's all awesome. Not sure which ones of those are national parks. Also, if you like dinosaurs, fuck, this is the state.
Yeah.
Dinosaurs, goddamn everywhere. You can go
True.
down to the San Rafael Swell, which is government land. You can just go around there and look at shit like bones. We got the largest collection of dinosaur bones ever up in Dinosaur National Monuments on the Utah state side. I mean, we share it with Colorado. They got the boring side of the monument. And then we got Cleveland Lloyd Dinosaur Quarry over in San Rafael Swell. We got Moab. Fuck, Moab's fucking sweet with arches. St. George is a nice place to go vacationing.
It's like Arizona, just
And we do have a chunk of Utah that's like Nevada. It's like it's like the same as Nevada.
Yeah.
You know,
So it's kind of
they
crappy.
call it the West Desert.
Yeah.
It sucks.
Not necessarily crappy, like, well, actually crappy.
But the East Desert of Utah is sweet. Plus, we got the Uintas,
Salt
gorgeous
Flats.
areas. Salt Flats is on that side. We also got a very big Salt Lake. You can do lake type stuff, Utah Lake, Bear Lake. A bunch of the shitloads of stuff to do in Utah. There's nothing to do in Wyoming. You can't even ski. I'm like, come on. You can ski here. There's winter sports.
It's true. The snow is the
There's
greatest snow
actually
on
like hills and shit. Like Wyoming is like there's mountains on the state line, and then there's just nothing, just flat land. To our Wyoming listeners, I'm sorry. Come to Utah. I have family in Wyoming. I've spent a lot of time in Wyoming, and I just am not convinced. I guess Evanston's all right.
It's really cold.
Yeah, it does get colder up in Wyoming too. It gets cold here though,
Really fucking cold.
and it gets real fucking hot here.
It's true.
We're the second driest state after Nevada, so we're gonna get
Huge influx.
pretty high temperatures.
Followed by really low temperatures at night.
There's no humidity,
Which is awesome.
which is partly awesome, partly not, because you don't get any temperature like regulation
Control, yeah.
like they do in cities on the coast. So it gets cold, bitter cold.
Yeah, we're talking like 100 degrees in the day and like 30s at night. Sometimes. Like that's a huge transition.
In the summer, yeah, sometimes.
Yeah, it's not always. But
We'll get temperatures about 105. They usually get up there at the highest, and then at the lowest in the winter at -5.
yeah,
It's
no,
pretty big
below that.
range. Pretty big range.
It has, but that's usually
Yeah,
about as cold as it gets.
I guess that is average.
My uncle's a douche.
All right, well,
Serious douche.
let's do
For
this.
saying that. And I wanted to defend Utah live.
Not on the show though.
Like, if you're mad about warm and kind that you are a boring person if all you want to do is be inside a place with loud music, getting drunk.
Yeah,
If that's all that you want to do. If you want to do that occasionally, then you can still do that in Utah. You might have to drive a few minutes, but
It's not a big deal. I mean, we're in Provo, for God's sake.
in Provo,
There's
you can
bars.
drive up. Yeah, there's bars in Provo. You can drive up to Salt Lake too. Like,
There's
it's a
awesome
little bit
ones.
more live up there. So
Yeah, it's more.
I guess maybe if you live in fucking Cedar City, there's nothing to do. Just name off towns no one gives a shit about.
Beaver.
Beaver.
Beaver does have a
Yeah, but
Dairy Queen.
You.
Yeah,
Dude,
Dairy
we
Queen.
have a Dairy Queen now in Orem.
Are you serious?
Yeah. A brand new Dairy Queen.
Where?
We went to Las Vegas. We were looking for Dairy Queens because they got rid of the one Dairy Queen in the goddamn valley. We got a Dairy Queen now. I can show you guys. It's like on 8th North.
Yes.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah, dude. It begins. Yeah. There's a shitload of movies filmed here, a lot of westerns.
Yeah, that's true.
Just because the landscape is just amazing.
It
You can
is.
do a whole bunch of shit in that landscape too.
And that's why a lot of movies are filmed here, like you said, because there's so many different landscapes in the state.
Yeah.
It's like whatever you want to do.
We're like New Zealand.
Except for Lord of the Rings was not filmed.
No, it wasn't. It could have been though. If it was a desert Lord of the Rings.
Yeah. And a giant desert. City.
Actually, no, it's not just desert. Like the further north, the part of the Utah that's in the Rocky Mountains, Wasatch Range, and then the Uintas. Yes, Liz?
Oh, I was dropping off shit for you guys.
Oh, thank you.
Oh,
That is
thank you.
awesome.
All right.
I'll
See ya.
See ya.
See you, Liz. Liz came by. She dropped off stuff.
Yeah.
They filmed it in the Uintas. They
Some
could have gotten
beers.
some like water type stuff, some
Chips and
forests.
salsa. A movie.
I'm just saying,
Are you
Utah's sweet.
serious?
Yeah.
Oh, Redbox? What is it?
Million Ways to Die in the West.
Yep.
She's just trying to get rid of you.
We already saw that, didn't we?
No.
No, wait, no. No, that's the okay. Yeah, that's the one I wanted to watch.
But yeah,
It's a movie I haven't seen, so we should watch it.
It was supposed to be a disappointment.
5 days behind.
We should watch it.
I'm 5 days behind. I have to watch 5 more movies. 365 movies, 365 days.
I'm
More like 5 movies in 10 days.
Just gonna binge watch, catch up.
Can I have that tea?
There's what?
I need the tea. I think I'm dehydrated.
What do you want? No, you wouldn't. You wouldn't want
The fucking tea! It's mine. Don't be eyeing it.
I'll take this.
Well,
Nice
nice
one.
to come over.
You want a booze?
I don't. Not yet.
You even got you some gummy. Sour punch.
Man, it's such a treat.
It is. This is intense.
Well,
I am the guardian of the treats.
that's a concern.
Okay. Should we actually get
It
on to
should
our
be.
Final Fantasy
Actually,
VIII
it's
episode?
not a concern in some ways because
Alright.
they will be safe.
I realize this tangent is my fault, but and it's not part of the episode.
No.
But
This is
you behind
just
the
for
scenes
you.
guys. Utah is sweet. Okay?
Just for you.
Plus they got like no taxes, the best economy in the States, or at least one of the best. We have no crime. Except for the occasional kidnap.
Or the kid, who,
Elizabeth Smart, I guess.
or the guy who got shot because he was wielding a sword and swinging at people in public.
What?
So really,
Well, yeah.
well, there's only so much we can do. The dumb will thin themselves out. It's really sad, but I'm like, really?
I guess if you're against guns, this isn't the state for you. But it's funny that the states with the least amount of crime, it's funny that we have the most lax gun laws. Isn't that interesting? I'm not
well, we
going to
also-
go out on like a right-wing tangent here, and I'm actually like not registered Republican or anything, but it is interesting that we allow a whole bunch of stuff, but yet
We only have 2 million
we
people.
have like
too.
no crime.
You have to remember that also.
2 million.
Maybe it's like 4 or so. But we're not a very big state.
No, we're not.
We're not very heavy.
It's just places with like a lot of population, but those places with a lot of population have more gun laws.
Well, yeah, but I mean, well, I know, but that's like saying they have more gun laws because it's more of an issue. It's not because, like, things aren't just enacted and then they get shitty because they're there. It's like the Clean Air Acts and,
Yeah, well, we don't need that. We have the Clean Air Act here.
well, for like smoking inside.
Yeah,
I mean, like,
45 feet away from
I'm
the
talking
building.
pollution.
We have it
So
for
like
pollution.
people have, yeah, but
We're,
it's different.
we're really lax on the pollution.
We are. It's really bad here.
Yeah, it's horrible.
I love it when they're like, "Oh, it's the inversion." I'm like, "No, the inversion just makes you see what we're producing. It's not that it makes it happen." No, but it's funny. Like someone was
Well,
like,
air pollution is really bad in Salt Lake Valley and Utah Valley.
yeah,
It's
like
like some of the worst in the state.
it was worse than China a few times last winter. Yeah, I'm like, God, I've seen China. You can't fucking see your hand in front of you. I'm like, how is this worse?
It's really bad if you got asthma.
Yeah. And like it makes running outdoors seem like a bad thing for your health in the winter. Like all those people out there, I'm like,
You're just not supposed to in the cold weather, but with the pollution that gets trapped because of the cold weather,
yeah, it's like,
weather, man, because of the cold weather.
not a Utah accent.
Also, you'll come here and it's mostly white people, except about 20% Hispanic.
Yeah, which is a good thing because then we get awesome restaurants.
Oh, I've had a lot of like friends from California because they'll come here because school is cheap over here. They'll come here and be like, "There's all white people." Like it's something that's like frightening to them. They're like, it's weird to be out and there's all black people. Like for me, when I go down to like Florida or something, it's like
Yeah,
it's like
it's
there's
really
nothing.
strange.
You know, I've watched too much TV and shit where I'm like, I'm gonna get robbed or something like that.
I grew up and I only knew like 3 black people.
That's true. There were like I think there were like 5 in our high school.
Yeah,
They're
there's
out of a
I only
we had a
knew of
pretty
like,
big high school.
I only knew of
Uh,
like 2.
No, there was
There
there was what's his name? He was a spaz. There was his older sister, also. There was the other dude, and then I think we might have had like a couple people
There-
from Africa.
There were 2 chicks that were sisters.
Okay, so that's even 2 more that I didn't even know.
well, there was a time in Florida where on my
I don't want
bus,
to name any names.
on my bus when I would go home from school.
What's his
I
name? He was a Jehovah's Witness. He was like crazy spaz. You know what I'm talking about? He's really tall. No. I'm tired. There's like 5 black people to choose from at our school.
I only know of 2.
Okay, all right.
Anyway, there was like one time in Florida where I was
Unless
the
you're
only
thinking of a
I
rare
was-
breed.
I was the only white kid on the bus, and it was super weird. Like out of the entire bus of kids going home, I was the only kid that was white. So
Did
like,
you refuse to sit in the back?
well, they didn't make an issue of it. I think I normally sat in about the middle. That would be sweet though.
There are a lot of Hispanics. A large amount of illegal Hispanics, by the way.
Yeah.
They're all coming from California because we got jobs. They don't. So, last few years, our Spanish population has doubled. Which, not that much of a problem, I guess.
No, not unless you're racist.
No,
Like, stealing the jobs. Everyone
not-
has a job.
they're not stealing my job.
No, everyone has a job here. It's like 2%.
Dude, there's so many places that are looking for people and no one fills it.
Yeah, like it's insane.
And even like through the recession, we were just like hardly hit. Like
Yeah.
there were a lot of people with like salary jobs that had to move on to hourly wage type jobs. And so like teenagers, when we were coming out of high school, it was hard to get a job, but you know, whatever, it like wasn't that hard to get a job.
Yeah, I find a killer job with hostess.
It's easy to find a crappy job. Some
That's
places
the
it's
thing,
not.
yeah.
Some places it's not easy to find a job.
Yeah, that's the
But now our economy's like totally recovered here.
that's the bad part about a really good economy. Though, is a lot of times there's a lot of really bad jobs that are always available, like
Oh, yeah.
super crappy. But it happens. If you take it,
I take the really bad jobs.
I
That's
don't know.
like-
You make okay on it though.
I do make good money on this job that we're not gonna talk about. Strippers.
I think I'd already mentioned what your job is before.
Nope, never.
Are you serious?
Really?
Man, it's a
Could've sworn
little.
we did.
Nope, never.
I did. I mentioned, but I don't do that anymore. So it doesn't matter.
I don't do what I used to do.
You've evolved,
Yeah.
sort of.
It's a
I
shitty-
was a stripper. Now I'm a porn star.
Oh, not. You can't be a porn star anytime.
Yes, I can. What?
They have laws against
Yeah, you
film
can't
porn
film
here.
porn.
Are you
Yeah, I'm
serious?
serious.
Yeah.
You have to go out of state to film porn.
Yeah. Most states are like that, though. It's not a Utah thing.
It's really weird.
I mean, if I wouldn't be surprised if it were just a Utah thing, but since it's not, it's obviously going to also be a Utah thing.
Dude, I found. Okay, we're not going to talk about
All
porn
right.
yet.
Not yet.
Maybe after.
This is like a 30-minute tangent.
Utah is sweet,
That's what you take away
unless
from
you
this.
want to film porn,
Yeah, and then it's unproductive.
Go to Nevada.
or if you want to get alcohol later than 10 o'clock in Springfield.
Or anywhere after 1 a.m. on Sunday.
Or after 1 a.m. period.
Oh, fine.
Okay. So they just don't want you to laugh.
Well, admittedly, I was already wasted, so
Yeah, we were all drunk. I think they were just telling us that
bastards.
because they were like trying to get us out. I don't think that's actually the case.
You don't think so?
No,
So we weren't as chill as we seem.
I don't think we were as chill as we seemed. We tried so hard to go into Walmart. It's like, no, it's fine. Really?
There could be a Walmart policy.
Maybe it's their choice. It's
Yes, I know that 24
Yeah,
hour
let's talk
gas
about Final
stations
Fantasy.
Let's do it. Let's do that.
Let's talk about Final Fantasy. It's awesome. It's a big episode, so the more we talk, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Let's get to talk Final Fantasy. You ready?
Final Fantasy VIII was released for the PlayStation in 1999, February 11th in Japan, September 9th for North America, and October
that's a long gap.
27th. It is. That's 5 months. No, 7 months. Holy shit. And October 27th for Europe. I don't understand that. I've never understood why Europe doesn't just get it. Like that. I know they have to
Well, they
translate.
still have to localize into
Yeah, but they're,
sort of French, and I don't know what countries get it in Europe.
that's true. Maybe
Europe
that's
always
a big-
gets it like
I'm sure
4 months after us.
That's true.
France does.
I'm not sure why.
And Great Britain does.
Well, I guess North America English is very big for America and Canada, which is a giant portion of. Actually, it's all of North America. Except for
It's the
Mexico.
biggest portion
Yeah,
of North
so maybe
America.
that's why-
Canada. Yeah.
Maybe that's why it takes less time.
Um.
It's because it's one language. Essentially.
Well, Canadians, they get a different. No, they get the same NTSC.
Same version as us.
I think they do.
It sucks.
I'm not sure. Canadians, you know,
They always
Correct
make
me
up
on this.
for it. Make them up for it though. They with the international versions. So they're like, let's add something really cool for these poor bastards that don't want to play it.
give it to Canada.
Yeah.
Screw this.
That would be sweet because we'd get it easily. So anyway, the game arrived for PC, Windows, obviously, no Mac, in 2000. It has also been available on the PlayStation Network store since 2009, and the game was developed and published by Square
Of course.
before the.
This was before the merger. Pre-merger. We're
Pre-merger,
still in
yeah.
the pre-merger games.
Yeah, it's weird.
And we will be until 10, I think. It says Squaresoft at the beginning of 10, but I think it was still published by Square Enix.
Yeah, I think that's right around when they did it. So Final Fantasy VIII's development began in 1997, while Square was working on the English localization of Final Fantasy VII. The beloved and treasured Hironobu the Gooch Sakaguchi served as the game's executive producer,
Producer?
producer,
Producer.
while
I wouldn't want to
primarily
produce
the Gooch. Sounds painful.
the gooch.
Yeah.
Blood
While,
gooch.
while
My favorite
primarily
map in Halo.
blood gooch. I don't know if that's what it's called.
That's the best map, in my opinion.
Especially for sniping.
Oh yeah.
Yes, it's really good. While primarily working on his own demise, which takes the form of 2001's
That's what he
Final
said
Fantasy
last
The Spirits Within. This led the position of director for the game to Yoshinori Kitase. The battle system for Final Fantasy VIII was designed by Kitase and, of course, Hiroyuki Ito.
We've done specials on all three of those beings that we
It's
just
true.
talked about.
We know a lot about these guys now. For the visual design, Kitase really wanted a combination of fantasy and realism. He aimed to create a cast of characters who appeared to be ordinary people. Tetsuya Nomura and art director Yusuke Naora worked tirelessly to achieve this feel by creating realistically proportioned characters. Naora also attempted to enhance realism by bright lighting effects while creating appropriate shadows for the most part. There were a few parts where I was like, shadow doesn't go there. But that is something that I did notice they added. Whereas in 7, you remember how it was just like a dot below them?
I don't think I've ever paid attention to the shadows, but I'll just take your word for it.
Okay. There's just a circle below them.
Alright.
They also use motion capture technology to give the game's characters more lifelike movements for the FMV sequence.
That's true. And if you go on YouTube and like type in the making of Final Fantasy VIII, you'll see the sequence where the famous dancing scene, Bonner dancing scene, where Squall and Renoa first meet. That was motion captured by two, like, I guess, actors or dancers or whatever. And it's interesting to see them make that scene. It's very
Nice.
cool.
So the designers felt compelled to invert the atmosphere of the previous games, which were themed as light emerging from darkness. This decision was easy for the team since they almost all worked on Final Fantasy VII and felt the new direction was a good idea.
Instead of darkness, they chose light emerging from darkness. Is that what
No,
they're implying?
I guess. I don't know.
Because 7 was a dark game, I'd say, both visually and
Right, but then they emerged from light emerging from the darkness is what they were saying. There was too much of usage of that theme.
okay.
So they decided to change it, even though it's, yeah.
Okay.
The world designs were improved from the last title due to the experience the team had working within their graphical boundaries. Another part of the realism theme that Kitase so desired was noted with the realistically inspired architecture for the areas. I mean, there was like ancient Egyptian style buildings and then also some Greek architecture, which we had seen from games as early as like 3. Of course, we played the DS version of 3, so some of that did look like ancient Greek sort of stuff, like the underwater.
Sure, I can see that, yeah.
But I think 8 did it a lot. Well, they did it before, technically, since the version of 3 we played came out later. So that's one way they tried to.
Well, they could still do that type of design thing with the 2D models. I mean, you can do Final Fantasy V and stuff like that.
Yeah.
You can see the design of certain areas, kind of what they're based on. So I wouldn't say it was necessarily first page.
Yeah, they really stressed it, though, in development. And we also see a nod to Paris-like towns while also throwing a super high-tech city in the mix to give a different futuristic feeling to kind of go with this theme of realistic yet futuristic at the same time. So it's like taking place somewhere where we can believe.
It's
but
funny
just
how
not-
much Esthar, how much further ahead Esthar is in
Oh,
the
yeah.
technology than
Way
anything for
further.
anybody else.
Yeah.
So how come Galbadia, or how come they're the bad guys?
Yeah,
When obviously they could be easily crushed.
Yeah, they're like technologically inferior.
I don't know. And it's not like
Although they do have the 3-pronged drill prison.
That is true.
so in an attempt to maintain a foreign atmosphere, the character designs were predominantly European in appearance. The first Final Fantasy VIII character to be developed was Squall. Nomura gave Squall a fur jacket as a challenge to the game's FMV designers. Thankfully, they accepted the challenge, and the jacket looks realistic, even if it seems slightly out of place. Nomura also found a place for some previously designed characters, such as Idea, Fujin, and Raijin. Nomura designed Idea based on the style of Yoshitaka Amano. Final Fantasy VIII also
you call
featured-
her Idea?
Idea.
Idea. I call her Idea.
Yeah,
It's not like we would ever.
we
know.
always switch with Cipher and Cypher.
That's true. We do.
So
That's the shit out of me, even though I do it myself.
yeah, so 8 was also the first game in the series, and not the last, to feature a I don't even know how to word that, like an actual sang song, like with
A
lyrics.
theme song.
Theme song.
Yeah, like Titanic would have done a theme song.
Yeah, but it's not the theme.
And you know what?
well,
I believe it's kind of from that too, because this was 1999 when this came out. Titanic was 97, and of course, not that it was the first movie to have a theme song, but the theme song from Titanic was gigantic.
it's true.
And so the idea is there's a lot of media, late 90s, early 2000s, there's a lot of stuff with theme songs, including like Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon has a theme song in English.
Wow.
It's an okay song. It's much better than what we're going to talk about later. But it's interesting to see that kind of effect that
Yeah.
movie had, and I think that's part of this. Titanic was the biggest film that was released in Japan.
Yeah, and I mean that's part of that time frame. They're just really into that kind of thing. So I'm sure that's what started this. So the game received positive reviews and was also commercially successful, very much so. In just 2 days after the North American release, Final Fantasy VIII became the top-selling video game in the U.S. and remained in that spot for over 2 weeks. As of
Nice.
March 31st, 2003, the game has shipped 8.15 million copies worldwide, and it was the fastest-selling Final Fantasy title at the time.
Is
And
there one that beat it ever,
I don't know.
or is it just the fastest selling Final Fantasy title? That's what I always thought it was.
It was the fastest up to that point. I didn't look into it 100% to make sure because I was like, I don't really care. I'll find out later. But I know for a fact that all 8.15 of those, at least all the ones that came here, have sold at least once. So
Yeah,
I don't see any new copies of 8 hiding
that's
anywhere.
true. Yeah, I don't either. Maybe some green label ones.
Mine is very new, but it was open. So
I'm sure someone found it in shrink wrap and just was like, "Don't touch it."
yeah, this is
But they
mine.
probably bought it off something.
Yeah. So yeah, it's the development. It's kind of interesting to see what they set out to do, and the changes. We can definitely see that the theme of change it's very prominent in the game from 7. It feels very different.
So, am I the only one who had beaten this game before? Between the three of us.
Yes. Yep.
Okay, so you guys, this is a first time playthrough all the way through for you.
All the way
guys.
through,
Yeah.
Okay, and I've only beaten it all the way through once, but I've gotten to like late disc 3
Yeah, that
like
was,
5 times before. So I
that's-
felt like I've done this game many times.
I've gotten to disc 3 before on my one of my playthroughs.
Like, so let me talk about the history I had with this game because it's obviously a little longer. I, of course, if you listen to our first episode, I've talked about this. I got this game from a friend of ours called Dylan. That's his name.
And that's what we call him. His name is something else, but we call him Dylan.
Sure, we'll just call him Dylan in quotes. No, that's actually his name. We were friends for a while, and I had gotten a PlayStation 1 after mowing some lawns and all this other stuff. I had no games to play on it, and so I borrowed a game called Final Fantasy, and I had only recognized the name Final Fantasy because I had once seen the Spirits Within trailer when we had gone and seen a movie at one point with my family. sometime back then, whatever. And so I borrowed the game from him, and I was really, really involved in the story, but the gameplay was really confusing to me, and it was hard for me, so I gave it back to Dylan. Eventually, I went and borrowed it again, you know, and then I got really into it again, and I got near the end of disc 1, and then I didn't know what to do from there. And I just bought the game off of Dylan. And I think I was so surprised by how in-depth, I never played any Final Fantasy game before, and my, of course, history with how many video games I've played is pretty low. And so this game was kind of blowing my mind that it was so story-driven. It wasn't just like level-driven like most other games I played. And so I think that's where my love from Final Fantasy comes from, is actually from probably the disc 1 of Final Fantasy VIII. Now, I did not know this very important principle of Final Fantasy VIII was that everybody levels up with you.
Oh, yeah.
So, although I knew that leveling up would help me get stronger, I didn't realize that it was also helping my enemies get stronger and they get bigger stat boosts when they level up,
Right.
as opposed to me. And so I had my ass handed to me, and 3 times I got to the middle of disc 3 when you're going into Lunatic Pandora, or I guess it's the end of disc 3 almost, and you fight Raijin and Fujin. I got to them 3 times. I restarted the game. I was like, I did something wrong, so I'll restart the game. Like that was my view. And this is over a year and a half time, I think. Maybe a little longer. So I kept just coming back to this fucking game. And I kept dying the shit out of me. But then I found once on this little forum somewhere in the deep dark web, they level up with you. And so I found this challenge guide that was like, you know, Squall on level 7, you know, challenge or whatever.
Yeah.
And so I did that, except I didn't do it all to the point, and I beat the game finally on level 14. But by then I was already into the other Final Fantasy games. So I think it was like maybe the 3rd game that I beat in the series.
Okay.
And so, because I beat 10 and 4 before I finally beat 8, which is ridiculous.
Yeah.
Because I started on 8 so many years before. So that's my history with the game. Like, how much of the game did you guys play before this playthrough?
Well, I got to the end of disc 2, the Fijin and Rujin fight, at that portion of the game.
The end of disc 2's fight.
Yeah. Which is also, I thought it was pretty difficult even this time, like, because they spam attacks, and Raijin.
Just gotta take out Waka, or not Waka. I guess Waka.
Well, actually, I took
The Waka inspiration.
I took the chick out first.
Raijin, yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
It's true. But I took her out first because she kept doing a ton of damage, and then I actually had Quistis versus Raijin.
Okay.
And since he doesn't believe in hitting checks, so he didn't attack me.
Oh shit, that's right. I
Yeah.
forgot about
So
that.
I killed her first, knowing that, because he wouldn't attack her, and I just took him out because it was rough. Like they do a lot of attacks very quickly. So
Should have used that.
I got. To
I
that
didn't know
point
about
before.
Until just now.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
I had known about it before, but I didn't think about it this way through.
But yeah, so I had gotten to that point before, and I was also in the same boat. I didn't really understand the junction. I didn't understand the.
Well, I mean, who wants to go through a 20-minute tutorial about the junction system?
Well, even when I did,
Nobody.
when I first played it, I was
I just
like,
always press auto attack anyway, even now. But sometimes I'll do little specific things if I got a boss coming up. But
yeah. I mean, even I was like 13 or 12 when I played this the first time. So
it's a complicated game.
yeah, it's not. I couldn't figure it out. I just could not understand what the shit this junction thing was, you know. And so I got to that point and I could never beat it. No, never mind. I lied. I did beat them finally. It took me forever, like a sick amount of time.
Mhm.
And I finally went back to it one day and was just able to beat him. And then I got to Cerberus and I couldn't beat Cerberus.
Near the end of this too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's where I got to.
That's before you get to the second fight with the Dia.
Yeah, and you don't have to fight Cerberus, but I needed to.
Cerberus, I remember being an extremely tough fight that I was stuck on for a
Yes,
while, but
he
I
is
wasn't
pretty
able to
hard.
get past him.
He's a very good
Some
summoner.
early playthroughs.
Yeah,
So
he is.
He's got some really good abilities.
Caleb?
I had played the game through, and I didn't realize, like you did, I didn't realize that they leveled up with you. And so I too got stuck on the.
The problem with that is that the game just becomes harder the further you try
no.
to beat the game.
Yeah, it doesn't even like warn you in any way that that's what's gonna happen.
Now, what we have failed to mention is that there is a point where the enemies stop leveling up. Not the random enemies, but the bosses will have a level cap.
Yeah,
But
certain
it's
bosses have a level
pretty
cap.
Yeah, it's like in
Yeah.
the 70s or 80s. But I will say, if you know what you're doing, it doesn't matter. So
If
I
you know
think
what you're
if we knew would have known what we were doing back then, we would have been fine. But we didn't. Because when I leveled up via my excursions to get the extra summons, which we'll talk about later, it still wasn't that hard for me. I had to restart a few times at the end, just for various reasons. But if you do know what you're doing, I think the level up is okay. But that is also part of the problem, is with the junction system, no one knew what the hell was happening.
So anyway, so yeah, I got stuck on the Fujin and Raijin as they were in the little hut by the ocean.
Okay, so the same part. That,
yeah, the
that
same
Caleb
part.
was
Like that's
stuck
where
on.
I got stuck forever because I didn't know that they would level up, and so I was like, "What the hell?"
Yeah.
And so then I just like stopped playing it for a while, came back, and then just really like after I realized that you shouldn't level up, I was like plowing through it, and then I like got to the third disc and just stopped.
Just stopped for no reason.
Well, I stopped, and then like I have this thing where my brother or sister will always just delete my saves randomly.
When you lived with them,
Yeah, when I lived with them. So like
say I have this thing.
It
Unless they're
was-
coming over to your place right now and being like, "Fuck you, Caleb." Delete.
yeah, so that was always a problem. So I've played 8 multiple times trying to like beat it, but then just no.
Yeah.
But then this time I did. So yeah,
Well, was it your first Final Fantasy or your second?
it was my
We've
second
talked
after
about
7.
it before.
I let him borrow 7 first before I gave him 8. Because
Well, it
'cause I
was my
cared for
first.
him.
It was my first, and I think I'm one of the many people who Final Fantasy VIII was the first Final Fantasy.
it's pretty popular, yeah.
You should definitely say that. into
It's
the
pretty
mic.
popular to be your first Final Fantasy.
So this time around, for me, I'd have to say after playing this game, although I only played it to completion once, I've gotten to the end of this 3. I feel like millions of times.
Yeah.
I have a PC game that I started last year at some point,
Yeah.
and I was just trying to get everything, which I still need to do, and that's there. I mean, I've restarted this game like a billion times.
I have to.
So playing this game this time around was a bit of a chore for me. So as we go through this review, I just want you listeners to realize that I have played this game a million times. Some of the scenes for me weren't fun for me anymore to watch these cutscenes that I swear to God, I know the dialogue of when it comes up. And it's a big game to know what people are gonna say. That's not
Chicken
it's
was
not cool, or you don't want to be a boy anymore,
Yeah.
shit like that.
I remembered that. I
I'm not
remember
a
that part.
boy. I'm a man, damn it. So just keep that in mind. You guys are on, of course, this is your first time playing through the complete game. Though,
Yeah.
Though you both played considerable amounts of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sort of. but-
Sort of, yeah. Just
When-
2.
Once I finally beat it, no. I realized that I didn't get very far, but lots of time.
The thing is, my brother-in-law, or my ex-brother-in-law, I guess now, my sister's ex-husband, who became a prostitute cheating piece of shit, by the way. His name is Spencer. He's an asshole. He cheated on my sister with prostitutes.
Really?
Yeah. I don't even know how to fight a prostitute in
Neither
Utah.
do I.
Otherwise, I would know. I'm just kidding. Anyway, he borrowed the game from me, and he just leveled up and shit. He played it like a normal game. He beat the game just fine. I guess he understood the junction system. I was super jealous of him.
You must have.
Yeah, he must have. He must have actually went through the tutorial and was like, "Oh yeah, I get it."
Nice.
Yeah, piece of shit. Hate him even more now.
Because of
Anyway,
that.
so you players out there, if you're having trouble with Final Fantasy VIII, that's the problem. That is the problem. The game is the easiest game to play ever if you try to not level up.
Yeah, it's pretty easy.
You get the break spell. You use it on the enemies that you're forced to play against. Sometimes you're forced to play against other things. And, the most you'll level up is to like level 12.
Get Diablos early. Get
Diablos
Encounter None as quickly as possible.
Get Diablos as soon as you get the magic lamp.
Yeah,
Yeah.
do that.
That's
Blind
right.
him. Blind him and you shall win.
Yes. So the first thing we hit is the fire cavern
Oh yeah.
in the game. A test for seeds. For what do you think seed even stands for?
I don't think it even really has a thing. They're just like
it's a
they're
school.
called-
It's a mercenary school for teenagers.
Yeah, this school is called Garden. I don't like. Are they growing the seeds?
I think.
But then,
yeah.
but-
Yeah. It is called garden. You're right.
Yeah.
I've never made the connection. I feel
Are
like
you
an idiot.
serious?
Yeah. There's seeds in the garden. I get it.
But they're growing the seeds, but like the seeds are like the elite class. Why aren't they called like the plants
Yeah,
or the flowers?
the
Why is it
plants.
like why aren't the students called the seeds? And then like
That's a good point.
yeah, it's like
Oh, because
weird.
they plant the seeds in innocuously or inconspicuously. I don't know the word I'm looking for. But they plant the seeds, and then those seeds will kill everyone.
Yeah.
Yeah, assassinations.
So they're like weeds, like powerful weeds.
Yeah, maybe powerful weeds.
Drown out the sun for other planets.
The grass.
I don't know. I don't know what it means, but why is the D capitalized?
I don't know.
Yeah. Capital S, lowercase e, capital D.
Yeah. CD. Maybe it's CD. I don't know.
Seed. You're supposed to hit the D
Isn't
really
isn't
hard.
it interesting? Does every single person have Ifrit though when they have to do the test?
Yeah.
So every
So there's
every
like
seed
a billion freaking
has-
ifrits.
How come I don't have 4 Ifrits that I can?
There's not a billion Ifrits. You just get the ability to junction them. You get to
But
use them.
no, you can't have
But the
multiple people having ifrit.
The test was to go out and get Ifrit.
Yeah. So like everybody having the ability to junction ifrit would just be like, hey, can I borrow this guy for the weekend? I really need him.
Well, I don't know. I think it's more.
I'm not sure how
I think it's intended to be more
'Cause
like.
I know Squall already has Shiva and Carbuncle.
Yeah.
Well, no, it's what's Quaddle and
Sorry.
Quistis gives it to him.
But I think
It's on his
it's
computer already. You download it.
you get Shiva from Quistis
Oh, is that right?
before you go. She's like, "Here, I might need this."
Okay, are you? Okay, whatever.
I'm pretty sure that happens.
I thought you had to go upstairs, check on the computer, and then GF information for Squall, Shiva, and Quetzalcoatl.
Maybe I don't remember. Maybe she just tells you to use Shiva. But anyway, I feel like
She does tell you to use Shiva against different.
I feel like
fire.
the intent of the summons is the same as any other game. You defeat the summons in battle, and you get the ability to use the summons. Kind of like in 10.
So maybe the other people with their tests, they had different creatures that they were fighting against.
Either that,
Maybe.
or it's always Ifrit, and you can just summon Ifrit for that short amount of time to do that damage, and then he goes away.
Yeah, but you have to you have to like bond with the GFs in order to use magic.
Right, well, maybe it's not necessarily a physical bond, even though it should be because you are physically placed.
No, it's got to be a physical bond because they take up space in your brain. That's how they get rid of your memories.
Yeah, it's something inside of you, but
Yeah,
it doesn't explain it in a biological way in the game. It refuses to do that.
Maybe
It kind of does. It does say something about them being in your mind, and then
Yeah,
like that's
yeah.
where it's like
Yeah, I know. They say they get memory problems because of GFs. Like
because they
that's a
take up
common
they
problem.
take up the space in your
So
brain.
they all
and
forget
like,
that they're related.
Yeah, they like
in the
can't.
past,
or
or
not
not related, but they were all raised in the same
Yeah.
orphanage. or
so. I
whatever.
think that it's meant to be something like that. Like you unlock the ability to use them.
Yeah, that's kind of weird though, because it is the fire cavern, but they just have like multiple like fire spirits or GFs that people have to get other than Ifrit.
I'm fine with them all having Ifrit. It doesn't bother me. I can see where it can because you're actually. It looks like you are physically junctioning them to someone, but maybe it's like something more on the spiritual end.
I love how their first test to become seeds is to fight like a giant fire demon.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like level 1.
Level 7.
We're not gonna,
Level
yeah,
7.
Level 7.
We're not gonna lie.
Yes.
This job is gonna be a pain in the ass. So we might as well just throw you in right now.
He has a teacher with him.
It's true.
Yeah, and he's got
Hot
Shiva.
teacher.
Oh man, hot teacher. God damn, son.
She is
She
our
comes to get you at the beginning.
she is our pinup girl.
You know what's funny? The first few times I played the game, I didn't even realize Ellen was like at the very beginning. She goes, "Hello, Squall."
You know what? Neither did I.
Through the window or whatever, and then it's like, oh, forget that ever happened.
I knew that was her like the entire time.
I thought it was supposed to be
like wearing the
Quistis.
same stuff.
I was like,
I
why
knew
is her,
later-
why are her clothes completely
I
different?
think probably my third or fourth playthrough. I'm like, okay, I know who that is. But the first couple times, I didn't even notice her. Like it was just kind of a weird thing that I just forgot about.
Yeah, me too this time. Until I saw it again, and I was like, oh yeah, she was there.
She's just there.
Huh.
Yeah, Ellen shows up when you're in the hospital.
Yeah, at the very beginning.
At the very
I mean, she was there the whole time though. In the school, whenever you go find her there.
Yeah, I know she's at school, but it's just kind of weird that
She's just kind of hanging out.
So we meet again, and
Yeah, it just takes off.
then Quistis comes in, and of course she's the giant distraction. So,
Yeah.
yeah, she is.
well, after you of course beat the fire demon, you go on your first mission with douchebag Cypher and douchebag Zell.
Yep.
And
The blonde squad.
you're in the middle of this war with the Galbadians. They're fixing some kind of tower, and you're just there.
It's like a satellite tower, so they can have communications. Because apparently they don't have TV or radio anymore in a super high tech
Well, it's
advanced
because
world.
Adele's ship thing is blocking the signal.
Yeah, but
from
they
having
got
a
it
satellite.
working. Like,
They did get it. I don't understand it then.
Yeah,
because that's what they said later on in the game.
yeah, they said that like it doesn't work, but then they get it working, and then why doesn't everybody just have that?
I don't know. It's weird. Anyway, so Biggs and Wedge are up there fixing satellite dish. You guys shove a sword up their ass.
Good
Cypher
old
runs
Biggs and
away.
Wedge.
Cypher comes back. He's a douche, and then big spider comes down from the Wild Wild West, and yeah.
There's a super hot scene where Quistis just blasts the shit out of the thing, which is
Yeah.
amazing.
Yeah,
Nice.
that was pretty sweet.
I don't know. Where were you guys when you were playing? Just the beginning. I'd say this is the beginning 3 or 4 hours of the game.
Yeah, it
You've
is.
never played it before. It takes about that long. I mean, what were your first thoughts? The first half of the first disc, I'd say. Just as far as where is this game headed?
I had no idea where that game was headed the first time I played it.
Yeah,
Like, it said like it was a love theme, and I was like, "Is he gonna be hot for his teacher?" It's like,
Because I am. You know.
because I was,
should have
and
been.
she was into him, so I was like,
Right
let's
after
get this going. Like, come
after
on.
the part with the Galbadians, and you go back, and of course there's the dance, and you dance with Renoa, and then there's the Quistis part. It's like, oh, this must become a story where he chooses between Quistis and Renoa.
But then he doesn't.
But really, the Quistis love story
it doesn't. It
just
didn't
falls
even matter.
off
Yeah,
the
like,
face of the planet.
Yeah.
he doesn't
It's just
even
too
give
bad.
a shit about like the hottest chick in that game.
I think Renoa. I mean, we are talking about CGI characters here, but Renoa I think is very pretty.
Hey, we
She's
should
no
choose
Quistis,
Quistis though.
We did choose Quistis.
And Quistis beat Tifa.
Quistis.
She's got a whip.
She does have a whip. It is nice.
So after that, obviously there's the inauguration scene, which is like you said, where we do meet Renoa.
Right.
After they have their little after party, and then the famous dance scene that you did talk about in pre-production.
Is anybody else confused about the dancing? Like what exactly happened? Okay, let me explain here. Because at the beginning, she's like, "You're the best looking guy here. Come dance with me." And then he's like, "No," like a piece of shit.
Yeah.
She's a very cute girl. Just walks up to Squall, whatever.
Well, hey, he's ignoring Quistis's advances.
That's true. Like, what the hell's wrong with Squall?
He's
I get
gay.
he doesn't want to come close to anybody. I get that's actually what's supposed to be wrong with Squall. Is that's his character flaw? Is that he doesn't allow himself to get close to anybody because his sister left her, whatever. What
I
is
think it's because he's gay for Irvine.
There are many
I think
people
that's
that.
fan fiction.
Oh,
Yeah, that's right. I was getting something mixed up there.
What confuses me about that scene is that they try to start dancing, and then Squall sucks ass at dancing.
Yeah, and then suddenly
And
he's
then
really
there's a-
awesome at
Then
it.
there's a fade, and then they're both dancing awesomely, and then at the end she's like, "Oh, you're amazing," or excuse me, Quistis at the end is like, "Oh, even that dance was perfect." I'm like, "Did you watch the beginning?
Yeah, like
He sucked."
Yeah.
So I was always confused about that point. Like, what happens? with that dancing. What, like, I know it's a famous scene because it's a gorgeous cutscene.
It is.
Yeah.
It's a gorgeous cutscene. Probably one of the best looking cutscenes.
Well, he does tell Renoa that it's because like he needs to blend in.
I don't know where you're quoting that.
No, it's like she's like you're a really good dancer, and he's like, yeah, well, like I gotta
yeah, we're
blend in.
trained.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we're
yeah.
trying to blend in.
But
so like
he-
this is part of it.
But at the beginning, he blew ass.
I know.
Yeah.
Well, like,
He's the fast
He
lane.
just remembered his training.
yeah, I guess. Unless like at the beginning he's supposed to be like trying not to dance.
Maybe
It's like, no, I suck.
he
Don't
just
dance with
he
me,
just wants her to go
pretty
away.
girl. Like, what the hell's wrong with you, Squall? Like, seriously.
Yeah.
So I was always confused about that, but you're kind of always won over with that cutscene just because it's, it's so
It's a
it's
nice
such
cutscene.
a beautifully animated cutscene with fireworks and everything with Noah, I think. And it's a great scene to come back to. I mean, that's the scene when they did the PS2 like technical test or whatever. That's the scene that they remade. So it's interesting that scene is one of the scenes in Final Fantasy that people come back to all the time, but yet I still don't understand it.
Yeah. It just looks good.
Yes. But of course you meet Renoa later when your first real mission, after your first mission, when you actually become a full-on mercenary, Squall. Did you guys name him Squall?
Yeah,
No.
I did.
No, what'd you name him?
I called him bitch.
You called him Bitch.
I did call him bitch
So why did you call him Bitch?
because I thought it would pay off, and it totally did.
In what way? I would like to hear.
Like there's a part near the end where they're like, we gotta think about the future or something like that, and then like they say his name, and so it's like, bitch, we gotta think about the future.
So comic relief.
Pretty much, it was like always funny whenever they said his name. They were just always like, bitch, bitch.
So I always feel that on the first time playing through a Final Fantasy, I always want to name him the actual name of the character. At least on the first time. I usually just do. But
I always do that too.
I played this game, what, 7 times?
I
So
played it enough that I was like,
and so I called him Dad. And then I called Renoa Mom.
that worked out.
So I wish Mom was here. Where's Dad? And like people are always seeking Dad's approval, and they're always looking for Mom. It's really funny.
You gotta go get Mom.
I would suggest Mom and Dad for the names of the characters if you ever want to play. It's pretty funny. Though Bitch does sound pretty funny.
Oh, it was great.
The best thing, we got this from Spoonie, the Spoonie Experiments review.
Oh yeah.
He called him Emo Git.
Yeah.
Because Squall is an emo git.
Called
But
Noah a whore
He
too.
called Renoa a whore, which makes I did call Renoa a whore on my last playthrough just to see it, and it makes some of the funniest lines.
Yes, it does. You're a whore's father.
You're a Who's that? And then he called the dog anal.
Yeah, a whore's limit break uses anal. Anal rush, anal cannon.
So I've used both of those, and it is hilarious
Yeah.
to mess with the names on that.
Nice.
But you, of course, went with Squall, right, Caleb?
Yeah, I kept it the same.
Yeah, you just didn't want you wanted unadulterated Final Fantasy VIII action.
Yeah.
Okay.
As unadulterated as I could possibly make it.
So I'd say that I would call the inciting incident in the game the dance scene when he first meets Renoa, and then probably, the point of attack is when he finds Renoa again. He's of course working for Renoa,
Yeah.
but Renoa kind of goes from being his boss, for because they're trying to, let Timber be independent or whatever.
Yeah.
He goes from being her boss to they're just a team. And that was never really fully explained.
Yeah.
She's just like,
She just kind of accepts
I'll
his
take the back
leadership.
seat here.
Yeah.
I'm paying for this whole thing.
I mean, you could kill her at any point. It's a mercenary.
I guess. I don't think that.
Well,
I don't
she's
think he
paid.
would.
No, I wouldn't.
But that's interesting. So I really feel like the center of this game is a love story, and it's not so much about the politics. surrounding sorceresses, although that becomes a huge part.
Yeah, it's like a huge part.
Or the Galbadians, or the Lunatic Pandora, the Lunacry. I think that stuff is all background to what Square would like to think of as a grand love story. Now, we each have our opinions on that. We'll get to that later. But I think that's part of the reason there's so much love for this game is because, now we're talking 1999 here. Games are still growing and have grown since 1999 as far as how in-depth their characters and stories can become in a video game. Still a new art form, so it's still got room. But I think Final Fantasy VIII is probably one of the best examples of a love story in video games. Anything before it, I don't think there's really anything before Final Fantasy VIII.
No, not really.
I mean, besides, the only thing that could really compare to it is probably the other Final Fantasy games. I mean, you got Final Fantasy IV and Final Fantasy VII that have love stories in it, I guess. But Final Fantasy IV's love story is already there, like it's not even part of the plot. And then VII's love story
It's hidden, kind of.
It's kind of hidden, and it's not really the focus of the game. It's interesting that they took a love story, and maybe this is just my opinion. I think that the love story is the story of Final Fantasy VIII, because it's about Squall. The arc of the story is Squall opening up to someone else,
Yeah.
and so that being Renoa. So I think that's the overall arc, and that the other stuff is just background noise. Not really background noise, but it supports the story in a way.
Well, there's like
And I
other
feel
love
like
things going
a
on
lot
theirs.
of the legacy and a lot of the fan love for the game comes from the fact that it's a love story. I mean, and we'll get to how we feel about the story later. I don't know. Do you guys feel that way, or do you guys feel like there was another focus? Because I know that's what he meets Renoa once again, and of course she becomes part of the team. And then at the end, he's searching for Renoa, and at the very end scene, he kisses Renoa for the first time. Like, do you guys feel like there was a different focus here?
No.
No.
There's not really another focus. It is love focused, but I think the other love stories that go on in that game are better.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like there's the love focus between like Laguna and Rain after the whole
And then the pop singer, what's her name?
Scarlet? No, that's not right.
I don't
I don't remember her name.
I don't remember her name either.
Oh, that sucks. And then there's
She's the piano player at the bar, and then she writes.
Julia.
Julia.
Got it.
That's right.
And then there's the love thing between Sid and Adia.
I guess there's
Because they got like split up.
there's some kind of
And then he has to like force the seeds to go kill his wife. Although he doesn't really seem that broken up about it.
no, he doesn't. He hides it well.
He's got another one.
Unless
on
he
the
really,
side.
unless he's like, I want Christus.
I want Ultimation.
The chick he's never even met.
the
Yeah.
least amount of clothes you can
Yeah.
put on a sorceress.
Yeah.
That's what I want.
No, I think their love story was strong-ish. I mean, it was definitely the main theme of the game, because the rest of the stuff doesn't really matter. Like
Right.
the wars, like I don't really give a shit about any of that. I'm sorry, but like their little plights don't matter to the story essentially.
No,
they're
they
just,
don't.
they're just missions.
And we
for you
spend
to
so much
carry out.
time on them.
Yeah, like the train part in the first mission in Timber. Oh my god, such a chore.
Yeah, we're getting to the timber stuff. So that train part. How was that? What system did you guys play this on?
Oh, I played it on the PC.
PC? PlayStation?
Yes, sir.
Well, Caleb, me and you had an interesting time on that.
Oh,
that,
yeah. Yes,
PC,
we
didn't we?
Yes, we did.
On the
God damn.
on the Steam version of the game, the controls are so different from what they are on a PlayStation controller, and yet they almost give no heed whatsoever to that part of the game when they
No.
made like the
No, they did
control
not.
configuration. So like the 1, 2, 3, and 4 keys are just
Everywhere.
they're in fucking odd directions.
Yeah, they're all over the keyboard, and
I can't even
insane.
remember what they were on the keyboard, but they were nuts.
I had to change my key bindings in order to get past this part.
Oh, did
I
you really?
had to.
I like had to go over it over and over again. I was like, okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. Like it was an X in like an opposite order. It was weird.
Yeah, that was a huge pain in the ass.
It was a huge pain in the ass. So Caleb, you're telling me that you had problems on that part.
No, I didn't have
And
problems.
all I can say is cry me a fucking river.
I didn't have problems on it. I just didn't enjoy it. I didn't find myself being like, this is a fun part of the game.
I love that fucking song.
Oh, I know. That's why I was
Okay,
saying it because it was funny.
Yeah, it's not that I found it difficult. I just didn't think it added anything to the entertainment value of the game, which
No.
is at its core
Well, it's-
what a video game is for.
It's one
Yeah.
of those things that Final Fantasy VII had where it was like a mini game in between the game.
Yeah.
And so it's interesting. We love those. I think we all kind of liked those in Final Fantasy VII. Maybe not you, Caleb.
No, I don't like being forced to play them.
Uh,
Having
well,
them optional is
me
fine.
and you, Caleb Schweiss, I remember on our Final Fantasy VII review, we liked those kind of things. So it's interesting that you didn't like the key binding part
Yeah. I just,
or the code breaking.
I don't know.
Yeah,
Mostly, I had to listen to that one song that kind of bothers me, the like military theme. The
Oh yeah. Oh, they're like showing you the
And I have to,
tutorial
I
of
have to
the
go through
train.
this thing for like 10 minutes, and I'm like,
Oh, the train tutorials. So I've
The
played
tutorials
it so
in
many
this-
times. I'm like, I goddamn know.
like the tutorials in
We
this game
know
are
how to
insane.
play it.
Like I feel like I know
I
more.
skipped every tutorial that I could.
I feel like I know more about the train minigame than like other games solidly as a unit. Like I know how to do the train thing forever. But no, I just didn't. I don't know. I just didn't find it necessarily enjoyable for some reason. It just didn't.
That train part.
Yeah.
Then we get to the okay, so you go through the train thing, find out that it was a dummy president or whatever.
Yeah.
And then you go on another mission to assassinate the sorceress, Adia, who is in cahoots with the Galbadian president. Am I right on that?
Yes.
Okay. And so you go to assassinate Adia, but first you need to get a code from a place called the Tomb of the Unknown King.
Oh yeah. So like
Did
what's
you
his
guys
name?
just run?
Renoa's
the code?
father tells you to go get the
That's
code
In
so
order
that,
to
like,
prove
yeah,
your
in
worth.
order to
There's a
prove your
lot of
worth.
proving in the first disc.
Well, what's
Yeah.
interesting is that that's actually a random code too.
It
Like
is.
you can't look it up online. It's just random.
Yeah, but that it's right at the entrance of the fucking tomb.
But I forgot what it was. No, and then I dropped my phone because I wrote it in a little sticky note on my phone. I dropped my phone. I broke my phone, and like I went there and I was like, oh, I'll just grab it. And I'm like,
You
So-
didn't even know where it was. Right at the entrance.
no, I know, but I was already in the other city though. That's what I'm saying. So I was like,
It's a little bit of a pain, but not that much.
it was just annoying because I'm like, of course, I put it in my phone like a good little boy, and then I break my phone. But yeah, this time I think what you were asking is, did we just go in and grab it or not?
Yeah.
And this time, no. I went in and I did everything in there. And then I left.
Yeah, I did the same. I went and got the brothers, and then I got the code. and
So
left.
did I. So no one just went and got the code and left. No, that's good.
I
The
knew,
second
I knew
time
the
I-
brothers were there, so there was really no point in just leaving immediately.
That's
So
fair, yeah, I think we've all gotten the brothers before.
Yeah.
The trick to that area, just stay to the right the whole time, and you'll get the first trigger where you're supposed to go. Then you fight the first brother. Keep going to the right, and then you do the second trigger area or whatever in the draw point, and then you just keep going to the right till you exit the place again. Go back in and just go straight.
yeah.
You don't need to buy a fucking map or anything. Just stay to the right the whole goddamn time until you fought one of the brothers. Then you just leave by staying to the right, and then you just go straight in. And you'll go across a bridge and then fight both of the brothers. Which,
And-
yes, float is
Yeah.
useful.
And then the key is float.
But I'd say protect, blind, and reflect are all useful in that fight.
Reflect?
Yeah.
I never really use reflect. 'Cause don't really cast
They
anything
cure
on me.
themselves.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's why you cast float on them. Because they're like, when they're touching the ground, they automatically cure
No,
themselves.
they'll cure themselves with this.
Oh,
I
with
think with
the,
a
like,
spell or with a potion. Something.
Yeah, it's a potion.
oh, okay.
It might even, I might have used shell or something, but some kind of something that'll lessen that.
Mhm.
But yeah, that's what I used on them. Then of course your assassination fails because your sniper is an unproven person who they've hired to assassinate.
Yeah, he's like the
Yeah.
best sharpshooter
sorceress.
ever, and
He
yet he
shoots.
uses a shotgun that's a sawed-off shotgun, by the way, so it has like less accuracy.
No,
It's just
there
unlocks.
was a gun out there for them. They
Well, I
were
know,
using a
but like
sniper.
he's a sharpshooter, and he uses a sawed-off shotgun.
I believe that he's a
It's just-
trained sharpshooter, but he's never killed anyone before.
Oh yeah, that's what he says.
Of all the people to hire to kill a world leader
Yeah, like they choose the one guy who's never done it before.
They choose a guy who's never killed someone before.
Yeah, well, he did shoot though, eventually, and it was blocked
He
by
did.
the barrier. They shot him right in the head.
Oh,
he
well,
yeah.
She knew by that time.
Yeah,
so.
here's another thing here's something that I don't understand. Later on, of course, you're in a prison that has an anti-magic barrier.
Oh yeah, the infamous
The
anti-magic
anti-magic field or whatever the fuck it is. Why didn't they put up their own anti-magic field? I mean, unless of course you need 3 giant corkscrews in order to get that done.
I think you need the
Maybe.
3 giant corkscrews.
Maybe. I'm just wondering why they didn't put up a magic barrier when they were going to assassinate a sorceress.
Maybe it's like a gigantic thing.
Well, she had the thing around her though. She had remember Renoa had that little bracelet on that she was able to get close to Adea. So Adea already had something blocking anything from her. It was like her own force field. You know,
I think they said that was like a trinket and didn't actually work. Because I remember them like laughing at her for it, and then that's why she like leaves them in the room or something like that.
Well, Renoa's
I'm
doesn't
not
work.
sure.
There was something that Renoa was supposed to have that she was able to get close to the sorceress.
Yeah, it was a bracelet that her like dad had, but they were like, no, that doesn't actually
But
work.
that's not what bothers me about that part. What bothers me is the whole thing with Quistis and like they like that whole
They gotta go apologize to Renoa.
Yeah, dude.
Why?
I have not felt anxiety.
That's why they told her it was stupid, and that's why they went to go apologize.
Yeah, Quist is not professional in that moment at all.
And they're
Oh,
like,
I
we
better
gotta
go
abandon our
apologize to her.
post.
Abandon your post on this mission, which we're going to assassinate a world leader.
It was
we
a
are
sorceress who uses more powerful magic than we're capable of.
Anything could happen on your way to go apologizing to Renoa.
Right.
You have a 20-minute time zone. Don't go do that. What's the matter with you?
Yeah.
Oh, I better go apologize.
Yeah, that was really
Like
freaking
no one's
out.
like, no.
And they're like, yeah, I think we were too harsh on her.
Maybe that's why Squall is the leader, is because everyone else is just too stupid to do it.
Maybe it's just
Not that
He's
he's
just
necessarily
enough emotionless that
yeah, not
he can get away
necessarily
with it.
yeah, Renoa can go fuck herself.
not
Says Swallow
necessarily
the first disc.
yeah, he's not necessarily a good leader, but he's the less of the worst. So yeah, that whole part was like it brought on anxiety for me. I was like, what are you doing? I was like, God, there's this mission you're trying to take out. You're supposed to be a professional. You're the teacher here.
And of course, they get locked in the
Yeah,
room.
oh yeah, they get locked in the
And they
room
have
and
to
they
make-
don't even think about climbing out the window.
There's perfectly good. They're still on the first floor.
Yeah, they're
as
on
far
the
as we
first
can
floor,
tell.
and there's like 3 windows that they can like leave through. But they're like, nah.
Well, they
Oh,
didn't
no,
have
the
the
door
door.
is
We'll
locked.
crawl through the sewers instead.
Yeah.
The maze of sewers, by the way.
Yeah. Which in the end, it didn't even matter because they were able to carry out the mission as far as they would have. Anyway.
How did they do that in like 20 minutes? Like that city's got to be gigantic, and then they get like.
I didn't. I can tell you that. I didn't, but it didn't matter.
Dude, this one time when I didn't realize I had to go talk to, like, there was the scene where the guy is walking you around. Okay, this is where everything's happening. This is 20-minute mark, whatever.
Yeah.
I didn't realize I had to talk to him again, and like I had an old TV and I couldn't see him on my screen. This is the first time I played through the game, and so I was like, okay, he said 20-minute mark. So I took my Squall guy and I waited. You know how you can sit in the square and there's actually time going on?
Yeah.
I waited 20 minutes and nothing happened. I went right past the clock. This is the first time I played the game and I was like stuck because I didn't know where to go or whatever on just that one particular part.
You know how mad I'd be if I actually had to wait 20 real minutes.
I was
on
pretty.
that?
I just went away for a little while and came back.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I didn't just.
I thought you were just like
20
sitting there all
minutes.
super excited.
It's like,
I can
oh
see
yeah,
you.
20 minutes. This is a crazy realistic game.
Yeah, I could just see young, really dumb Joe just hanging out there. It's like, what? It's been 20 minutes.
Oh my god. Yeah, and so of course assassination fails, and then you get impaled
Yeah, with the icicle
with an
of
icicle.
death.
And yet, and you're like, oh shit, did Squall just die? I mean, this is like a psycho twist, you know, where the main character dies in the first 20 minutes or in the first disc if it's a Final Fantasy, and then you go into the next disc and nothing.
Yeah, he's totally alive.
Everybody's just in an anti-magic prison.
Yeah, the anti-magic field prison.
And of course, you make your way out of that prison. One of the most annoying parts of the game, by the way, I think, is that prison.
Yeah,
Sequence.
it's a lot of walking upstairs and the same
Fucking-
fights over and over
fucking-
again.
Can you use your magic in the battles?
Luckily, by then, I think I had the encounter none ability, so I was just running up and only had to fight the fights that they forced me into. But still,
Yeah, I found that part to be a pain too. I was like, this isn't really enjoyable. Like it,
I think
That's-
you can still use the magic when you're in the prison, like in
they
the fighting.
release something, and then you're allowed to use magic pretty early on.
it's also
For
where
sure,
you, it's also the area where you find out that Squall is son of Laguna. Because that
Wait,
little,
it doesn't actually tell you.
well, the little beast calls you Laguna.
Oh,
That's-
yeah,
that's
they like
telling
hint
you.
at it the entire
Yeah,
time.
That's-
no one. Never in the entire game does it tell you that Rain is Squall's mother and that Laguna is Squall's father.
Right there, it kind of does.
The only
leads
place
you
it
to
kind of
believe
does is when it's like, oh, Rain is pregnant, or Rain was pregnant, and yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
And Rain's dead later on.
Yep.
I think
Just
that's
kill
what
her
it
off.
is.
And Alone is his older sister, and Alone is Laguna's stepdaughter or whatever. So
Yeah.
So that's it. Never tells you explicitly that that's
Yeah, but that's what that means.
Squall's father, but it does tell you that, yeah. And that of course
Squall's his father.
explains. Sorry, Laguna's his father. Should be. Laguna's a fucking idiot. It explains it a little. It doesn't really explain it. I should say. I'm just rambling at this point. Let's see. What do we got here?
Missile base after that.
The missile base after that. They never explain how they lived through that explosion.
Oh, I know. They like
That
don't tell
giant
you.
explosion that you go through this really annoying mission base level. Then you're outside and it's like, oh, we're just gonna give up and die here. Giant explosion. Then like in maybe 2 hours of gameplay later, they come back and they're fine.
Yeah, and they're in the machine that blew up with them.
Well,
Like-
that was one of them. Yeah, it was one of the.
It was the one that they were fighting. They just like took over.
Well, they could have had numerous vehicles there, but they all got blown to shit.
Yeah, they all got
According to the
blown to
cutscene.
nothing, and then just fucking
Maybe
That
that
game
supports.
would have been way sweeter if like the people in that party died.
Well, I think that might support the Squall is dead theory even further with all this unrealistic stuff happening after.
That's
the
true. Are we gonna talk about Squall's Dead next week?
Yeah, we are.
Okay, all right. You're gonna play that one? Maybe.
Somebody is.
Okay. And of course that's after you split up the two parties. Squall's party, of course, gets to the school and all hell is breaking loose.
Yeah.
Because they're like, we support Norg.
Who do you support?
And Sid is hiding in his office.
Yeah, they're like, don't think to check there.
Well, maybe this is why they all got their asses kicked.
I guess.
They're not that advanced. Like they say that the super advanced. No, they're the less advanced forms of the little furries.
Why would your biggest what is the word I'm looking for here? Your biggest investor, right? Why would your investor live inside your school at the bottom in this
Like the basement level, the south basement level.
He doesn't like the
you
light.
have to go through this whole like crazy shit to get to? Doesn't make any sense. No, I'm talking
He
about.
likes to
There's
be
like an
alone.
elevator to him.
I get that, but you have to go through all that shit to make the garden even work.
Oh yeah, that stuff to make it fly.
Yeah,
I
I don't
know.
understand any of that. And then the weird guy
Wait.
is hanging out down there.
I'm just
Hang out.
remembering something like they said something about Sid building seed, and then like
Still in the
Sid said
basement
something
level.
about like not knowing that was there.
Yeah.
Bullshit.
Like, how would you not know that?
Yeah.
Did you
bullshit.
just like discover these buildings and then claim to build them? Like,
Maybe he was full of shit. Maybe he was to pick up a data. He's like, yeah. I
Then
built
it turns
this.
out they don't even know how to steer the goddamn thing. Hits into a city.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
true.
sorry guys, we'll move it as soon as we can. God, the Lom Garden is just
full of stupid people.
dysfunction everywhere in that place.
Yeah, and then the beloved Fisherman's Horizon. There's a hidden draw point in the office area.
Ultima.
Ultima,
right?
yeah. It's not very
found it. I
much,
found it.
but it's there.
It's near the foreground of the thing. Just start pressing X everywhere, you'll find it.
Yeah.
It's pretty nice.
I found it up in the office where you go talk to the leader of the city.
It's still in the foreground, right?
You have to like walk all the way into the city. Maybe there's two.
Maybe.
I don't know. I found it and I was like, oh,
It's in the mayor's area.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
I think we're
okay,
talking
yeah.
about the same one.
We're talking about the same thing.
And then apparently a lot of people really like the Fisherman's Horizon theme.
The music.
Yeah.
I don't even really remember that song.
I've heard. I don't think I really. Well, I was playing the Steam version of the game, and it doesn't sound as good as the version that you played, Caleb. The sound doesn't, anyway. Because unlike Final Fantasy VII, they haven't redone the tracks.
I see.
As far as I know, but I still won't. We'll get to music later, but I have heard redone versions of the Fisherman Horizon things that I really do like, and I think the tune is nice. I just don't really like the arrangement in the game.
Yeah.
But I do understand why people like it. It's not like horrible or anything. It's not like the Esther theme.
Yeah. Oh man. Oh jeez, that thing's killer.
Or the battle theme with Laguna.
Yeah.
I've heard redone versions that are pretty sweet, but like the actual version, I'm just like, eh. You know. But of course, a lot of people like the music from this game. You know, Occupy Balam, Trevia Garden, Clash of the Gardens, big sequence in there.
Yeah, that's actually one of the sweet sequences of this
It is
game.
one of my favorite cutscenes. I think is when you're Squall and you're and Renoa after Squall saves Renoa off of the side of the thing, which somehow she holds on for like an hour and a half.
Yeah. Also,
And then he runs through with her, and there's like a battle going on behind him, like a real battle. That you finally see a battle in Final Fantasy VIII.
yeah,
There's all these wars going on, and only one battle, and it's between two schools.
it's sweet though.
It is
It's
an awesome part. And then of course you go into the school and find the sorceress and cipher and find her off. What were you about to say?
The mini game there was like horrendously painful to do. Where you're like fighting the dude on the little
Fighting
rope.
the
I'm
dude,
like,
yeah.
holy shit, this guy is the man, right? Like this guy could kill Squall and beat the game. So like freakish amount of stamina with the hits. But anyway, we'll talk about that more in gameplay.
I'm sure. Okay, now let's talk about that now. I've heard that if you use Zell's punching bag a lot in his room, that you'll be better at the punching.
Oh really?
in the thing.
That's kinda
That's
cool.
what I have heard. I'm not sure if that's actually true.
That
You
would
know
be
when you
kinda
go into
cool.
Zell's room though.
Yeah, yeah.
you hit the punching bag. This time around, I hit it like 100 times because I was like, maybe something will happen. Like maybe my strength will go up by 1. That'd be sweet.
Well, that kind of reminds me of Metal Gear Solid 2 a little bit. There's, did you ever play that one, Joe?
No, not 2.
There's a lot of walking around on ledges and moving with your hands, and there's like you can press L2 and R2 to kind of pull yourself up and look. But if you do 100 pull-ups, your stamina bar will like increase for your grip.
Oh, that's sweet.
Yeah, so like in the very beginning when I played it the second time, I just did like a shitload of pull-ups, and then my bar was like max, and I could just hold on forever.
Oh, that's awesome.
So I hope that that's true.
I think that might be true. What I did to beat that guy, I just went back and forth between kick and punch, and I just like straddled those two buttons
that's what
back
I
and
did.
forth, and I beat him like no other.
Yeah,
Like
it was,
it's kind of a cheap way of doing it, but that's what I did.
yeah, you kind of have to time.
I didn't time shit. I just mashed them both.
Really?
Went back and forth really quickly between the two.
That's kind of what I did, but I was like timing it so like I could get the kicks in just right.
I think he hit me like twice, but I killed
Because
him.
like when you punch him at the right time, it like stops him from doing it.
I guess I played the little game the way they wanted. I
guess
tried to
so.
block and shit.
Tried
I
to
like
block.
rolled up into a ball, the fetal position on the rope.
Yeah. So there's that part. Kill the sorceress once again.
Yeah.
There's a weird part with Renoa where she's like possessed for the first
Oh,
time
yeah.
in the game.
You figure it out later. Yeah.
Yeah. And then Ellen alone, or how the fuck do you say her name?
I said alone.
I think it's Ellen. I think
I
that's
think it
how
is
it's
Ellen, but it's spelled like a
I
freak.
always said alone the first time, but then like I thought about it. I was like, maybe that's supposed to be Ellen.
I think it is supposed to be Ellen.
Yeah, they probably just messed up on the
But
translation.
I think I switch between the two all the time. So if I say Ellen or alone in this podcast, you know,
Oh,
it all means the same person.
Yeah.
Ellen, alone, a noun.
nowadays.
Anyway, she gets taken by the soldiers, and you go out and find her, and
Yeah,
The white
blah,
seed
blah,
ship.
blah.
yeah, the condom man.
You make your way to Estar, and Dia's trying to get rid of her powers or something, and she has to go to the weird doctor dude.
Dr. Odine.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so you gotta make your way to Estar anyway, and
He's wearing the most ridiculous thing on his head, the neck thing.
meet up with them anyway. You find out Renoa has sorceress powers, and get to go up in his spaceship. And I think this is the section of the game that really, I think,
awesome.
cements itself into being awesome. Because, I mean, before this happens, before you go up into space and do the saving Renoa sequence,
Yeah.
basically the game, you're kind of going from place to place to place with the game, like, oh, this sorceress, now this
Yeah.
sorceress. And then you're still doing that. You're still in the middle of that. But
Pretty
Yeah.
much.
there's actually like a human connection here, and you got something to go for in the second half of this 3, or just this 3 in general.
Yeah, I mean, once you get fired out of a fucking revolver into space is when it really starts. That's when it really starts.
Did you notice the 2001 Space Odyssey references in the thing where it's like the classical? Well, it's kind of classical.
Yeah.
music.
I was like, oh,
It
this feels
was
like
trying to sound a little bit like the 2001 music in space.
I think it
It's
did.
kind of there. Yeah, it was close to it.
One of
It
the
sounded
space,
a little circusy, but
Yeah, that space song I hated, but then the one when you get on the Ragnarok, I thought was good. That was really good. So it was like almost 2001 and awesome, but at the same time, you're right. It sounded all circus-esque. And I'm like,
I think
Almost.
I think they were going for a little bit of 2001 when we first entered space, though.
yeah, that's how I felt too. I was like,
Oh,
imagining
pretty
the
cool.
intro with the ship.
But of course, I think this is when the game really picks up, which is unfortunate because it was near the end. When you go out and save Renoa, which is a great sequence, and she's dying out there. Squall's asking you to take it back in time, and so that he can, listen to Renoa or whatever. And then he just decides to go out and save her, and are miraculously saved by a spaceship just floating out in space.
Oh yeah, the
With
lost
no crew.
spaceship.
Which happens to be awesome, and a mech machine transformer as well as a ship,
Yeah.
which I almost didn't notice until the part where you board the
Reboard the lunatic pendulum.
yeah, and it like clashes on with its arms and it's got a face, and I'm like,
Yeah, it's
holy
like an
shit, it's
eagle, and
alive.
it's
It's like, why don't we just take this thing in?
Destroy all.
Yeah, destroy.
Come with me, Eagletron.
It's
And-
sweet.
Yeah, I think the parts where you save Renoa, and then of course you have to go kill Adele now. I think those parts are some of the greatest moments of the game. And then past that, of course, we go to Dis 4 with Ultimasia's castle, and you kill the person who has been mind controlling, mindception once again, as we've seen from Final Fantasy IV.
Yeah.
We are now seeing in this one with sorceresses instead. The mindception, you have to go kill the source of the mindception, Ultimacia, and then you have to warn Adia in the past, thus completing the circuit of time travel.
Yeah.
It's a crazy game.
Yeah,
Crazy.
it is. So, well, that's
Squall created seeds, which he
So
gets part
that's
of.
basically an overview of what happens in the game. I mean, there's of course bosses in between. Talk about that, whatever comes out. The story. I mean, we've basically gone over the story here. Of course, you do eventually get a strong relationship with Renoa when you're in the Ragnarok, as Squall and Renoa. It starts to become a love story about there, and then you decide, she'll wait for me in this plane or whatever of flowers.
Yeah.
At Adia's place, she doesn't want to turn into a sorceress again. And then, of course, at the very end of the game, Squall and Renoa, they kiss, and then the final shot zooms out of the garden, and the garden floats away, and the game ends. Caleb Craig.
Yeah.
your general thoughts about the story.
I don't know, man. I just don't know. This game, I didn't really like it, to be honest. Like, I didn't like the love story between Squall and Renoa. It was like very, very high school, and he's like all emo-y, and like when they're in the Ragnarok, she's all like hugging on him and just wants to be with him. And he's like, get in the other chair.
Yeah. Well, the part about
Get in the other. No, get over there.
well, we wanted
Get
to
off
be
my
I
safe.
side.
want you to be at least 5 feet away from me.
And I feel the same when I'm trying to sleep. But well, what's interesting about that point also, and I don't mean to cut you off. I don't mean to cut you off, but the reason why I see where you're coming from is there's a scene before they go to F-Star where Squall finally opens up, quote unquote,
Yeah.
to her, and then there's this later where they're all alone, and he's like, now he's closed off again.
I mean, I could get laid right now,
But instead, I'm
in
gonna
a
do
zero
nothing.
G environment.
Yeah, just imagine you don't even have to deal with it going up; it'll just float away. You know?
We might have to deal with it more.
Oh yeah.
Let's be
Zell
clear.
walks in, and it's like,
So not even there.
tell me that didn't just happen.
That's how he gels his hair.
Oh. God.
Anyway,
Oh yeah. Anyway, so yeah, I didn't really like that part of the love story, and I feel like Cypher was a better character than Squall.
Why do you say that?
Well, he just had more like moments that were human. Because I mean, like, he really did love Renoa too, and like, he got really mad that he couldn't become a seed to like help her out because like he introduced her to seed so that he could go with her when he became a seed, and then like he when he finds out that like Squall was assigned to the mission and that he couldn't go, he like leaves Garden so that he could go help her, and then kidnaps the president of Galbadia, backs himself into a corner, and Squall's just watching like, heh heh.
Ah.
He's like, what is he doing? Like,
Yeah, but Cypher's an idiot, and I wouldn't have wanted to play Cypher.
Cypher is
I'll
kind of an
be
idiot.
honest. Cypher certainly does have more interesting moments. I think because Squall, they gave us an introverted character like they did with Cloud,
yeah.
but they gave this character less of a backstory than they did with Cloud. Certainly, Cloud lying about his past, having someone else's memory, confused with his own, or he's lying about it, who knows. And then Squall just kind of had a lonely childhood and is now a mercenary.
But he didn't have a lonely childhood. We found that out later when they spoiled
What
it.
I'm trying to say is they gave us an introverted character to project ourselves onto that character. So we are Squall, I think, is what the point is in the game.
Yeah, but not everybody's introverted.
I'd say that a lot of gamers are.
Yeah.
Probably, but still.
I'm just saying in general, and they gave them a character to latch onto as themselves, as ourselves, as we play the game. I think that might have been part of the point.
Yeah, and that's probably part of the reason why a lot of people really like the game is because they can relate to the
They
main
can
character.
relate to Squall not being able to talk to girls. Sure. Even though he's a trained,
It's not that he can't talk to
007
girls. He
agent.
doesn't want to. He's got girls
I
like
guess.
banging at his door.
That's
like,
true. That doesn't make any sense to me, but yeah, especially with Quist, it's good.
Yeah.
God damn. So,
Well, maybe he's just, I don't know, maybe he just feels like he wants to resist. It's kind of like in Schindler's List where the guy goes to the one dude and he's like, killing anyone, the ability to kill anyone at any time isn't what makes you powerful. The ability to not kill someone.
such
is
a
what true
misquote,
power
but
is.
that
Whatever,
That
whatever.
is what it's.
That's what Squall is doing. He's listening to Oscar Schindler and he's like, I can resist and be better.
Yeah, and then he tries it and it fails because that's
Yeah.
what happens in Schindler's List, and then he just decides to kill the kid instead. When the kid has turned his back on him,
Yeah, he does kill
he's
him.
like, "I forgive you," and then the kid starts going away, and he's like, "Nah," and then he shoots him. It's horrible.
Well, he doesn't. That
Schindler's List is a great movie.
it is. But yeah, maybe that's part of it. Maybe he just feels like he's stronger because he can resist.
I don't think that
He
has
does-
anything to do with
He
it.
does say something
I
like
think you're
that,
pulling that
though.
out of your ass, Caleb.
I don't know.
I'll
He does
be
say
honest.
something about like not wanting to be with anybody because it makes him like unable to be hurt.
I guess.
That's true,
Well,
he does say
Ellen left him, and so he's all by himself without sis. So we see
Even though he grew up with like
flashbacks
7 other
of
people.
the child in the rain, like I'm staying strong or whatever he says. You know, that's the idea, is that he can't get close to anybody, and at the end of the game, he does get close to someone. And I feel like a lot of introverted gamers may feel the same way, and I think that that's the problem with being attracted to gaming or something. It's a very lonely sport. You're by yourself playing these RPGs. You're not out socializing or something like that. And I know this is a horrible thing to get into on a gaming podcast, but I think you could feel some kind of connection with that if you were that personality, which I would say that I kind of was in high school.
Yeah, so was I. Not anymore, but that's how I was.
Yeah.
So I can see it, and I certainly, I think I connected with Character Skull when I was younger. I don't so much connect with him now. I'm still young, but I don't connect with him as much.
So
Now I look at him and I'm like, you're a fucking idiot. Stop.
okay. So Caleb, what did you think of the story?
You already asked him that.
Yeah.
I know, and then we cut him off.
Okay, sorry.
It's
Well, he said he didn't
Well,
like it.
Yeah.
He didn't like
and
the
then
love story. He thought Cypher was more interesting.
I thought he was more interesting, and then there's like a part where he realizes what he's doing is bad, but he can't like stop doing it now because he's like too far gone, or he feels that he is. And so like, and then Fuji and Raijin say like they can't follow him anymore, and then he's like, I accept that. And then he like lets him go, and it was awesome. I felt like that was a sweet moment for Cypher. And then he's like, and then he gets all badass, and then cuts Odin in half if you got him.
That's true, yeah, that is an awesome part.
It's
Well-
like it'll take more than that to defeat me, and then I killed him in like 3 hits. But then
I think the idea is that Gilgamesh is supposed to be the one that killed him, and he had Gilgamesh.
what?
I think
He
that
slices.
No,
your-
like he
your
kills
stomach.
Odin, and then Gilgamesh comes in, and I think he was like sword hunting because he's like, you gave me the 4th one, and then picks up Odin's sword, and then he like kills him at the end.
Yeah, that's true. It is a pretty badass part. I think it would have been stronger
If Cypher was a harder boss.
or
He
if
should have been. He was supposed to be like Squall's opposite, so really he should have been like.
Yeah, you're going
I
through
whooped
on
his
one.
ass every time.
Yeah.
No,
Like-
like destroyed him.
Yeah, Cypher was such an easy boss for me.
This time at least. But with that, I do see where you're coming from. But I think it would have been stronger. He would have been even stronger if he would have quit when his friends quit, because that after that point, he really didn't have anything else to hold on to.
It's true. At the end of the game, Cypher was just
He
lame.
wanted to hold on to his dream, though. That's like what he was going for the entire time, and Ultimacia
He
kind
doesn't
of
want to be a boy
manipulated him.
anymore.
She manipulated him, and then that's why he was like, he realizes that it wasn't right, but he still wanted to go through with it because he felt like he couldn't not do it.
It would be interesting to play a Final Fantasy game where you're not the good guy. It certainly would be interesting, but it would be far in the future before they ever try something
Yeah.
like that.
Sadly, that would be very fun.
But
And the other thing I didn't like was like, they have, Ultimacia is like the final boss, but then she doesn't have like any real goal.
she wants to control her own world when she's alone.
It doesn't make any sense because at one point in time she says that she wants to rule everyone. Like while she has control over ideas, she's like,
She's the only one
she's just going to rule all of you.
She's the only one who
Well, I know that's what like they say, but she never actually says that herself.
yeah, it is that motivation.
It's a weird, convoluted thing that understands.
I agree with you that ultimately does not have any good.
How the hell did she get Griever? Like, Griever is like Squall's symbol. Did she just like imagine
I
him?
saw
Or-
an explanation online. We're of course going to go into this a little bit more in another episode soon. I saw an explanation online that was like Griever was Squall's idea of the ultimate guardian force.
Well, no, you gotta remember.
What I saw, and that she creates that.
Yeah.
Creates the ultimate guardian force that Squall could think of. The symbol, yeah, himself.
No, but still would do that.
It would make sense if there was some point in time where he gave Renoa the necklace when he gives her the ring.
Well, is it on?
Maybe that's it. Maybe it's when she gets the ring from him.
So perhaps Renoa is Ultimate.
I think Renoa is Ultimacy. That's the only. Well, it's the only answer.
But she comes from the future. It even
It's
says she was like
future
born in the future.
Renoa, future Renoa with something of Zell or Squalls and Zells. You know, so that would make sense for her to be the same character because she does have the ring and she is from the future and still has the ring in the future. Comes back with Griever.
We'll talk about it in like 2 episodes. We'll get
Strategy.
some more information on this. You know, I thought it was hard to get through this time around. The first time I played it, though, I was kind of floored by it because of how in-depth it was. And I do think that the story has one thing going for it that some of the early Final Fantasies don't have, which is really solid characters. And what I mean by that, I don't necessarily mean three-dimensional, but I do mean that if there's a piece of dialogue on screen, you can have their name blacked out and you know who said it.
Kinda, yeah.
Yeah. They have a very distinct way of talking. They have distinct attitudes about things. They have distinct body language. I think the characters are well drawn and memorable because of that. I mean, there's a million characters in 6, some of which are less memorable than others. But you can remember every single character in Final Fantasy VIII. Zell, you know, spunky, selfie, fucking zany as shit, Zell, you know, Squall, emo Squall. You know, you can put all those kind of titles on everyone, and in that simple kind of way, people recognize the characters easier. And I think that is something that Final Fantasy VIII did well, was the characters, and making each character very unique.
Certainly had some characters that were
7 did the
better.
same thing though. 7 was in that part too. But I'm saying, you know, 6 and backwards, there were some characters that are like, okay, which was the the granddaughter of the one, and the grandpa character, you know, who was Tella and who was Fusoya.
Yeah, and that's why we get mixed up. It's because they're
well, you
not.
could tell with some of the other characters though on 4. Like you could definitely tell who would be talking if it was like Kane, Cecil, or even Rosa, who was a nothing character.
I agree with you.
I knew
but not every character.
I knew the difference between Fusoya and Tella too.
But
so.
not every character. I mean, you can even tell Biggs and Wedge in Final Fantasy.
You can tell Palom and Porum apart, and they're twins.
Sure, yeah.
And
I'm
even-
saying every
even
character. I'm saying every character instead of just like the main ones. So we have 6 playable characters in 8, and there's distinct personalities for every single one.
Yeah.
So.
Felt like other characters were really strong too. Like Adia and Sid were pretty strong characters. Like the moment when Sid breaks down when he realizes he can't do anything to like help.
So maybe what Final Fantasy VIII lacks in plot, because to me it was very sequential, just kind of random shit until this 3, I'd say. And the Laguna stuff made no sense until this 3.
Laguna wasn't even a good character.
No, Laguna was. Yeah, I didn't really care for him either. But I think what it lacks in plot and writing, it makes up for in really strong characters. In a general sense, you know, it is kind of a mark on the game that the story isn't that engrossing until this 3. For a multi-play through for myself. Caleb Schweiss, what do you think of the story?
Well, I felt the story was okay. I mean, I can see where it is based on a love theme. That's very evident to me. And I kind of see where both of you guys come from with it. Joe thinks it's a strong love. Caleb Craig thinks it's really weak and childish. But at the same time, they are children. They're like 17, 18.
They're 18.
They're not very old. That's something that we have to remember with these characters that act like idiots. They're not very old, so
Neither are we. I can't really
True.
say.
Well,
Back in my day,
it's
or anything
different
like
though.
that.
It's different because I don't know. I wasn't really like that when I was his age, so it's hard for me, especially because I'm like I was never that way. So I'm like, yeah, it's a total disconnect. But I think that's one thing we have to remember about these Final Fantasy games is they are kids. It's about the journey of becoming an adult, essentially, by the end of the game. That's That's like one of the themes in the games. I don't know if it necessarily happens.
They go back to school.
Some of the other love stories are like ridiculous too. Like the one between Laguna and Julia. He like bashfully walks up and he's like freaking 30 or something. Like he's like walking up to her and like, oh, I have
cramping his
yeah.
leg.
He's like, I got a leg cramp. I gotta walk back.
Yeah, he's kind of dumb, but I mean that was kind of the point, I guess. Although it is weird that he becomes the leader. It's like, seriously, this guy?
Yeah, he becomes the
This
leader
fucking
of
guy.
S-Star.
Like, there's no one else that can like kill him in battle. I mean, I know that there isn't because I.
He's the smartest character. He's got a gun. Like nobody else has a gun.
That's true.
Squall kind of has a gun.
Eh.
A gun blade.
He likes to have the best of both worlds.
The first gun blade in the series.
Yeah, well, his teacher can shoot laser beams from her eyes,
And
so
rockets out of her tits.
yeah,
No
like,
machine gun.
she's a fembot.
Dude, oh my god, she's the one redheaded robot from Terminator 3. Remember her? Super hot one that like ends up being a Terminator by the end of the movie.
The Terminatrix.
Yeah, that chick.
Okay.
She was.
Determined.
She was. Anyway, yeah, I felt the story was, like I said.
Well,
I
they
thought
already
it was
used
alright.
T-1000. They got to keep coming up with other Terminator names.
Yeah, they keep killing him.
The T-1000 was better than the Terminatrix, though. It's like, really? You got a lesser model.
It was a female, so they use different wilds, I guess.
Yeah, but she couldn't turn into Liquid Terminator.
That's true, and that is a very weak point. But with the story,
I'm not talking about Terminator. That's-
yeah, not now. I felt the love story between Squall and Renault was all right. I mean, I did feel like a lot of times it was one-sided, quite so.
Yeah, because Renoa kind of throws herself at him.
Well, Renault also was with Cypher for a long time too, and it's almost
with Cypher.
but it almost makes her seem kind of flimsy with it. Like it's just
She's a pussy.
yeah, kind of like that. Like she's just kind of this giddy girl that just has all these random feelings.
A lot of
when she's young.
boyfriends.
Yeah, like the ones in high school.
Well,
I
at
was
the
always like,
end of the game, it doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to be together forever. I mean, they just have a kiss, and they're still in school, so
they're still
They
kids.
kind of want to though.
Yeah, but I think that's part of the theme too. What Joe just mentioned, that they are still kids. They're not like completely grown up.
Well,
like we
they're
see in some of these
18. They
games.
have to be grown up now. They're adults.
Yeah,
They're,
it doesn't
and their
work that
school
way.
wasn't really
They're
school. It
still-
was like a military training zone.
You don't
they're
just-
still in school with a bunch of other people that are younger.
Renoa's not in school.
No, she's not. Why is she there?
And she's younger. She's like 17.
Hold on.
Yeah, why is she like?
Why is Renoa in the garden at the end of the game?
Maybe she.
Are they all
signed
just?
up.
Are they just celebrating the end of Ultimatum?
I think that they're just dating now, and that she's just living
Well,
with him
she's just
because he
there.
has a room. I have no idea.
Squall runs
That-
the school.
It doesn't
Yeah,
really
I
make
say
any
that.
sense.
I have no idea.
Squall runs the school now, so he can do whatever the hell
He
he
kind of
wants.
does.
Kind of.
Sid does put him in charge
He
of
does
like
put him
the
in charge.
entire garden.
I think it might have been in charge for that section, not necessarily that he owns the place. But
Well, I think he could contest it and it would come out in time.
I don't know. Did you feel like the first time that you played this game, were you engulfed in the story? Like, were you wondering, okay, what happened next?
Not really.
Were you just playing it because it was Final Fantasy?
Partially that, and because like despite how bad the junction system is and all that stuff, I kind of did like playing it.
Okay, we'll talk about gameplay.
Yeah, Caleb did play a lot of it, and I couldn't understand it.
Were you
But
like how engrossed were you into the story, Caleb Schweiss? I mean, were we all more engrossed at the end, like near the second half of this 3?
yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, the game.
That's when it really kind of has something. The other game just feels like well,
I feel like, I know we haven't reviewed this game yet, and we'll certainly play it again. I feel like 13 has the same problem. We're not really into it until the end,
Yeah,
and a lot of people don't make it there.
it's really that game is really slow starting and then
Yeah.
slow middle and then it gets better.
An awesome end, by the way.
yeah. I don't know.
You guys haven't even touched.
Yeah, with 8, I don't even know if the ending, the story necessarily gets better. I just think the game becomes.
Well,
more
it has all these incredibly epic scenes.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Like,
Yeah, it does.
well, Squall going out and saving Renoa is an awesome part. We're like,
I failed that part the first
game
time.
Me
has
too.
really.
I didn't know what was happening.
Like, never failed
I didn't know what was happening either. Like he was like,
You
"Oh, you
have
gotta save her. I know, but it didn't.
You
like,
just kind of like try to
I
get her
didn't
to
realize
the
it was
center
the
she
of the
kind
first
of
person.
disappeared off my screen, and then you're supposed to like point
You're
yourself
just trying
towards
to
her.
point yourself.
Yeah, and like I had no idea where she was, so I was like, where am I supposed to go?
Anyway, so the game has the balls to have a section where Noah's going to die out in space, by like with no oxygen, and she just kind of like floats there. There's like one section, I swear to God, the shot is a minute long, where it's just her body just kind of floating out there.
Yeah.
And I'm like, wow, that is great. That is something I think spectacular. Almost that scene.
It does have
is
some pretty sweet
incredible.
cutscenes.
Now, I mean, we got a
Other
Deus
scenes.
Ex Machina with the Ragnarok coming in.
being there.
But before that happens, I mean, it's just like, whoa. That part took my breath away. And then, of course, I think the next part that took my breath away was fighting when going into time compression was crazy.
Oh yeah, fighting like the 20
When
different
you-
sorceresses.
Yeah, you're in the
Yeah.
time compression condom that bursts. Did you guys see that?
Yeah.
And then, of course, you fight through all the sorceresses, which, I mean, the music in that part is great, and the visuals were, like, crazy and insane. I just thought it was awesome. Then Ultimacia's Castle was this really, like, gothic kind of looking with the music and everything. I thought it was just fantastic. Once the game got to that point, before then, with, like, Galbadia and all that other shit, and Esthar, not as interesting.
I thought that was kind of cool too, but then it kind of threw off the supposed to be futuristic kind of thing. Because like Ultimacia is like super far in the future, right? But then like, and they're in
It's time
in a
compression,
world.
so
I
it's
know,
all
but they're
time.
still. It's like all of the future and all of the past is happening at once, and they're still like, and they wanted to go for a
Yes, it all-
semi-futuristic theme, and yet like she lives in a really old castle that like still
Just
has
likes
like
the old
chandeliers that are being run on freaking like candlelight. So it's like, where's the futurist
She just
theme
likes
now?
the castle.
You know where I would live if I could? I would live in Neuschwanstein.
That
That's where I
would be
would live.
kind of sweet.
I would live in a fucking castle if I could. No matter if
See, there you go. That's
so,
the
I
explanation.
could see it.
She just wants to live in a castle.
You could still
She
have-
wants to feel like she's in control, so she's got a big throne room in a castle. I mean,
She likes the old
feel in
It
style.
matches-
control of the world
it
where she's
matches
gonna
her
rule by
psyche.
herself.
And for some odd reason, she has these creatures that guard the
The
thing
abilities.
with puzzles. Anyway, it's pretty cool ending area. We'll get to that part.
Yeah, so I felt the story was alright. I mean, it's not good. It's not fantastic, but it's not horrible.
So I know we never do objective numbers, but let's say out of 10, what would you rate the story, Caleb Gray?
Out of 10,
Just the story. Now 10 is Metal Gear Solid 3.
I've never played that.
Okay, fuck. That's
10
probably the
is-
best story I've ever seen in a video game.
Yeah, I can't. I don't even
Uncharted
know.
2 is really awesome.
We haven't played that.
We'll say Uncharted 2
Okay.
for you.
It's going off Uncharted 2. Oh, Bioshock Infinite is also really good.
Yeah, but shitty story would be no story at all, so Mario.
Why
So
is
that'd
the
be
story
a 1. No, that'd be go save the princess. That's the only thing that happens.
from Bowser?
And the princess
He's a
isn't
dick.
here.
Mario's 1.
Okay, Mario is 1.
Bioshock Infinite is 10. Or Uncharted 2.
I really like Mario though.
Don't worry about it.
It's a fun game.
It's a fun game, but not a good story.
Yeah,
It's
no,
not story driven at
Yeah,
all.
some of them are.
They're mostly
Sort of.
fun.
What would you rate? Shut up, Caleb. You know what I'm talking. Super Mario Brothers on the Nintendo Entertainment System.
It still has a story.
What's
I
your
would-
story.
What?
What would you rate this?
Probably like a 3.5.
3.5.
Whew,
You're brutal.
I am. It's not that great.
If I'm basing it upon every game that I've ever played, I'd give it a 6. I'd say. I thought it was pretty good storytelling for a video game, but maybe not for a Final Fantasy. I think
Yeah.
for a Final Fantasy, it's pretty middle ground.
Yeah, I'd give it a 5.
Give it a 5.
Mhm.
So
Not
we're-
great, not horrible. But
Not great, not horrible. I think there is reasons for people to like the story. I think it has to do with, probably connection with Squall, the love story that isn't real. I mean, besides Final Fantasy X and maybe 7, isn't really present in the other Final Fantasy games. And I don't know. I think it's the characters that people really connect to.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that's why there's so much fan fiction on this fucking.
Yeah, I mean there are plot holes that are giant within the story itself. So that's why it brings it down for me. It's not that the characters aren't good or anything. It's that the story. Yeah, there's so many issues. Well, like, what about this? And like, there's nothing that I can make sense of.
There is a lot. Yeah, the magic barrier, the fact that they knew each other for years and
Yeah.
just didn't know.
I felt like that was even the first time I played the
Like,
game. I
how
was like,
would
that
Sid
plot
not
twist is
mention
really
that?
stretching it.
Yeah, how would Sid not like tell them? Sid is like their principal and also kind of their dad. Like, why the fuck would he not mention this to
I
them?
don't know.
Maybe he just assumed they remember. And it was
Maybe, yeah, maybe it was something that he's like, why do they hang out anymore? Maybe he didn't want to make an issue of it.
Maybe
Like,
every
he didn't see that like Quistis was like fawning over Squall as his teacher, and she's like he didn't think to be like, you probably stop that.
But not brother and sister.
Well, I know, but like she's still like his teacher. It's like unethical
Yeah,
in
she's
a
like
way.
a year older than him.
Yeah, like it's nothing.
Come on.
It's still like unethical as far
Yeah.
as teacher-student
Yeah.
relations.
We don't know the laws in what's the planet's name?
I don't think they
There
have
is
a
no
name for the
planet
planet.
name in this one.
It's just a place.
Garden Law. Belong Law. We don't know.
Balam
We
Law.
can't judge them yet.
Blamna.
It's like that Bob Law guy from
Okay,
Arrested Development.
so let's get to where I think the game is super flawed. Gameplay. The game. So junction system, battle system, leveling up, controls, I guess if you want to get into that, mini games, whatever. Gameplay. Caleb Schweiss. Let's have you start.
All right, so with Final Fantasy VIII, I felt the gameplay was great in some parts and quite lackluster in others. The battles themselves, I really enjoyed. I liked fighting in the game. I really loved, I never turned the manual gunblade thing on. I used it myself. I did it.
You did the auto trigger. Or not the auto trigger.
No,
You did the
I guess,
opposite of the
yeah,
auto
I
trigger.
did the opposite of what I just
You
said.
did manual.
I had manual on because I thought that was fun. I thought that was a cool little mini game. And then, I kind of tested myself, even though it's really easy. It's nothing crazy, but to do that. And I enjoyed the fights. And the fact that I played this game basically as an endless boss fight was awesome.
Yeah, because you're trying not to level up, so you're trying to stay away from
Right.
random enemies.
Right.
Yeah.
So when I got random enemies, the reason why it took me so long to beat this game, I was like 30 hours by the time I finished, like
Oh, wow.
36. I did everything except for Doom Train though, before I went to finish the game though. But one of the reasons why it took so long is because I was leveling up the AP kind of unnecessarily. Like I could have got it without doing this, but I would go into fights, turn enemies into cards, and get the AP instead of getting the experience to not level. And those battles, not so much fun. Not so great because like the card is random. I could get them down to 1 HP and it still wouldn't card them. Sometimes I'd card them full health. It's a mess. It's random.
Mm-hmm.
That part was the battles. The endless boss fight was awesome, but the junction system was pretty flawed. But at the same time, allowed for some awesome shit to take place, like some level 10 Squall doing 5,000 damage with Ultima.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty sweet. It is a broken system, and I did exploit it, which I'm not ashamed of. And that was good. And the limits, I'm kind of torn on, because the ultimate limit system for me, which we discussed, I think a couple episodes ago, where we talked about our favorite limit breaks.
I think it was last episode.
Was it last episode?
I think it might have been.
Okay. I like 10s, where you kind of get it from, choose what area you get it from based on the character.
Yeah.
With 8, I really liked the limit breaks.
10% or less on the limit breaks.
Yeah.
10% of your health, I think.
And you have to it randomly shows up too.
The less health you have, the more often it shows up.
Right. But that part I thought was really dumb. I thought it was dumb that I had 1 HP and I wasn't able to use my limit break. I'm like, there's
You just press
seriously.
back over and over again.
Yeah, you do. But sometimes there were times when I had very little left that I was mashing circle endlessly and there was no limit. And I'm like, dude,
I've never had that problem.
I had it only once in that game.
Okay.
I think it was when I was fighting the Toneberries. I was like, God, let me do the limit. I don't want to do Zells. It takes too long.
Zells is easy to exploit, though.
It is.
It is, but
It's 2
Zell
combo
wasn't doing
moves.
damage.
It's like 5.
Well, it's really just 2. If you
Yeah,
just
if
do
you
2 of them,
spam 2 of them, it does a lot of damage.
It's true, but I had most of the damage on Squall. But so the limits, I'm a fan of the breaks themselves, not necessarily the system to get them. And I guess that's really it. And the junction system and the battles. So
Yeah, I kind of like it being like an endless boss battle too. Like it really added something unique to 8's gameplay that you didn't have to fight many enemies, and so you didn't really have any of those annoying moments where like you're just walking along and you have to fight like 1,000 battles until you get to like the last boss.
like
or the
any
boss of the
final
area.
dungeon of any
Yeah,
other
like
class.
it's insanity. But then like only fighting bosses was actually kind of awesome.
Yeah.
But as far as the junction system goes,
Now that is an optional thing. You can, of course, play the game the bullshit way, which is fighting everything in between, getting
Yeah.
really high leveled up, and then of course you do have random enemies, and it plays just like any other Final Fantasy.
it just gets more difficult.
Yeah.
As far as the junction system, it could have been better, in my opinion. Like, it could have gotten magic from the GFs, just like in 6, and that would have been awesome. But instead, like, you draw magic, and that's a pain in the ass to just do.
It's true.
Like,
Let's use even with Magic Booster on the
even with Magic Booster, you still got to go around like the islands.
Magic
get the-
Booster, for those who don't know, is a thing where it gives you like a 100 of very basic magic in the Steam
Yeah.
version of the game.
Yeah, in the
So that
beginning,
you don't have to
have
spend 2 hours drawing basic magic at the beginning of the game.
Yeah, and so you can just basically get all the magic that you need from the bosses, and then
Except for good
hidden
attack
drop
magic,
ones.
you have to get those later on.
Yeah, you have to get those from the islands of heaven and hell. And
And I used Magic Booster on my playthrough.
yeah, I did too, because save some time. But yeah, so junction system could have been better. I felt like the GFs could have been more useful, because you don't use them like at all in that game, and you can't turn off like their cutscenes.
Did you actually summon any of the GMs?
I did not in this playthrough. I thought about it, but then I was like, no.
I did summon Diablos because one of the guys in Ultimasia's castle is really weak to him. And it was the one that had like 1 billion health, and whenever you
Was it
attack
the
him,
red
was
giant guy?
Yeah, it was red giant.
Yeah.
Dude, he has Demi on him. You can draw and cast that.
and it does a lot.
Like
I
that's
didn't know
what
he
I
had
told
that.
Caleb to do, and he kept doing it. It does like max
I didn't know he
damage.
had Demi.
Yeah, he has
Wow, I
Demi.
should have used that.
It was really
Diablos
useful.
did a lot of damage.
Nice.
So I kept using it on red giant.
I used Shiva a couple times, and then Ifrit in one battle against the oil boil guys. They're like these dudes. When you go underneath the garden and you're going to fight an orc, they're like these fuckers that come out of the water. They're insane. Like, they were really hard for me. I couldn't just basic attack them because their status effects were through the roof. So I just kept having to spam the summons just to get through it. That was when I was weak on magic. So
The first time I played through this game, of course, I learned that the summons did so much damage, which they do at the very beginning. But
yeah,
it seems like they do a shitload of damage. And so the very first time, this is years ago, I would use the summons a lot. I get so bored at the cutscene.
Yeah.
But this time around, it's like summons are useless, except for junctioning them and junctioning magic. They're almost completely useless. in this game.
Yeah, they're. I wish it was kind of like in 10, where you get to play as them for a little bit, because like
Yeah.
there's
I
no
think
point
10's
for them to have it.
Tens is the only one that you do that.
Yeah, like, and that's pretty awesome. That's one thing that I really, really like about 10. But like in 8, they have HP for the GFs for no reason other than to be like a meat shield as you take
Yeah,
2 turns
that's what
to
I
summon
used
them.
them
Like
as.
that's It's re-
that's a good point.
yeah, that's what I used them as a lot of
Could
times.
be useful.
yeah, but then you end up doing less damage than you could have, and in those 2 turns that it takes to summon them, you could have attacked with way more damage.
Not against the oil boil guys, because I was blind.
If you
I
have
was doing, like,
fire
quarter
junction
damage.
to your attack like you didn't do because you didn't realize you could do that.
No, I did. It didn't do. I was
You
still
didn't.
blind.
That much
You
trouble on the
also-
oil boils? Oh yeah, that's right. You didn't know about
He,
your.
he forgot that he could junction to his ability stats, so he didn't have the plus 60 strength that he had. Wow. So yeah, he could have demolished him way faster, but he had to keep summoning Ifrit instead.
Yeah, it worked.
It
I
would,
agree,
and
they're
then if you had
useless.
fire attached to your elemental attack, they really get destroyed. So, and I think they have fire as a spell that you can draw from them. So if you cast that too, that's a good amount of damage. But yeah, like the other like meat shields, it's not useful because like you could do more damage in the attacks in between the time to summon them, and then the cutscenes waste time too. So
Well, I like, as you two have both said, junction system. It's way too exploitable. The junction system is, for those who are really confused and have never played 8 before or didn't play it right, you junction certain magic to certain stats that you have, and based upon the GF, it allows you to junction it to, your hit points or your strength or your, whatever. And so you can use that so that you go draw magic instead of having magic. You can draw magic in, amounts up to 100. And based upon how many of those magic you have, the stat is so much better or worse. And based upon what type of magic on certain stats, it also affects it differently that way. That is an interesting idea for a system, I think. And if it didn't do so much, if it didn't have so much of an effect on your stats, I think it would be an interesting, like a good system to have.
yeah,
Like if the stat boosts were just lesser,
if the stat boosts were like, if you only needed like at least one for the thing to take effect, I think that would have been better. Like, because having 100 of them, like to super increase your stats is ridiculous, and like them having multiple levels of spells anyway, that would have just been better to like if you had like a few fires, just attach it onto.
either that or I think what would have fixed the game as far as the junction system is concerned is, let's say, fuck leveling, just junction.
Yeah.
So they increase the difficulty of the enemies later down the line, regardless.
Yeah, because
Of
you
your
get
level.
the higher level magic anyway.
Yeah.
Right. So you would then work on getting the whatever magic you need in the world, and you can play the cards if you want, or you can.
I think you should be able to
Or you
buy
can
and sell
draw.
magic.
That
Yeah,
would
that
be
would be
nice.
nice.
One thing that really bugged me that I just barely thought of is that you can't get rid of the spells that you have. Like if you have like a bunch of
You
useless
can
spells, like
give them to
100
someone
scans.
else.
Well, I know you can you can give them to somebody else, but like you can have like 100 scans or whatever, and you don't need them anymore, and you want them to have like you want to have. Well, I know, but like if you want to have like
annoying because I wanted scans. So don't say scans are useless.
well, if you like you have a spell that you don't want anymore, like level 1 fire, when you're like way ahead. in the
Sure,
game,
yeah,
like,
and there's
you
no
don't
reason to
there's no
touch
reason
it.
to even have it anymore. But you can't get rid of it. You have to like do this ridiculous process of just trading it to somebody else in order to make space. I thought that was really dumb, and that you should have been.
I
able
only
to just-
ever had problems with that right at the end of the game.
Well, before we go beyond that, I actually forgot to bring that up while I was talking about my portion of the gameplay. And that really bothers me in this game. That you have these
You're
magics. Yeah, not that you're limited, that I have to keep playing tradesies all fucking game with these magics.
Oh yeah,
Because I
was
switched
kind
to
of
this
annoying.
party and I have to switch everything directly over, but the problem is
It's one button.
right. But the problem with that is if it's separated in a way, like I tried to tactically break the party up, so I had Quistis in my main party, but then I threw her in the Gimp party. If I do Junction Exchange, it'll pull all of the shit from Quistis and give it to the other person, but then I'll get the stuff from that person. So it does an exact swap. So I'll lose everything that I had on Quistis and have to pull it off the other guy and then put it on Quistis again.
I knew how to manipulate it. I was fine. with
It
that.
just bothers me. That
Okay.
I hate it when they split up games like that, and then it's really stupid that you can't use an item without having a GF equipped.
Well, I think
Yeah,
the
that
junction
was
system
dumb.
is a good idea. Wasn't executed well. Was rushed. That's what I think.
Yeah.
And the idea of having your enemies level up with you, I know that there are some enemies in Final Fantasy VII that level up with you, and they're probably like, "Hey, let's do that for the whole fucking game," and then it just makes the game too difficult if you're a regular player. I think
Yeah.
if you don't know the secret.
Yeah.
Which it seems like it is a secret because it's hard to get this information. That's why on this podcast, I'm continually broadcasting. No, they level up with you. Don't level up.
Well, what's also interesting is on forums, I was looking. There was like a guy that asked a question that, is there any way to level up your GFs without leveling up your characters? And I think what they were asking was about the AP.
Mhm.
And this other guy, like a bunch of people were like, no, there's not. You have to level up also. And I'm like, no, you don't.
Yeah,
Like, you
it's
don't.
like
You
they
get
hadn't heard of the
AP.
card ability.
Yeah,
or,
you turn them into card or
like the boss
break
fights
them.
don't give you
You gotta get
experience.
them to. You gotta get your enemies to less than 10% health, but you can't kill them. And then use the card command on them, and you'll be able to card them. Except for bosses, can't do that on bosses.
Yeah, but you don't get XP on bosses, so it doesn't matter.
Right.
Some forced battles you have to go through, and it sucks because like on
You can kill Squall though if you want to get that achievement in Steam. You have to kill Squall to not level up in some of those fights.
yeah, because later,
Or Laguna, because Laguna's fucking shit goes to Squall.
yeah, which is really dumb. But yeah, like like later in the game, like disc 3-ish, once you do actually complete a fight, which accidentally sometimes when I was grinding for AP, Odin would come in and just fuck everything up, and I'm like, no, stop! And the thing gets cut in half, and I'm like holding the pieces of it. I'm like, go! Hurry! I level up like 4 times. I'm like, ruining this. So yeah, it matters, even a little standard.
Oh, I remember something that made me laugh. When Caleb was playing against Ultimacia, and he only grabbed like a few of the powers, and like he had gotten that special item, the like Phoenix Pinion, that like every once in a while, like when your characters all die, they'll like magically revive randomly, and it happens randomly throughout the game, and it'll happen more often if you have more of those items. If you like use it once, then it'll like do that for the rest of the game. And so Caleb had that, and all of his characters died in the fight with Ultimacia, and it missed because he didn't have the revive ability from like fighting certain bosses.
I have magic, I have items, but I can't revive with those 2 things. That drove me insane in the final area. The final area was awesome, except for that bullshit that they pulled on me. Like, you can use your spells.
Yeah, he couldn't use the revive spells or revive items.
You have to unlock it.
And then he had to
yeah.
unlock the ability to revive himself. He's like, I wonder if I'll get this. And then he like does, and then it's like miss. And then he's like, what? And then it was like game over. And he was like super pissed and was like,
Say like one more time, Caleb. Like one more time.
like
Like
It's like
thank
your,
you.
It's like your
it is. I have a problem with that.
It's like I have a problem. Like sorry, man. There was just a lot.
Yeah,
I do have a problem with that.
That did bug me, but the ending area was awesome. We can all agree on that, right?
Yes.
The ending area was sweet.
It
Ending
was
area
pretty good,
was
yeah.
sweet. We got a question in the question segment that has to do with that ending area.
Oh, sweet.
I'm still talking about gameplay though. Stop fucking cutting me off, you two. I thought that the actual in battle shit was sweet.
It
It was a really well done battle system. Not junctioning not included, GFs not included, but the fighting and everything, how to use the spells while in battle and the items, it all felt so fucking streamlined and great. If you put the battle, like I always do, I always put the battle speed up on max. It's a super fast battle system. I love it. And I love casting Aura on Squall and just using Rinzalkin over and over again.
One thing that I really liked about the battle system for 8 is that like you could cast any spell pretty much on every character or any enemy.
Yeah.
Like you could hit like over one more time and you like target everybody for like a fire spell. Like it would do less damage, but it would still, you didn't have to have like a special ability to just be able to hit everybody.
You can do that for most of the Final Fantasy.
7's the only one really.
Yeah, 7, like you had to have like, a
7
special
fucking-
thing. I think there are a few other ones where you had to have certain things or like it had to be a certain spell.
level. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Final Fantasy IX does a little something different where the battle system is really, even from what I remember of Final Fantasy IX, now it's the one that I played the least, but I did win it once.
Yeah.
I do remember that after the battle system of Final Fantasy VIII, the Final Fantasy IX feels clunky and slow because the max battle speed for Final Fantasy IX is just so much slower than the max battle speed for Final Fantasy Fantasy VIII. So that's gonna be something I'm gonna hit into, and I'm gonna be like, God damn it! Eights was so fast, and
It was
flashy.
really fast.
Yeah.
which is all of Eight's stuff is so flashy,
Except where you would fight those Tonberries, then it's really, really slow.
I guess, yeah.
It's true, they're beefy.
Yeah, that's true. They are kind of beefy. So that's how I feel about the gameplay. Junction system is, of course, a convoluted, horrible system that wasn't executed the way it should have been. But the actual battles are fun. Unfortunately, you can only fight the bosses if you're trying to beat the game in a relatively quick amount of time.
Yeah.
Caleb, you're the only one who did a large amount of extra stuff. You did some extra stuff? 'Cause
I only got Tonberry and
I had to restart the game, and we were already behind on our schedule as far as playing Final Fantasy VIII went before we did our review for this podcast. So I chose not to do any extra stuff. But Caleb did everything but get Doom Train, which I think I have gotten Doom Train before. You have to get some items. And
Yeah.
That's really all it is, and it's an interesting thing to get.
It's supposed to be amazing. But yeah, I got Eden and Bahamut.
Okay.
That's one thing I really want to do. I want to kind of complete the games in a way. Because this a lot of
I want to do that too. I just didn't misplay it.
a lot of Final Fantasy is the side quests. To be honest, that's a big portion of the game. So I just felt like I needed to do it. Except for Doom Train. I was like,
So tell us about how much extra stuff did you do? Okay, great.
I just got Odin and Tonberry, which were fairly easy to do and in the exact same place.
Odin was the one where you like move around the orbs and shit, or was that the one? Which one's the one where the light is going off, and every time you hit the light, you get into a random enemy? Bahamut.
Yeah.
I remember that. That one was super annoying because you had to walk up to the thing. Tell us about your extra experiences, Caleb Choice.
well,
Doing the extra quests.
basically with the extra quests for me, I went through. I was kind of driving the Ragnarok in between the islands of Heaven and Hell, and I came across the very I kind of was like, I wonder what's in the very tip of the map, because like that seems like a place to hide something, and it was. It was a little island, so I'm like, sweet, I'll check it out. I didn't save or anything before that. I just jumped on there. And
Way to go.
then I was like, I'm sure there'll be a save point. There totally wasn't, I don't think. But and then I go down there, and it's the Cave of Bahamut, and basically there's like this being that's speaking to you, and then there's this weird pillar of light that whenever the light shines, I think you get into fights, and when it doesn't, you don't. But I didn't realize that, so I was just trying to run up to it, and I just got into tons and tons and tons of fights. So I leveled up like 10 times in this place. I was like level 15.
Mm-hmm.
And when I left, I was like mid-20s to upper 20s. I was like, Jesus, man, I haven't even beat the game yet, and I'm already screwing myself as far as what everyone said. But you get to Bahamut, and there's like two options. I can't remember what the text is. He's like asking you some weird thing.
Some weird question.
And then there's two answers, and then there's a blank answer below, which is
It's
bullshit.
hidden, yeah. It's
a-
fucking, yeah, it is bullshit.
And then you select that, and then you fight Bahamut, which is awesome. And I whooped his ass, and then, took him. He became one with me in a non-sexual way, sort of.
No, totally sexual.
Yeah, and then same area, come back. You fight Eden. Basically, you have to.
You fight Ultima Weapon.
Yeah, oh yeah,
And then
you
you
fight.
draw
You
Eden
draw
from him.
Ultima Weapon from, or Eden from Ultima Weapon, which is a pretty hard fight. Like, he kicked the shit out of me. And the whole way down to this area, the enemies get harder and harder the deeper into this dungeon you get, and it was tough.
It's so hot,
It
Caleb.
is. It was dank down there. But yeah, and there's behemoths that do shit tons of damage. I'm trying to turn them into cards because I don't want to level up, and then eventually I'm like, hey, fuck it, I'll level up. I can't turn you into a card. You'll kill me.
Kept casting a meteor on him.
Yeah, meteor over and over. I'm like, holy hell, this is demolishing me. So I finally get down there and I save, heal up, and then Ultima Weapon. Sweet fight. Okay, he wastes everyone with one move and does like max damage. It's just this laser beam thing. He did that.
And you had I'm sorry.
He did that. He wiped out basically everyone, and I rezzed one person. And I like rezzed Squall and kept having the other person res each other, and then I just Renzoken the shit out of him. And
Isn't
then
that how a lot of the bosses go in later in the games? Just
Yeah,
Renzoken
you
everybody.
That's
Keep
what I did.
everybody with kind of old Squall at least no
Renzoken's
health.
such a fun limit break. It's like it's
It's
not
cool.
even really a flaw in the game.
It does a
That's
lot of
pretty
damage, and that's why I did it. I was doing like 7,800 each hit. It's 5.
So you got all the
7.
extra summons for Doom Train.
And
So-
I never used them though. I never used Eden. I never used Bahamut. I used their abilities because they're sweet,
Yeah.
but I never actually summoned them, which I regret. Because
You wanted to see what some.
yeah, because I never have.
Eden's supposed to be able to break the damage limit too.
Yeah, which is
Really?
yeah.
If
I
you
just heard
if when Eden is like maxed out and like the highest level possible, I think she can break the max damage
With the
limit.
boost over like 32,000 damage, I see, which is a substantial amount.
That's pretty fucking sweet.
But I can do that in everyone's open easily.
So let's go to some of the more finer aspects of the game. We've talked about story. We've talked about gameplay for a long period of time. We might have to split this episode in half. In fact, I'm almost sure we have to. Let's talk about the design of the game. So visually, like this game took such a departure from Final Fantasy VII. But once again, 7 took a departure from the first 6 games. The design of this game is very, very unique as far as its, pre Final Fantasy X, the unrealistically proportioned characters. I mean, we have realistically, in quotes, proportioned characters. You have very good graphics for the PlayStation.
Oh yeah.
The color palette is, as they said, it was more realism, a lot more bright lights as opposed to the darkness of 6 and 7 or 5 even. I mean, we haven't seen a bright color palette since Final Fantasy IV.
Yeah.
I'd say as far as general color, and they went for some realistic architecture type things. It's still Yoshitaka Amano. No, it wasn't Yoshitaka Amano. It was Nomura, right, designing the characters.
Yeah.
Okay. So it's interesting that he did kind of something different for this one. Did you guys like the style? It's kind of one of the things that makes Final Fantasy VIII, quote, the black sheep of the series. It was its design.
I actually did like the design of the 8s. I liked that most of the characters, except for Squall, were wearing normal clothes. Although Zell did have the weird face tattoo, which I don't know how he got away
Mr.
with.
T.
Yeah,
Or not Mr. T.
he's somebody.
Mr. T.
You
What's
mean
his
Mike
name?
Tyson? or
Mike
something?
Tyson. Why did I call him Mr. T?
Yeah. Well, I guess you could
Yeah.
call Mike Tyson Mr. T. His last name did start with a T.
That's probably what I was going for. Yeah, there's a T in there.
It's a stretch, but fine.
Anyway, yeah, so like everybody is fairly normally clothed, except for like Adia and Squall, really. The look of the game outside of that is pretty interesting. The gardens they looked cool and weird at the same time. But as far as like everything, it was really nice.
So you liked
and
it?
so like the cutscenes.
Did you
were
prefer it to
awesome.
Final Fantasy VII? Darker feel.
No, I didn't. I liked 7's better.
So you
it was
like this in a
supposed to be.
different way.
Yeah, I liked it in a different way. It was I don't know.
It's just different.
It was different. It was a lighter game, so it wasn't supposed to be as dark like 7 was.
There's a lot
'cause
less death in Final Fantasy VIII.
There is less death, yeah.
There's like no death in Final Fantasy VIII except for the one sorceress you kill or 2 sorcerers you kill. Adele and Ultimacia.
Yeah.
And
And some soldiers, because you have to.
there's a lot less biotech engineering with scary shit, and Hojo just messed up piece of ass.
Oh yeah, it was yeah.
I just called him a piece of ass. Piece of shit. Hojo, that piece of ass. He's a piece of ass.
Yeah,
It's got a booty
I
on
never
it.
thought of it that way either. Again, pretty far into this review. Yeah, 7 was a much darker game. One of the stark differences between the two, the graphical quality, where they were able to push the PS1 graphics in Final Fantasy VIII. I know with the pre-rendered backgrounds, they were beautiful in Final Fantasy VII also, but like with the not pre-rendered backgrounds or not pre-rendered graphics, there was certainly a lot more detail in the Final Fantasy VIII one.
Yeah.
And it had a different kind of way of shading certain things. I think it looked a lot better in that respect graphically, but maybe not the colors or the design for me. I think I prefer I think I prefer characters that are more realistically portioned as they are in 10 on and with 8, but I don't think it was a detractor from 7, except maybe the Popeye arms, which of course are not here in Final Fantasy VIII. Caleb Schwartz.
Yeah, I like the look of it. I mean, it does. When I do play 8, I do see why people consider it the black sheep. It doesn't really feel like any of the other games.
Not that we've played so far.
Yeah, not that well. I've played most of
I
them.
think it plays like it feels like 10 a little bit more.
Yeah.
Yeah, 10's a brighter game, realistically proportioned characters.
Yeah.
Still kind of the crazy designs of the outfits, but
Yeah, and that's one thing I do like about 8 that Caleb brought up. They are wearing real clothes. I mean, Squall, yeah, he has a couple belts on, but they're for ammo. They're, ammo belts. They make sense. It's not just a trillion belts on them.
Yeah, but he's got a really short, belly button jacket.
yeah, he's got the Vaughn
It's got,
vest going on.
fur
At
on
least
it.
he has
He's
a
wearing-
shirt.
Yeah, he's got the decency to wear a shirt underneath.
I don't know if it is. It's like a wife beater or something. He's
Maybe
not.
it
It's
is,
like barely a shirt.
I bet you it is a white beater underneath. He's like this hick that was brought into this game. You never hear his voice.
I wear white ears, man.
But yeah, I don't mind the look of it. I mean, it's fine. It kind of fits the.
I think it looks good. I
Stuff
think
with
the
the
summons
sources.
look really good.
The summons do look awesome.
even though we don't use them at all.
Diablos is awesome.
Yeah.
He's like
I
what
like
I
the
think
Ifrit
of.
design of this one.
Ifrit does look awesome, and they kind of carried that over for 10.
Yeah, they did a lot.
Yeah.
I think the Diablos is like what I think of when I think of his artwork.
They spent so much less money on this game than they did with 7 too, and yet it looks so much better. Of course, it was their first 3D game, I believe, so
Yeah.
at Square. So of course they're putting a bunch of money into hiring new people and new equipment and all that other shit.
Yeah, I wouldn't classify that as the reason why it's a black sheep though. The look of it, I don't think so. I mean, it is different. But
It is the black sheep in comparison to the other PS1 games.
Yeah,
I mean, you got 7, you got 9. You both have anime and unrealistically unrealistically proportioned kind of characters, big heads and all that other shit. I feel like it is the black sheep between those two.
between those two, but I mean, it's the black sheep of the series. And 10 and 12, they are very realistic.
The real black sheep is the 11.
That's true. Actually,
Yeah,
it's been.
I would
proven.
agree with that.
That's why you gotta vote. Vote 12.
Nope, vote 11. I don't care what Caleb Schweiss says. So overall, we all like the design.
Yeah,
Okay.
that was good.
Now we do have a special guest coming on for our next section. Let's talk briefly about the music for a little bit. Let's talk about Nobuo Uematsu's score. Who wants to go first?
I felt that it was easily forgettable for most songs, and if it wasn't a forgettable song, it was awful. Because you would remember it and you would know that it's awful. Like the military theme, the S-Star theme.
S-Star theme is pretty horrible.
Yeah, it's
bad.
awful. Like it was like 30 minutes of that I was playing through, and it was like the same horrifying music that will haunt me for the rest of my dreams.
Yeah.
Just my dreams
Just
and
the
my
dreams.
life. I messed up. Anyway. And then there were good songs though. Like I didn't mind the main theme for the sorceress. That was pretty good. Yeah. And then when Eyes on Me doesn't have the lyrics.
Yeah, well, it's
okay.
just like a piano tune in the
Yeah,
background. Not too bad.
it's not too bad. And then just the other songs were just forgettable. Like everybody says they like the Fisherman's Horizon. I just can't remember it for the life of me, or like any other theme. And then the Long Garden is horrible. You spend most of your time listening to that goddamn song, and it's not as bad as the S-Star theme,
No.
but
I don't
the
like
amount of time that you listen to it, it
Dude,
wears on you
I
way
agree. I
faster.
agree with you with the Long Garden theme, dude. Like when I was playing it, when I lived with my parents, I mean, they hated that thing. They're like, oh my gosh, how can you listen to this? And I would just, stop. I would start listening to other music while I was playing Final Fantasy VIII because of the Long Garden theme. That theme and the map theme, I don't really care for. Like
I don't either. Oh, the other song
Like
that
after Final Fantasy VII's epic music, you know, dun, 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 like a full orchestra. Well, it's not really fully orchestrated, but it feels that way. And then Six's fucking amazing map theme. This is like, what the fuck is this?
Yeah, and then their airship theme for like 8 when you get the Ragnarok. I felt like it was way too happy and upbeat for considering like what they were going to do.
Well, I actually like that theme. Maybe it doesn't fit the mood, but I like the theme for the Ragnarok. I hate the music out in space. It sounds like a circus.
It does. I was like, what is this when I first got there? I was like,
but I love the fucking I like the boss battle music, and I like the regular battle music. I think it sounds good. I even like the Laguna battle music. When you're playing as Laguna, I think it's one of the better things.
yeah, it's okay, but
I really love the fucking opening piece of the game in the beginning cutscene. You know what I'm talking about?
Oh, when you mean the
Liberali or how?
Oh yeah, when Squall and Cypher are fighting each other.
Yeah, and like I'll be waiting here.
Yeah,
and all that other stuff. God, that is a great piece.
It was really awesome.
There's that piece, and I love every single theme that plays through Ultimacia's fight. There's like 4 different songs that play there. They're all great.
Yeah, they are pretty good.
They're all really, really great scores, and I think that is something that Final Fantasy has continually done, is having great ending boss themes, except for maybe 10s. But what did Spoonie call it? It was like a dog trying to sing Slayer or something like that. It's funny.
He called it the most metal boss fight ever, though.
Oh, that's true. It is. Yeah, he pulls the sword out of his chest,
And then he casts. Oh no, the other two casts Megadeth. Never mind.
Yeah, the other person casts Megadeth. Ah, once again, another
Rock to death.
Let's not talk about Megadeth right now. We got a special guest coming on.
So yeah, I think the music was. I agree with Caleb Craig fully on this. Most of the pieces were either forgettable or poor. Like the S-Star theme, it sounds like squeaky toys and like water droplets. That's what Galen Stone sent me a message. I was listening to it and I couldn't figure out where to go in that town, and I was like, I need to ask someone else if like this is horrible. And I was like, dude, is this a bad song? And he's like, yeah, it sounds like squeaky toys and water droplets. I'm like, it does. I'm like, fucking maddening. I'm like, God, 30 minutes of this thing in a row?
I like the sorceress's type of theme, or like the mysterious.
Yeah.
Shinru in his review, and we'll get to this in a little bit. He references a piece of music that I actually like. It's the piece of music when you go through the Tomb of the Unknown King. There's a mysterious kind of sound. It kind of plays in a lot of those moments.
Yeah.
Oh,
I like that.
Yeah, that one's the one that I kept saying reminds me of Beauty and the Beast.
Yeah.
It plays in the when you're going to the Odin Tower too, and there's always that one tiny piece,
There's a piece of music in there that sounds like a Beauty and the Beast song.
Yeah, it sounds like the when he's going to up to the roads in Beauty and the Beast.
Hold on.
That little piece of music sounds exactly like the same.
Ooh. Fry break.
Someone brought in fries. Okay.
Cold fries.
Thank
All
you.
right, so yeah, I mean, I felt like a lot of the music was either bad or forgettable, but the Sorceress theme is one of the best songs in Final Fantasy. It's awesome. It is beyond pro. So that one was really good, and there were some that were okay, but I felt like the music was a definite step down from 6 and 7. Maybe a step up from 5.
I'd say even the first 5.
Really, you'd say this is the worst music?
I think so. Now, there's only 7 pieces of music in the first Final Fantasy.
Yeah.
And, they reuse stuff. Final Fantasy 1 through 5, they reuse a lot of pieces of music. But since 6, we've all had unique scores, and I'd say that this is definitely the step down for Nobuo Uematsu. This one, at least I know a lot of people love this soundtrack, and I know you guys might hate on us for this review, and we all kind of feel the same way. Unfortunately, we aren't arguing too much about the score here. We all don't like it. I mean, for the most part, there are some themes I really love. Now, with that in mind, Nobuo Uematsu has consistently had a very unique score that all fits together by itself in the same game. They all fit each other. All the scores kind of fit each other. You know, all the themes from Final Fantasy VIII feels like a Final Fantasy VIII theme. It doesn't feel like a theme from another game in the Final Fantasy series.
That's true.
He does, you know, there's a kind of mysterious aspect to Final Fantasy VI. There's an adventurous aspect to Final Fantasy VII. And this one, there's some weird aspect. Who knows what it is?
Kinda
It's
goes
kind
all
of like
over
a
the place.
rock kind of like thing that he's trying out. It all feels like Final Fantasy VIII. So he does have purpose in the singular sound. Now, we don't really care for his sound in this version of this game. Or excuse me, of this game. I don't really care for anything that he's put out except for, you know, some specific pieces. But he has done that. He has made the soundtrack to Final Fantasy VIII unique, the soundtrack to VII unique, the soundtrack to VI unique.
Yeah.
And it all sort of fits the game. It all gives the game a certain feeling anyway. I don't know. Do you guys feel the same way, or am I just talking out of my ass?
I feel that way too.
Well, I mean, generally you are, but with this, I see where you're coming from. I mean, I could hear one of those forgettable pieces and probably know it's from me.
Right. Nines is the same way too. 9 is kind of a very quiet Nobuo Uematsu work. It doesn't have such big themes and, you know, in your face kind of stuff that he does. But it all kind of, you know, feels like this this Scottish hills kind of sound. You know what I'm talking about? Final Fantasy IX, or this, you know, this ancient, you know, castles and stuff. It all kind of fits that mood in Final Fantasy IX. So, you know, he continues with that. With 10, it's got this like watery techno kind of thing to it.
Yeah, it does.
And he kind of continues. I mean, Choose Anarchy is probably the only piano piece in there. Like, it's just pure piano that I can remember. So he is doing something interesting with Final Fantasy VIII soundtrack. It's just something I don't really care for myself. And I have played both versions, both the Steam version where, you know, it sounds kind of weird, and the regular PlayStation version. So I do know that there's a tonal difference, and I did just play the Steam version. And I'm pretty sure they haven't updated the soundtrack for the Steam version in 8 yet. They did for 7.
I think they did.
They did for 7 at least. Either way, I've always felt the same about the soundtrack. I always thought it was lacking.
Yeah, I would agree with you there.
But most especially, I'd say, it was lacking in one particular department. The theme song
Eyes on me.
is the worst song in Final Fantasy.
Yeah.
I mean, what's the other contender? What Can I Do For You? In Final Fantasy X-2?
That it would be the #1 contender, I'd say.
Yeah, I
Well,
think I have you quoted as saying that one was worse.
The chick that's impersonating Yuna in that game is probably trying to ruin her reputation. That's why it's so awful.
Well, I did say it's
Thus
worse,
making sense.
Well, 1,000 Words is a way better song.
and I say it's
That's played later.
yeah, it's true. I would say it's more annoying to me than Eyes on Me. I don't think it's necessarily worse. It's worse. It's something that's more painful for me to know is in a game that I am going to play in a series that I love. But lyrically, not worse. Not after reading the lyrics and trying to.
Why were you trying to sing the song?
I just don't worry about it. But it just, I don't know. I just wasn't a fan of it. I mean, I know a lot of our listeners really like the song, and that's fine. You guys can like whatever you want, obviously. We don't necessarily have to agree. You don't have to hate us for it. But some people sometimes in the forums get really uppity when we disagree with them. And I think it's great when we do, because, you know, we have Void, who is completely opposite on a lot of our reviews. I'm like, whoa, I didn't think that at all about that Final Fantasy. And that's cool. You know, we're cool with the being different, so.
Right. But we all three hate that song like no other motherfucker.
Oh yeah.
I don't like it.
I hate it. I hate it so much. But we are going to welcome in a special guest for this next segment. So, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands up for it. Make sure you press the no camera on there. We gotta stop the behind the scenes. He doesn't want to be seen.
This one?
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome from the great band Megadeth, Dave Mustaine, everybody. Come on in, Dave. All right, now we actually have to welcome in Dave Mustaine, you guys who are on the behind the scenes. So just give us a second here.
I'll let him in.
You'll let him in? I know he's waiting for us outside there.
All right. Hi guys, Dave Mustaine here, and today I'm going to bring you a very special song.
Dave, we're not recording yet.
What? Okay.
Sorry, Dave. What? So, God,
Why didn't you tell me this?
Dave,
before?
I am such a huge fan, I gotta say.
Yeah, I mean, well, the real question is, do you like Metallica or Megadeth?
Oh, Megadeth, definitely, Dave.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
We can now proceed.
All right. So I'm gonna press record here, and I want you to tell us about, your process in finding this new song that you gave to us that we haven't played yet, but we're gonna play it here for our audience, and of course we're gonna put it on the podcast. Okay? So I want you to tell us about your process and all that other shit. So just go off, and of course we got a guitar here for you.
Oh, perfect.
If you want to play it. So how about you just give it a strum? Is that gonna be loud enough for you?
Hold on.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure if the mic's gonna be able to pick that up that well. Let's get it a little louder. Okay. Now you gotta be careful. It's like 9 o'clock, and I do have neighbors. So.
Oh, fuck him.
Okay. So. All right. So let's get ready, Dave. All right. So basically, what I just said, I'm gonna say again. I hope you don't mind.
No, it's fine.
Okay. All right, Dave Mustaine, welcome to Ultimate Final Fantasy Podcast. I am so glad you answered our email.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to do a gig, but this is way bigger.
This is way bigger. Oh, I'm so glad you picked that about our podcast.
If I had 2 other band members that recently quit and joined the dark side, actually, I don't even know where they are, but if they wouldn't have left, maybe I would have been doing something. Maybe not, but
well, they don't matter because they're not in Megadeth anymore.
exactly, they're dead essentially.
Yeah. So you prepared a little something for us, right?
Yeah, I wrote a little ditty of a song for you guys today.
Okay, and you said you had a process before you got there. What was that?
Well, whenever I sit down to write a song, first of all, I like to come up with the intro riff. I sit there and I'm thinking, well, it's going to sound something a little like this. You take a squally man, you give him a necklace, a sword that's a gun, and a super hot teacher.
So, well, that sounds great, Dave Mustaine. Is that how this track sounds?
Yeah, Dave, I mean, that sounds like something else that you've written. It's completely new. I mean,
It does sound a little bit like Symphony of Destruction.
well, maybe.
Okay, so what did you make for us today?
Well, today I have prepared a very special remix of your very favorite song.
Our favorite song?
Yes, in the entire series of
Oh.
Final Fantasy.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to click on this. We're going to give it a listen, shall we?
Let's.
I saw you smiling at me. Was it real or just my
Wow, Dave. That was something special.
Yeah, that was
Truly something else.
yeah, it was okay.
That was probably the best thing for Megadeth since like 2007.
That's
I'm
harsh.
I'm just saying that's how good that song was.
Oh, well, thanks.
That was probably the best rendition of that horrible song I've ever heard. And it was funny, you used all the correct lyrics.
correct. Yeah, I looked it up and
The English is all in
Yeah.
there.
I mean, initially I was gonna change it to be more metal, but I decided in respect for the original artist, I would just keep it the same.
It's funny that you have respect for an original artist this time around. That's a really interesting because I know your boots are made for walking thing. You walked all over that cover.
Well, I don't want to talk about that here.
Oh, okay, all right. Well, Dave, I know you got a plane to catch. Thank you so much for driving around the block until we were ready for you. Thank you so much. Give a big hand for Dave Mustaine, everybody.
Yeah, thanks, man. That was sweet. Yeah, no problem.
Thank you, Dave. All right, just let him know. Okay. All right, see you, man. Thanks.
Later.
Okay, let's pause it right there. Let's get our video back on. Hey guys. Hello. Now we're gonna hide you again.
Yeah, we don't like seeing us.
Well, it's so great to have Dave and Stan come in here.
Yeah,
It was.
You know,
he's a good guy.
Yeah.
I guess.
I guess we should mention him on the podcast. Did you want to stop for some reason?
No, we're good.
Okay, all right. So we only got a couple things to talk about, and then we're moving on to the question segments and shit. Okay, so I'm going to click record again. We'll talk about. You know, it was really cool to have Dave Mustaine in here, I'd say.
Yeah, it's an honor.
It is an honor. I mean, I didn't know he was such a big fan of the show. He loves how we talk about him all the time. We always bring up Megadeth. He says he's gotten hundreds of more sales on his albums since we've been talking about him on our podcast. So that's really cool.
Yeah, thanks a lot, guys. Because of you, we got to talk to Dave Mustaine.
It's true. Yeah.
He had to write a song.
Thank you so much. And that song is just fucking sweet. We might even do something with that song in the future. I think that'll be really cool if we did like a video or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That would be sweet.
Yeah. So
Get Dave again.
we might do that. I'm not sure 100% yet. All right, so let's move on to the game. Wow, I can't believe Dave Mustaine showed up here. So the legacy of this game. I mean, we've talked about this on and off throughout this whole thing. It sold 8.15 million copies, I believe, the third highest selling Final Fantasy game. It, of course, has numerous amounts of fan fiction, as we found out with our podcast, Super Sexy Swinging Fan Fiction, even more than 10, which is the second highest selling Final Fantasy game. So it's interesting that the fan community seems to be really big for this game. At least as far as our searches go, that's what we've seen. Whenever we go to Comic-Con, Salt Lake Comic-Con, there's always people dressed up.
There's always a squall.
Stuff. There is always a squall. Now, there's always a billion clouds. So it's not like they have a one-up on the clouds, but there is always a billion squalls. And so it's interesting to see that kind of legacy in there. I mean, why do you think that this game, I mean, we have a lot of good and a lot of bad about it between us. We feel that way about this game. Why do you think it's stuck around so much for fans of the game?
Well, I think a lot of it is, just like you said, it's their first Final Fantasy. It's the first time they played a video game that really blew them away, that actually had a story, and it had characters that did feel like real people. Maybe not real people that I would really want to associate with, but real people nonetheless. And the main character, Squall, I agree with you completely. I think that he is introverted because, that is that's common amongst gamers. A lot of us are, like quieter people. We don't really enjoy the jock scene or anything like that. I mean, we work out, but it's like half-assed. So I feel like that his character was able to be connected to a lot more fans than, some of these other games. So I think that's why it's very memorable. Plus, it does have a realistic look. And for that, you're right, it is the black sheep of the PlayStation era, but it's
anything
one that looks
before
really
8.
good. Yeah, well, 9 looks
1 through 9. Honestly.
9 looks weird too.
1 through 9, 8 is just out of place.
Yeah, totally. And I think maybe that's why it stood out, and maybe that's why there's such a strong following for the fan base, and it has sold a ton. So
another thing we forgot to mention was just that the cutscenes in this game are just amazing.
They are really good.
Another thing we forgot to mention it, but that is something else that I think a lot of people always look at videos from Final Fantasy VIII and kind of like the anime music video kind of scene. They take a lot of Final Fantasy VIII shit. So
They do.
I feel like it in some way it lives through that too, more than 7, because 7's cutscenes, although they're cool for the time, I mean they don't hold up as nearly.
no, they don't, except for maybe the final scenes, like with Sephiroth and Cloud. That's a really good scene.
Yeah,
and it looks awesome still. But I agree with you.
I mean, Caleb Craig, I know from what I've been getting from you, it's been mostly negative tonight. So like, what do you think about the fanboys in this situation? About the people who really fucking dig this game?
I don't know, because honestly, as much as I dislike this game, I sometimes have this feeling of wanting to play it again. It's got some kind of weird cocaine.
It's got a pull to it.
Yeah, it's kind of like it's got some kind of allure that you just want to play it again, even if you think it's terrible. Like, I mean, I've played it like 10 times at least, and I think it's a piece of shit, to be honest. Like, I don't know. Like,
so harsh.
well,
You're gonna throw. Some of our listeners are gonna be so mad at you.
I haven't been that bad to it today. I mean, I've been negative, but anyway, so like, I don't know what it is. It could be that like it is one of the like most like the theme of love in this game is one of the first for around its time, and even now there aren't too many games that are centered on a love theme. So I guess that could be one of the things like that's not a common theme for a video game.
Right. We talked about this last night. How
We did.
I was
yeah.
like, what other game has more of a love story? And just off the top of your head, I mean, you searched for more, but off the top of your head, we could think of two. We could think of Shadow of the Colossus, and we could think of Catherine. That probably had that probably had better, more full love story centered plots.
Yeah.
Now there are other love stories in video games, but they're usually like a subplot. This is the plot. Of
Yeah.
Yeah,
Totally.
it really is more
The biggest
love-centered than anything
The biggest
else.
arc in the story is the love.
Yeah.
The love triangle, I guess.
That is something that's unique. And another thing that, like we said, is basically it's a boss rush mode. So that by itself is a unique experience that is kind of only
Not on purpose, but
well, no, not really. Well, it kind of is. They kind of
yeah.
they force you to exploit it a little bit if you know.
They
So-
more like tease you too. They're like, you see, now you see what you can do.
Yeah, and then like that is somewhat of a unique experience. Not many games have, especially RPGs, don't really do that at all. So it maybe just that by itself, and just other
The only,
like
the only
the-
other RPGs with really bigger love stories would be maybe Final Fantasy X.
maybe.
That I know of. Now, I'm not the biggest RPG connoisseur, so
I'm just talking about generally just gameplay wise. It's like it is a unique experience as far as RPGs and video games go in general. Just with the combination of like going through usually only playing like against bosses, and then
I mean, you
having
got
us-
Metal Gear Solid.
yeah, but it's a different type of game.
Yeah.
And then it's also a love-centered game, which is kind of a weird thing. So yeah, I think that would be one.
Unique, you mean?
It is a unique game, so I think that is one reason that most people come back to it, and that is what that is.
Perhaps another reason they
Yeah,
do.
dude, I hate the first and second disc, but I have replayed this a million times.
Yeah, there's like we don't like the music. There's like the
Love-
junction system is
I
annoying.
love the third disc.
Yeah, but it gets better later in the game, but it's still like, do you really want to play 30 hours just to get to that point again?
I
do-
don't ever play 30.
Well, you know what I'm saying, though. It's a large chunk of time just to like get to that point.
I feel like some of the reason to come back to it is the exploitation of the game itself. Like, to think like, well, I wonder if I could do this any different next time to make it even more sweet. You know, and that is something that is one of the big driving factors for me to play it again at some point. I mean, obviously not anytime soon because I have other giant
A million Final Fantasy games to play, yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, that I kind of want to play through and see if I can not level Squall up ever. You know, like you can.
I have one save file that is that way.
So
I
like,
haven't leveled them up. I'm in the middle of just 3.
it's not something I'll do necessarily for fun. It's just to see a level 7 guy with like tiny HP. I'll like keep the HP junctions off with the strength on them and just like the
I don't think you can
amusement.
do that because ultimately you can do some shit damage.
Oh, she can. But I mean, I just
You still have to junction something to them.
the comic relief of seeing this puny dude doing 9999 to like a boss would be awesome.
Junction all ultimates to his strength.
Yeah, and leave his HP at like 200.
Definitely something. If you look on Mecha Messiah Joins the Fray, which was one of our episodes where we had Mecha Messiah come on. He did a Tactics You Might Need. We're not going to have one of those this episode, but he did a great Tactics You Might Need on Final Fantasy VIII. So if you guys are looking to beat the shit out of Final Fantasy VIII, go listen to that episode. He explains, where to junction the magic. It's the islands closest to heaven, island closest to hell. It's the furthest east island and the furthest west island on the map.
Yeah.
That's where you go junction.
He also has it written out on the forums.
He does some
Really
good
nice.
So go check that out. It's a really good guide for Final Fantasy VIII. I think it's time to talk about final verdict on Final Fantasy VIII. Caleb Craig, I have a feeling yours is most negative.
Final verdict?
Yeah.
Didn't we already give it a rating?
No, we didn't. We talked about the story rating. Yeah, we gave it. It was the story. I mean, overall, your experience with the game. What did you think? Don't give it an objective rating. We do rankings here.
Another
Ranking
phone
out of like all the Final Fantasies?
all that you've beaten is all you.
We're not gonna do the ranking yet. We gotta cap this off. First.
Oh, this is a recap of
Just
how you
follow.
felt about the game.
Recap.
Yeah.
This has been a long episode. You gotta recap.
I don't know. It has its moments, but a lot drags it down. So, it's mostly negative. Is like as far as like other RPGs I've played and amongst Final Fantasies, it is a weak game. But there are things that are certainly unique to it. So I don't know. I would say it's worth at least one playthrough, but only one.
Okay. Schweiss.
Well, I feel like the story wasn't really that great, which is kind of a letdown after 7. So I feel
And 6.
and 6, both great stories, both slightly more motivated final bosses. They had a purpose. I mean, Final Fantasy.
Slightly, they're both great bad guys.
They're great bad
6 and 7.
guys, but they're like the motivation isn't necessarily there as strongly as it could be. Final Fantasy to me is like infamous for end bosses that like are just evil. They're just evil. Like, that's just what they are, and I'm like, that's soft.
I disagree. I think Sephiroth and Kefka are both. Well, maybe not Kefka, but I think Sephiroth's a very complicated.
I agree with you.
And Kefka's a very
Sephiroth is-
evil bad guy. Much
Yes.
more evil than like.
Sephiroth kind of falls
I like
into
to
that.
Yeah, no, I'm not throwing Sephiroth under the bus for that. I'm saying that for the most part, these games, the final bosses, they're just bad guys, and that's just something we have to accept, which is hard for me.
It is true for most of the earlier games.
Yeah, it's true. But so I mean, with the game, I would put it in a neutral. I have a neutral feeling towards it. I mean, there are some parts that really bothered me, and some parts, like you said, Disc 3, I agree with you. It's an awesome game after that. Once you get through the shit in the first 2 discs, it does it really
Ragnarok
good.
on.
Yeah, Ragnarok on is really good, even though
Well, just before Ragnarok.
I do dislike the
Ragnarok
Ragnarok
on.
theme as well.
Ragnarok on.
Yeah. So I feel like lukewarm to it. I mean, I don't have the nostalgia to it quite like Joe does, but I don't know, how do you feel about the game overall?
Well, part of the thing is for me that it is nostalgia. So it's. I know that we were talking about this. I mean, we finished this game a lot earlier than we've done the review, and well, maybe not me, but you definitely. And so, as I was hearing you guys talk about it pre-review, I'm like, okay, you guys cannot be so horribly negative on this review thing because we have a lot of listeners who love this game. And I understand why they love this game. I understand why they love this game. So I'm like, guys, stop hurting my feelings. Because like, I've spent so many hours in the world of Final Fantasy VIII that it has some kind of a connection with me. And it has a lot of connection with a lot of our listeners and a lot of fans of Final Fantasy. And it has a great legacy behind a game that maybe is more of a middle ground Final Fantasy. This time around, I was trying to look at it a little bit more under a microscope as I was playing through the story, most especially. And although I love the gameplay, the story certainly drags along pretty horribly for the first 2 discs.
Yeah, it doesn't really pick
There
up
are
until-
some interesting parts. I like the assassination sequence at the end of disc 1. But there's not really anything in disc 2 that I feel is really worth it, except for once again, the end of disc 2 is pretty cool, I guess. And then, of course, disc 3 is really good, especially the second half of disc 3. As far as the storytelling is concerned, unfortunately, also the junction system is such a convoluted, horrible system, as I said, that it's so exploitable that it makes the game either super easy if you know what you're doing or super hard if you don't. Like, so hard that you can't beat the game.
Yeah, an imbalance there.
There's so much imbalance. You can't just level up to get out of a sticky situation.
Yeah.
You have to, go back and listen to a 20-minute tutorial. The fact that there are 20-minute tutorials is also something that knocks on the game. However, I do think the characters are well drawn. The second half of Dis 3 is so damn good that it almost makes up for the rest of the story. At least it kind of balances out on how good the game is. The game experience is overall for me. And there is nostalgia to it, so overall I feel like it's a middle ground Final Fantasy that if it was your first Final Fantasy, you'd still be blown away with it. If no one had ever played a Final Fantasy before and wasn't that familiar with video games like myself, or played this game when they were younger, I think they would have a grand experience playing this game.
I could agree with that.
I think this game, as it was for me, I think would be an epic storytelling experience. Now, if they started with 7 and then moved on to 8, I think it'd be kind of a step down. Of course, I'm not sure. Maybe someone who did play 7 first. I think, was it Mecha Messiah played 7 first? Or did he play 8 first?
I think he played 8 first.
Okay.
It was Void that placed 8 above 7. One of our forum members who has his own.
He has his own
website.
website at greenmushroom.com.
He placed 8 above 7 for a lot of it was for the characters.
Okay.
Which we agree with to some extent. I mean, like we said, the characters feel real. I don't really care for any of them necessarily. I mean, Zell's okay, but he's too annoying. And Squall, I don't know.
So we do have a couple of.
Oh, we have to do our.
We have. I know we'll get to the rankings in a second, but we got. I asked forum members for their reviews, and only one of them listened to me.
Oh,
So you should pull up Boy's review on his website and
my
maybe
phone's dead.
pick up some good stuff.
I could
Okay.
do it.
I don't think we need to worry about those.
Well,
Go check it out. It's
go check it out then.
greenmushroom.com.
He's gonna be like, "Why did you think I'm my review?"
Sorry, man. My phone's dead.
Okay. All right. So we have Shinru's FF8 review. I asked everybody on the forum to do this, and he's the only one who did it. I'm so disappointed.
It
in
wasn't
everybody.
even us asking you to do our job for us this time. It was something for you guys.
Anyway, to share your opinion about Final Fantasy VIII, and I suggest for Final Fantasy IX, go on the forum right now, write a little review for 9. What do you think about Final Fantasy IX? And so when we get to 9, we have some stuff to pull from. Because, I mean, we're all friends here. We've been friends for a long time. So generally, sometimes when you're around people, you have the same opinions a lot. And I know that's a problem with some of our listeners. Like, you guys agree way too much. We don't really agree that much. We just try to keep a good, friendly atmosphere on the, on the podcast. But we do have a Shinru review here. He says, first off, let's just get what is wrong about the game out of the way first. The battle system, drawing system, junction system, magic, and enemies leveling up with you in the game. Maybe if they worked on it more, it could have been better, but what we got wasn't that good. I think we all agree with that statement.
Okay.
I certainly like the system, but not really in a way that, it was any good for the game.
Yeah.
I basically played the game and never went over level 20 with Squall. True. Drawing magic early on in the game is a chore. Magic is ruined because you never want to use it and waste it. Use the magic booster in the Steam version. However, the fact that they needed a magic booster in the Steam version was another flaw. Junction magic and rearranging it becomes tedious, especially if you switch party members, as you said earlier on. The battle system can easily be broken. Basically, I got the lion heart and kept Squall always low health and would press the circle button constantly until his limit break would trigger, and then I would just kill basically every boss in either 1 to 3 turns of repeating this. Do you feel that way? I don't feel like that's a flaw necessarily.
I mean, it is breaking the game. It's once you do get so overpowered that you can just limit break the shit out of it. But that is just a different strategy of playing. You don't have to play that way. It's just faster. All right, so and also the card game is really hard once rules change, and unless you look up guides, you don't really know what you are doing, and it makes for a very annoying experience.
That's
But you
true.
can talk about the
I
cards.
was playing the card. I didn't play the card games on this round.
I didn't play it either.
I played one time, lost to the sorceress, restarted my game, and was like, all right, fuck that.
So
I'm not
that's why
playing
we didn't play the now. I have tried my previous playthrough of the version. I am trying to get every single card, and I hate the fucking card game. I will admit it. And the reason I hate the card game is exactly why Shinru said. When you go from area to area, if you go in like the wrong order or something, the card game rules will change, and the card game rules that suck ass change really easily. I don't know why. It's like the all rule or whatever, where they take every single one of your cards. Like fuck that.
Yeah, how are you even supposed to play it?
I don't know. You just restart the whole game and then look up a guide for how to get there or whatever.
I would probably just reset after every boss.
But the cards can be useful if you like the card game. You can certainly use the card mod ability.
Yeah, refine
Change
them.
it into really good items. You can get the Lionheart even on disc 1 if you play the cards. I mean, usually the easiest way to get the Lionheart, as we've had a mini-sode on, is in disc 3.
Yeah.
When you have the Ragnarok and just have one of your characters like level 40 or something like that, and you're good. I'd have like Zell level 40 or something like that, and then just so that you can draw from certain enemies that pop
Yeah,
up.
that's silly that they did that.
So-
But all right, so now for the good. That Siren summons, smiley face.
Oh yeah, she's hot.
Zell is awesome. Okay. Laguna is awesome.
Yeah.
Not really for us. Quistis is hot. Yes.
We agree.
Renault is beautiful. Yeah. Squall is fun for some angsty teens to relate with. And he creates a language out of just using ellipses to speak. LOL. Now, one thing I enjoy is that he progresses as a character, and once he really gets his act together, thanks to Renoa, he changes and becomes a better person. I really like that character development.
I don't think you changed that much.
I think he changed, but not that much. No, and you got to talk into the mic, Caleb.
I think it was a slight change, personally.
Yeah.
He was still kind of a dick.
Well, he changed from being a closed down person to at least opening up to one person.
Yeah,
So maybe not a big enough change for you guys, but it was a change.
yeah. All right, so as far as the story goes, I really like the idea of time travel and outer space of witches in a sci-fi world. Ragnarok is the coolest airship ever to be in an FF game, he thinks. Find Your Way is a great, creepy, and eerie song.
That's the theme I was talking about. I think it's in the Tomb of the Unknown King.
Yeah, that's a good one. Mashing Square during summons is fun because you finally get to do something while summoning, although they are way
Yeah, the
too long.
boost.
I did enjoy the idea, though. I did enjoy that, too, when I used to play. I would boost the shit out
When
of
you
stuff.
used to use the summons.
Yeah, not anymore. But I enjoyed the game's romance theme, and I know lots of fans like myself like the game because of it.
There you go. There's the answer.
That Waltz for the Moon ballroom dance scene was fun, and even the part in outer space where Squall has to catch Renoa is great, if you know what you're doing. I didn't realize it was first person, and I was like, what the fuck is happening? I thought I was the person in the far distance, and then I disappeared, and I was like,
Yeah, you and Caleb are done.
it didn't
I
explain
guess
it.
so.
It
She
didn't
just
explain it.
got off my screen.
It said catch Renoa, so you just kind of move around for Renoa.
I didn't realize
to be in
that
the
tiny
center.
dot
didn't
was
I have
Renoa.
never missed her. I didn't know you could do that.
When that first part happened, I didn't even see her, and so I had no idea what was going on.
Yeah.
And so the second time I looked for it, and I was like, oh, I saw her, so I was focusing on following.
And yes, the ending when Eyes on Me plays is fun. I actually like the song, unlike some people. Tongue out face. Overall, I enjoyed the game, but is the weakest of the PS1 FF games. FF7 and FF9 are much better. So it
Well,
should've
we'll
been-
find out on FF9. It has certainly been a long time since I've played FF9. I'm the only one here who's beat FF9.
Well, Cody
Way to
has,
be on
actually.
a Final Fantasy podcast, guys. Anyway, just kidding. None of us have beat FF10 too.
I was like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, we played FF10.
Except for Caleb. He hasn't beat.
Except for Caleb.
Couldn't get past Everett.
I don't know why I'm still doing a Dave Mustaine impersonation. He's not even here. I should have done one when he was here.
Yeah,
See how
You
he
should have
showed
done one too, Caleb.
yeah. See
Yeah.
how he
I
enjoyed
should
it.
be like, hey,
I was
let's
too-
make fun of you, Dave Mustaine.
No, I would have been like, so who's better? In your masterful opinion.
I don't know. He sounded a little weird on the song. It didn't sound like he was speaking to us. It was kind of weird.
Yeah.
I must have done something with the voice in the post process of that song, whatever. Anyway, so now we're gonna get to our rankings of the game. You can of course look up another review of one of our listeners, Boyd, on his own website, greenmushroom.com. He has a big lengthy review on Final Fantasy VIII, and he ranked at the time. I think he ranked Final Fantasy VIII as his favorite, right?
He did.
Yeah, so he ranked 8 above every single other Final Fantasy before it. So 8 to 1, he ranked 8 number 1.
All right, so, well, Caleb, as you know, this is a ranking for only Final Fantasy games that you've beaten. So where would you place Final Fantasy VIII?
So you've beaten.
I've beaten 1, 4, and 5, and 7, and 8 now.
1, 4, 5, 7, and 8. Okay.
That's
Where
not too bad.
would you like a pen to figure out where you want to rank
No.
these? Okay. rankings may change based on episodes. It's for our listeners who are paying attention.
Yeah, mine haven't changed though. That I know.
Well, in general.
My opinion hasn't changed either.
Okay.
Okay.
Opinions change with time.
It's true.
Sometimes. In retrospect, you feel differently about certain things.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm
This is
saying.
an organic podcast. We're going to grow.
We're carbon-based life forms here. Except for
Yeah.
Caleb, he's a rage bot.
a rage bot.
Yeah.
No idea what you're talking about.
He's a
Caleb,
machine.
you-
He's a machine.
Caleb, you got a
made for
ranking for
anger.
us?
I would say 7, 4.
7 is your favorite.
Yeah.
Okay.
8, 5, and 1.
So you're ranking 8 right in the middle of
Yeah,
those.
right in the middle.
Okay. And do you want me to go or you to go? Sean?
You can go.
Because I haven't figured out where I want to put it yet. So now I have to trust in my gut as I spew out this information right now. At number 1, still Final Fantasy VI. It's the best Final Fantasy so far that we've played. Number 2, Final Fantasy VII. Almost as good as Final Fantasy VI. This close. The Shinra stuff kind of like bored me
Yeah, the very
on
beginning,
on this 4th playthrough of Final Fantasy VII. But other than that, perfect game almost. Now after that is where it gets kind of difficult. Because I believe I ranked it 5, 4, 2, 3, 1, right after that.
Yes.
So the question is, do I like Final Fantasy V more than Final Fantasy VIII? Or do I like Final Fantasy IV more than Final Fantasy VIII? Because I believe 8's somewhere in the middle in there. So this is going to be difficult for me, but I loved Final Fantasy V this time around. And it had kind of a similar problem with 8 where the story didn't pick up until the last, well, with 5 it was kind of the last half, and with 8 it was kind of like the last fourth. So I'm going to go ahead and put the next one as number 5. So I'm going to go 6, 7, 5, 8, 4, 2, 3, 1 as my ranking. I feel like it's right in the middle there. There's something about 8 that I think, you know, with the epic space scenes and everything like that, it kind of beats 4 out, even though I did like the character development in 4. And in general, I like the story of 4, except for maybe the ending was a little bit disappointing for me. But the Mindception, it's kind of similar to Final Fantasy VIII's Mindception, except that it's, you know, not a surprise every single time in Final Fantasy VIII. It's like, oh, there's one big sorceress behind all this. So I am ranking Final Fantasy VIII just slightly above 4 in this situation. Caleb Schweiss, your rankings.
All right. So number 1, I still place Final Fantasy slightly above, or Final Fantasy VII. Sorry, just Final Fantasy. Number 1 is now the best. I would place Final Fantasy VII slightly above 6.
Nostalgia.
Yeah, I don't think it's
Yeah.
nostalgia. It's just, I think it's slightly better. It's very close though. Then 6, then 5, then 4, then 3. No, I'm kidding. Then 8, then 2, then 3, then 1.
Okay.
And it's tough. I am almost the same. I hate this. I was hoping to like have you put 8 higher, and I'd be like, "Ha, we're different now." But really, it's not that different.
You're still one off.
Yeah, with this and with 7. But the reason why I put it below 4, although the ending to 8 is better than the ending to 4, the rest of 4 was pretty solid, especially up to that point in the series. It was like amazing compared to the first 3. Just amazing. Even though there was the stupid shit with the everyone's sacrifice was, oh, just kidding, we're all fine. Oh, it's okay. Except for the one guy I care about. But even with that, I still felt that the stuff with Cecil and the stuff with Kane was cool. And it was cool enough and solid enough to place it just above 8.
Okay.
So.
All right, well, I respect your opinion. I respect yours too, Caleb Craig. And I'm sure people will have their own rankings on this on our forums. And it would be interesting to see what they think as we go through these Final Fantasies with their rankings.
Do we have a favorites tab? We should.
They
We
can
should have a
just
folder.
Maybe. Nah, I don't think we need a folder for that. I can put it wherever they want. They can put it in random or whatever. I have too many folders in that for them anyway.
There's a ton, yeah.
Yeah.
Check it out.
So yeah, guys, for our next big review, we're gonna aim for 1 month to be Final Fantasy IX, which is a short time for us. I mean, since the NES games, that is a short time. So we're gonna aim for it. I'm not sure. I do want to do the extra stuff. There's not as much extra stuff in Final Fantasy IX. It mostly revolves around like a chocobo kind of game puzzle thing.
Yeah.
Where you get like a lot of cool items, and it's a really long quest, but it's only like one big side quest.
Didn't we beat Final
Mostly.
Fantasy 2 in a week? I think we did because
We beat it in 2 weeks, but we started the podcast a week late after we beat 1.
Oh.
So we beat Final Fantasy 2 in 2 weeks.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it was a lot less than.
Yeah. So yeah, but it's also a lot less. Well,
Yeah.
Final Fantasy 2, I think we were about 20 hours in there.
Yeah, it was. I was like.
So it is
20,
pretty long.
21, 22.
I did have to restart 8. I know this is probably the biggest gap between games. Not episode-wise, though. There's a lot of episodes between 5 and 6, and between 4 and 5.
That's because we had the.
We had
big ones.
we had a lot of mini.
I was wrong when I said that it was absolutely the longest because 5 took us a while too.
Yeah,
It
5.
took a while on
The
5.
gap between 5 and 4 is pretty big. But we're generally within the 1 to 2 month range.
Yeah.
So
Which is
this is okay. We're going to try to aim for 1 month of Final Fantasy IX. You guys, I want you guys to play along with us and then give us your reviews under the Final Fantasy IX tab in our forums. Guys, you don't even have to register to be a forum member. You can register as a guest and put down stuff.
Yeah, we've had great
for our
guests.
listeners out there. So ultimatefinalfantasy.boards.net. Just go in there. Yeah, who? Okay, what was the name of the
Tranny Ballsdeep.
Training Balls? Okay, is that a member of our forums
Yeah, it's
that
a
just
guest.
went in as a guest under Tranny Balls Deep?
I think I know who it is. I think it's Christian.
He
You
said
think
it
it's a
wasn't
friend
him,
of yours?
though.
He said it wasn't him, but I think he's a liar.
Okay, whoever that was, let us know who you are.
Post again if you hear this.
Yeah, Tranny Balls Deep post.
it's awesome.
All right, we got some Final Fantasy VIII specific questions we got to go to from Void and from Shinru. So let's get to the question segment.
Yeah, let's. It's been a while.
Let's do it. This is a long episode.
How long is it so far?
2 hours and 40 or 56 minutes. We're gonna have to split it.
We can release
Wasn't
them
the
both.
7th one like 3.5 hours?
We can release them both at the same time, though.
I think it was about 3 hours.
Was it?
Yeah, I think it was like 3:05. We had a lot of rambling in this one. We went off a little
Well,
bit.
it was mostly we ran over recap the entirety of the story. That's
I
what
tried to go a little faster, but you guys are slowing me down. I'm not blaming it on you.
We shouldn't have that part.
I'm just saying
It's
that's what happened.
of the time.
Well, you know, I wanted to, I feel like it was gonna be one of those things where like we wouldn't mention something that happened in the game.
Yeah,
People
yeah.
would be like, "Well, you didn't mention this,"
It's like, well, it didn't matter. I'm sorry.
and we were never really stuck on the bosses, so it's not like
There
we
wasn't,
would talk
there
about
wasn't a
bosses
boss
that
to,
much.
yeah.
Yeah, I was only stuck on one dude.
Yeah.
Or else other than that, I pretty much wasted the game.
We didn't talk about how Cypher kidnapped their president until like mentioned it, so.
That's
And that's
I was
kinda-
trying to go through it a
glossed
little
over.
quicker.
Well, that's
last year.
I felt like that made the episode pretty decent though, because I mean you did remember. Oh yeah, I was gonna remember this because like all these fucking game review episodes, I'm like, fuck, I wish I would have talked about this. Like God, that part was like sick, or I hated the shit out of it. And I didn't even say anything. This time I felt like we gave it all around.
Yeah, but I'm gonna have to split the episode up. We'll do it like we did with 7.
I think we should release them both at the same time.
We'll do a mini-sode.
You know, it's funny. The first time I played 8 and fought the sorceress like on the float thing, and like I got impaled by the ice thing, I thought I lost. I thought she like
That's funny.
killed me somehow, and I was
I
like,
think-
"What the fuck?"
I think I might have thought the same thing, and then it was like gave me a save option. It's like okay, but no, this will be perfect. We release it in 2 halves because it's a fucking 3-hour episode. And no one's gonna get through the whole thing.
That's what
Okay.
I'm saying. We released it at 2 halves at the same time.
No, we don't release it in 2 halves at the same time because you're gonna have a lot of people that are gonna be like, "Where was part 1?" Because you know certain podcast apps are just gonna fuck people over.
I think it would be great for our numbers if we did that.
I think our Patreon listeners will get both. I'm sorry. And the guys who want to go
We just
through
don't
a
want to do an
5-hour,
episode next next week.
The guys who want, no, I don't. It's not about that. The guys who want to do it, who don't want to like go through a 5-hour behind the scenes, if they want to go through a 5-hour behind the scenes, they get both the episodes. Okay, we did this with Final Fantasy VII. I don't know why we don't do it with Final Fantasy VIII. Plus, it saves us space. We can. So we have room for commentaries this month or something. We can do a commentary if we split this episode in half.
Yeah,
Okay?
I think it's dragging it out though.
It's not dragging out. Here's what would happen.
I guess
You
we
got
have
2 weeks of Final Fantasy VIII, and then you have 1 week of Squall's Dead Theory, and another week of Renoa's Ultimacia Theory, and then it's Final Fantasy IX. So it times itself out perfectly that way. So we don't have an episode that's a filler episode. Now, we never have filler episodes, but we don't have one that's like unplanned. It's better for the listeners. It's better for our numbers. It's better for our space.
I think better for the numbers would be releasing both of these at the same time as halves. Because there'd be 2 episodes.
Final Fantasy VII Part 1 and Part 2 are they're close. People listen to both usually.
Not as many. Not as many people listen to Part 2 as Part 1. And if they're both there, people should download both. At least they would. And we would have 2 episodes released this week and 2 episodes downloading this week. So it's like this influx, and that might help the ratings. You don't
No,
wanna do it?
we've released episodes on top of each other and usually just cancel each other out. Remember our August stuff? If you're talking about numbers here now, which is unfair to the listeners to talk about numbers, talking about numbers, the download rates are they're better when you don't have them on top of each other. 3 days apart is usually the best. But I think if you're doing 2 full length episodes, which this is, in fact, they're longer than full length at 3 hours. They're both going to be an hour and a half, which are they're big episodes.
Yeah, that's about what we do now.
If you split it in half, I'm trying to do an hour for the non-review episodes now. Remember?
We could do the second half like 3 days after then. Make it
Yeah, but
earlier.
then they wouldn't have one on Sunday, which is when people are expecting it. They're expecting it Monday morning. I say we split it. I'm sorry.
It's kind of cheap though.
It's
'cause
not
then
cheap. We did this for 7 too.
We did, but
I
didn't
had
like
no.
it
I
better.
heard no complaints.
I didn't hear any complaints, no, except for from Caleb. And I kind of felt the same way, where like we just cut it off halfway. Like, all right, well, it's great, guys. Tune in next week for the other half of the episode we already recorded. They know we already recorded the fucking thing. Although then no one really said anything, and that does give us more time to play 9 because we don't have to do an episode next week. We could even just do the news,
Do a commentary.
and the commentaries that you want. There's like 10
Well,
people.
if you split the episode, then we can do the commentary. Here's the thing: if we don't split the episode,
we won't have space.
or if we put them both on, we won't have space.
Is that-
Or we have a 45-minute episode at the end of the month. 45, yeah.
Well, what is the? We wouldn't have
400
nines.
megabits.
Yeah, well, there's no way we got space for commentaries. That's why
That's why we split.
that's
shit.
why I agreed to it last time. I just forget, but I'm like,
We just have space.
Just don't
We were
do
able
it.
to do the commentary last month because we didn't go over last month. So if we don't go over again, we can have room for another episode. If we don't split this episode, we got a huge file of an episode, plus an episode no one's gonna finish. I mean, there's gonna be hardly any people that will listen to it all the way through to the end.
all right, it's a one file. I'm not saying one file. I would never suggest that. It's too big.
But then if you have 2, I think there are podcast apps that just show the most recent one, and they'll be like,
And there's podcast.
it's
apps.
gonna be a pain for that person to go back and do it.
So if you don't have a podcast, there are some apps out there that like just have our shit, even though we've never really signed up or anything. And they will do that. They will only have the most recent ones. I've seen the ones that you're talking about. So it would cancel out the first one. So let's say-
Or if you have your iPod podcast stuff to dump the latest episode that you didn't listen to,
it'll give them to.
yeah, it'll take the second half, it'll give them the second half, and won't give them the first half.
And if they have a
So there's a million reasons to split this episode up.
all right.
Okay, it's not that I want to. I certainly, if we had the space, or like some kind of chapter marker, which I know some podcasts do, but I don't know how to do it. If we had the space or something, I wouldn't feel against this. Or maybe if we made the episode shorter. But I feel like I want to give them a full review too. So it's a full review. It's just 2 parts. It'll help our numbers anyway. It's 2 giant episodes instead of just 1 giant episode.
Well, now our rankings, the 2 episodes at once would be the best. But we also would run out of shit.
This is behind the scenes like evil stuff. How do we improve our numbers?
Well, it's not evil. We're just
no,
trying
it's
to.
not evil. We're just capitalist.
We're just trying to reach more with our.
No, look, man. We're almost at 3 hours right now.
We still got
4 minutes
another
away
half
from it. We got 4 questions to answer. Not
We're not.
necessarily another half hour. I haven't actually read the questions yet. So
All right, we'll split it.
Okay.
I'm fine with that.
split it before a special guest comes in.
We kind of answered one of Boyd's questions.
I'll go to right in the middle and look for a spot.
I don't know if we need that portion. Part of me wonders if we should just leave it for this and then just play the song in the beginning like we did with the last time the song was
Dave Mustaine's song that came in.
Yeah, like maybe that portion should just not be on the regular podcast.
Well, recorded it for our behind the scenes guys. I mean, it's gonna just be a file there.
Oh, so it's not. We didn't have the mic on.
I did, but I did cut it right after, so I know where it stops.
Yeah, I would kill it. And then I would just place the song at the very beginning of the podcast, like we did with the last song we did.
It depends on where that is. I'm not sure where in the podcast that is. Because if it's like, we're going to have a 45-minute episode here, and then an hour, then a 2-hour episode here, it's not going to.
I'm saying just kill that portion.
I think after we talk about gameplay is where we split it.
All right. But I mean, you know what I'm saying?
I'll split it in the best spot possible.
Yeah, I'm sure you will. I'm not doubting that. I'm just saying I don't know if we need that part in the podcast.
We'll have it in the middle. It'll be best in the middle
It's
because
kind of dumb.
we set it up with Dave Mustaine. We said, look, we're gonna play it now.
We need to play it at the beginning of the episode too, before our music comes in, like we did with the last song.
What you should do is
As we did with Hajime Tabata and as Dave Mustaine will let us do, we're gonna do a video and have it be its own thing.
like
The Hajime Tabata thing
It
was
sounds like shit.
sporadic. Like after we were done with the episode, we were like, okay, let's do it.
Yeah, but I liked that. I liked how it
What do you
came
mean
on.
it sounds like shit? It sounds like shit for them. It's gonna be the actual music file. I'm gonna replace it.
Oh, okay. I think it should
Are
be.
you getting this?
Do you think it should be at the beginning of the podcast?
what I think
It
should
depends
no,
on where
I think that what should happen
because we
is-
introed it. And
Well,
then
yeah, you intro it, like the second half is gonna have that, but I think like the first half you should have Eyes on Me play at the beginning, like the original. And so like when they get the second half, then they hear the like remixed version by Megadeth.
it's not really. It's Dave Mustaine minus the lead
Well, I know,
guitarist,
but
the
it's
drummer. I don't even know how he did that. Like, how did he do it without a drummer or without it's so weird.
I'm not sure.
oh, we do have this.
Well, he didn't do that. We were in
This
the rooms. Well, maybe he did have a computer at the studio.
For like the drums.
Yeah, I guess. Okay, so let's get on to the question segment.
I still think it should be at the beginning.
Yeah.
And then we should just not talk about it the whole episode. Like we did with the Jimmy Tabata. We didn't like go back and redo the episode. We sat in the
No,
beginning.
but that was Hajime Tabata. This is perfect for the people who are willing to listen. We got Dave Mustaine in as a special guest, which is fucking sweet. And then we got a nice little song right in the middle there for everybody to listen to. People are waiting for us to listen to talk about the music of the game.
All right.
Okay.
You have to kill this stupid recording of it, though. Like that's what I thought you were gonna leave in there. And I was like,
No,
why
I
would
was.
you do that?
I told you right before.
No, I knew that's what it was.
I don't.
I've told you 6 times. That's what I was gonna do.
No, I know.
There's
the last
no way that
five
he's gonna leave
the
that
last
in
10
there.
minutes. No, that's what I was saying. I was like, why would you do that?
I would never do that. I'm the one who's always trying to improve the sounds.
Oh, I'm
Why
not.
would I be like? Why would I have it like a mic way over here, speakers play way over there?
Speakers blasting the shit quality? That's a good question.
Yeah.
Let's do other questions.
No.
Oh.
Okay. Okay, so our first question I'm gonna ask. We only got 2 people asking these questions. This one's from Void. In my last playthrough of Final Fantasy VIII, I only summoned the GF once the entire game. I found it much easier to just optimize the junction system and ignore summoning GFs while in battle. So I have 2 questions for you. Did you find yourself using the GF command often in battle? And I believe we answered this. The answer is no.
Yeah.
No.
Okay. Now, the second part of this question we can talk about a little bit more. Who was your favorite GF?
Diablos. Purely for the ability to not run into enemies.
Okay.
And he looks sweet.
For this one, I really liked Bahamut. And also Diablos. Diablos was sweet. His artwork is fantastic.
I think we all agree that the Diablos thing is pretty awesome. Like the dark kind of red against the purple, and like it all looks really long, like this epic kind of look to it. And the battle with him is really sweet. Now there's a lot of reasons why I would put Diablos as my favorite. Also, with you, the Encounter None, I'd probably normally answer that, but you already answered Diablos, so I feel like it's off my table to even say that.
Yeah, if it's your favorite.
Now, I do remember when we didn't have internet at my house, and there was Shiva. Shiva was a good-looking gal. Let's just say she had a nice body.
Over Quistis, though?
But then I got Siren. And Siren was pretty much naked. So now in terms of visual, in that direction, I'm going to go with Siren. Siren's a beautiful woman. Or thing, or a siren. She's a siren. So I do like Siren. She does turn me on a little bit as a GF. Now, as in terms of design, I do love Diablos. I think almost tied with Diablos. I do like Ifrit quite a bit. I think Ifrit's design is pretty sweet.
I think Alexander's design is really sweet too.
The castle thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's pretty cool too.
I never even used him in 8. I know what Alexander looks like, though. And I normally just am like, eh.
Okay, so we're going to go through the void questions. After completing the game, how did you feel about the junction system? Did you guys break it in any of the ways that you can, or did you try to play the game without abusing it?
Broke.
Yeah, we all broke the junction system as much as we could. There's not really a way to play the game easily without doing that. Yeah. If you try to play the game normally, the game becomes probably the hardest Final Fantasy in the goddamn series, except for maybe 11. From what I could see, the enemies are just sick in 11 if you're not leveled up to a point where you can take care of them. Yeah, so except on my first playthrough, I'd say, except on my first, 3 or 4 playthroughs, I'd say always exploit the junction system. And I don't know why you wouldn't unless you're like willing to level up to level 99. That would be the only, unless you're a completionist, that would be the only option.
Yeah.
Only decent option.
Yeah, and I kind of am a completionist, but I never really need to level up to 99. I mean, I did it in 12. That's because I needed it.
In most Final Fantasy games, there tend to be parts that really suck me in and keep me playing. The pacing is just perfect and inspires me to continually make progress. There are also parts of each game that seem to drag much longer than they should. There are parts that often cause me to lose my momentum or just put the game down for days at a time. In your playthrough of Final Fantasy VIII, which sections of the game were the best paced and which were the worst paced? This is an interesting question.
What do you think, Craig?
Everything was kind of slow, like we said, up until the end of Disc 3. So pretty much that entire thing. Most of the,
Would you ever put the game down in any of those spots, though?
No, I really wanted to just plow through it. The first disc especially is kind of hard to get through.
So you were just trying to get past the slow spots, not necessarily that you would, if, as a casual player, just pick up Final Fantasy VIII and then stop.
There's no reason to actually stop. The only reason I've ever actually stopped playing a game was if I was stuck on a boss and then come back to it later, because that always seems to miraculously allow you to beat that boss.
Except for Everett.
Well, I didn't get a second chance to fight Everett, unfortunately. So
what about the Judge Geese?
Oh, I did beat Geese.
You did?
After a while. The game frustrated me, put it down, came back, beat Geese. It's a good feeling.
Yeah, just to get stuck on the giant spider thing. But still. So you feel basically the same, that there was no fast, nothing that really necessarily, it wasn't necessarily quick, but it was not something that made you want to stop playing.
No, I think it was paced okay, I guess. I never felt like it was super, super laggy. The end though did seem to speed up. I'd say.
I feel like the beginning of Disc 2,
Oh,
when
yeah.
you go back to the Laguna. Oh no, I'm thinking of a different part. Am I thinking of Disc 2?
Which one? Which part is it?
Where you're in
Part
lunatic
where you're Laguna and you are now security for the city.
Oh, for the little town.
Yeah, or the town.
Yeah.
That's. I don't think that's.
It's a city out here. I'm just kidding.
I think that is just
Is that
two.
the opening of Disc 3?
Maybe.
I think it's the opening of Disc 3. That part dragged.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It did.
That part dragged.
Most of the dream sequences kind of do.
Probably anything with Laguna, yeah, it kind of drags. I can't believe there's a part where he falls asleep talking to the one singer that he's been interested in forever.
We were just talking all night. Fell asleep.
Yeah, he was just talking. She wasn't even talking.
She was bored to death.
But yeah, she's the one who didn't go to sleep. Certainly the Laguna parts, those are parts I'd be like, God damn, Laguna again, and then I might think about putting it down just because I don't really care for those
Yeah,
sequences.
didn't want to
A
go
lot of
through
people
it.
like those sequences. I don't understand why, but yeah, sure. Is there anything that would make you put the game down as far as pacing is concerned? I mean, you get so bored with the game. Just,
Mostly it's when I got my ass handed to me last time I tried to play. I would just stop playing. I'm like, all right, well, fuck
so that's
this
the
game.
only reason you would stop the game?
No, I did find myself because what I'll do is I won't necessarily binge play, but I'll play up until I don't want to play anymore each day. And the Laguna parts were generally those times where I get to the Laguna thing and I'm like,
A natural stopping
Now?
point.
now? Like, nah, not right now. Tomorrow. So I kind of agree with you. It's nothing to make me not want to play the game. The only thing that makes me truly not want to play the game is when I can't get past a part. But I'll just persist endlessly and like do the same thing over and over again, just try different variants, just slightly.
And then his second part of the question is what part of the game had the best pacing? So what, and I'm going to reinterpret this, like what part of the game could you just not stop playing because it was, you were going for it? I guess because of the pacing of the game. Or was there any for you, Caleb? Greg?
No, there wasn't anything that I had to like keep doing other than fight Ultimacia.
Twice.
Well, once it started picking up at the end of Disc 3, I didn't want to put the game down. I really didn't. I wanted to beat it. I was like, God, I'm really loving this right now. I didn't want to go to bed to go to work the next day to 10 hours later finally get to play this damn game. So I would say right when it started getting really good to me is when I didn't want to leave it alone.
I'd say I'm in the same boat as Caleb Schweiss, except that I was able to leave it alone once I finally got on the Ragnarok before I have to do the color puzzle with the L1 enemies. But other than that, going to end game, don't want to put it down. I think most Final Fantasies are like that for me, though. Of course, I am a binge player. I don't play a little bit per day. I like pick one day of the week and I play like 8 hours that one day. So, in this case, I played Final Fantasy. I probably had like 5 days of actually playing the game. So, I don't know. I'm in a different camp. There are parts of the game that drag, but then again, I have kind of this, attitude where I'm like, get to the end as quick as possible. So, I feel like I'm in a different camp as far as pacing goes. I can tell when something's when dragging, and I'm like, oh god, I'm not enjoying this at all. But then, my own internal drive is making me finish the game. And then, of course, we have one question from Shinru here, which is our last question.
All right, so he says, we seriously need more FF final dungeons to be like this. FF3 had an epic final dungeon, as you guys know. Laughs. Yes.
Bastard.
FF5 had a great final dungeon area, lots of bosses, and it felt like a real journey to the void.
That's true. It was kind of like this crazy, kind of like you're going from place to place almost.
That's what I really liked about 3 and 4s also.
4s was pretty sweet.
3's the final fights were fun. 6 was pretty atmospheric.
Mm-hmm.
7 was atmospheric. It felt like a trek to the life stream part of the planet's core.
That's kind of what it was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is what it was. Then we have FF8, which was arguably one of the best. Maybe not as loved or iconic as, say, FF7's Final Dungeon, but FF8 really nailed it for the Final Dungeon area. Great music, puzzles, exploration, rooms, and unique enemies and bosses. Exciting final boss.
I agree.
All made for a great dungeon. What are your thoughts on the Final Dungeon in FF8, and do you think it's one of the best in the FF series? Would you like to see a return for more Final Dungeons like this in future games?
I would say yes. It was a really good Final Dungeon. I mean, like, one of the best things about 8 is that it was practically a boss rush game, and that's basically what the Final Dungeon was. Yeah, like
Unlocking your shit.
and unlocking the abilities, like choosing which ones you wanted to get, made it for an interesting way to go.
That fucking painting puzzle. God damn. The clock.
Stupid. Caleb didn't like the one with the piano. We have to press all the buttons at the exact same time.
I couldn't
to
do
open
it.
the bar.
I didn't even do that one.
I didn't either. I was like, hey, fuck that guy. I'm just going.
There was one that was like, I didn't leave on I think the GF one, like I didn't need it. One of the other abilities where I'm like, I don't need it for the final fight.
Yeah, I
So
figured
just
out.
went on without it.
I figured out one of the puzzles, like the
One of the final bosses is the hardest. One of the bosses in that area is the hardest in the game. It's like
Yeah.
a secret one,
Mhm.
and you
The
have to
Omega
have
weapon.
max HP in order to beat it. So it was like, I'm not even trying it. So that was another one I skipped. I'm not sure which of the bosses in that area I skipped, but that one and the Omega whatever. So as far as Final Dungeons go, this one is certainly unique, and I think the gothic feel to the dungeon is something cool, as we've said before. I agree with Shinner. The music in this area is pretty cool.
It was pretty sweet.
And the final boss, Ultimacia, is an epic final boss. The 4-part, brutal
It is a very brutal fight.
final fight. Even if you're cheating the shit out of the game, she is decently difficult.
Yeah, I tried replaying the last boss with like all the cheats that 8 allows, and it was still disgusting.
I say the comparison, though, is that I didn't have to restart 6s. I mean, I beat him in one try. Didn't have to restart 7s. Beat him in one try. Didn't have to restart 4. Beat him in one try. I guess Ultimacia is one of the harder final bosses.
She definitely is. I think it's
First 8 games.
part of that reason is Griever.
Griever is
The
sick.
ability to just wipe away one of your magic's junction to one of your stats. If he fucks over your guy who has like
He did that for me.
your strength junction, it is
He-
over for you.
He took my Ultima from Squall.
Yeah, he wiped away Caleb's like HP, so they only had like 1,000 each.
yeah.
Final Dungeon. I mean, where do you rank this Final Dungeon as far as what we've played so far? Is there a Final Dungeon that's better than this? I hate 3s. I think that the fact that there's no save point before this giant hallway really pisses me off.
Well, yeah. With 3, I thought 3s was really fun. Other than that, I mean,
Wish there was a save point right before.
I really
Final
thought
fights.
the battles were really cool, where you like go in and you like lend me your power, you fight this beast, like gives you this sword. I thought that was awesome. But 8's is amazing. 8's was really good. I mean, there were parts that, like I think the chandelier that falls under your weight. I think you have to run across that with the girls. And I
You
never
have to
did
have
that
one person like pull a lever and then the other party go up at the top.
Yeah,
Oh.
that
It
was-
doesn't really matter which party you pick, but that's the only part where the parties actually have to split in order for you to do something as far as the ones that I've fought.
No, you have to split it in a specific way too.
Yeah.
You have to have like one team on the elevators has to be the chicks,
One's
and the
dudes.
other half has to be the dudes, and the dudes are like weighing them down so the chicks can go up to go get the key.
Ooh, I
He's talking
never had
about
to
it.
use that.
Yeah, that's how you're supposed to do it.
Yeah, we had to look it up because we tried for like
Oh, okay.
forever to like figure out how to do it.
I don't remember that at all. Maybe it was the one boss that I didn't fight.
Yeah. So I mean, I thought it was
One of the two.
it was pretty sweet. The style, the artwork for the area was awesome. The music was sweet too. It was a good track for that area. So I was okay running around here on the same track trying to find these fucking bosses.
Mhm.
And I did think it was a little brutal that they told me I had my magic and my items back, when really I didn't, if I wanted to live. But I went back and I was like, all right, I have to find one more of these assholes to kill, and I did. He was tough, but I killed him. And I enjoyed it. Also with Ultimacia, the reason why she is hard, and I restarted like 20 times. I didn't die. I tried to get my perfect party, but I didn't. And I kept restarting, and I kept restarting, and I kept
That's true.
restarting.
For those who haven't made it to the end game of Final Fantasy VIII, the final fight, it takes all 6 of your characters. I mean, if you're never going to evenly junction all 6 of your characters.
No.
There's certain magics. You're going to have like 2 or 3 that are really strong, and then the rest are going to be weak as shit. So you're going to have 3 random characters right at the beginning of the thing, and if the character's dead for more than like 2 turns or something,
It's like 3, I think.
they're taken away.
Yeah, they just die in time
You can't-
compression.
You can't have them again.
Well, and what I ended up doing was I got 2 of the members. I think it was Quistis and
Zell?
no, Squall.
Oh, was it Squall?
Yeah, if it was
I
Zell,
thought you were
no
missing it.
way. If without Squall, there's no way I was going to go through that fight. And what I did was I refined the Bahamut card, and it gave me 100 mega elixirs.
You use the Mega Elixirs.
Oh, yeah.
I used Mega Elixirs once in the final battle.
The Griever time is the only time I have to do it. I used it right before Griever. I spammed it every single second though, just to make sure that I
Dude,
had
the
it.
scariest noise is when the music's like, and like the screen starts to shake. You're like, no!
Yeah, it
And then he does
a
that like
lot.
ridiculous
Holy
attack.
shit. It's like if you have less than 6k, you're dead.
Well, here's the thing. I probably restarted that battle like 6 times and only tried to fight him about 3, and I beat him on the 3rd one. I figured out, because I had 2 strong characters with Zell and Squall. They had like all the good magic.
Mhm.
I had them take all the magic from all the other characters, at least what they could. And so I made Squall my damage. So I put everything on his attack, and then I made Zell my shield.
Your tank.
Yeah, he was my tank. So I put him to like HP junction. I gave him brothers, with all the HP bonuses, and so he just kept reviving Squall as soon as possible, and like kept putting protection and stuff on him, and that's how I finally like beat the game. And those hero drinks, you get 2 hero drinks in the game from bosses in the game, and they make you invincible for a little while. And so on that final fight, when she's taking your health down to 1, and then occasionally does like another attack, I would just put hero drink on Squall, always, and have Zell just keep like triple casting Kiraga on himself, and then I have Squall just keep redoing Renzoken, and I did hero drinks twice and used them on her.
That's a good tactic.
So yeah, that's what it took to beat the game the first time, because I think I was like level 14, but I didn't draw as much magic as I should have the first time I played this game, so the Ultimacy was extremely hard.
Yeah.
It took me like 20 times to like beat her. Certainly the hard part of that battle is, or one of the hard parts about that battle is getting the characters that you want.
Yeah.
Then Griever.
And at the end-
Griever's brutal.
Yeah, and at
Griever
the
is
end,
pretty
I just
brutal.
accepted 2 of them, and then the 3rd one just kept going into time compression, and then finally, in the last portion of the final fight, the 4th tier of the fight, the last person died. One person, Zell came in, or no, Quistis came in, and then I did final.
Nice.
And I wasn't messing around with the limits. When they brought me down to 1 HP, I used a Mega Elixir. I was like, fuck this. I'm not risking anything.
Wow.
I'm just going to basic attack for 7.
He had 100 mega elixirs to just toss around, so
See,
might
the
as well.
hard, as soon as I finally got past Griever,
It was. I didn't have to do that. I could have killed her.
Griever
faster.
was the one who kept killing me, and then I did all the HP on Zell, and then Zell was able to make it through just fine.
Yeah.
You give Zell Shell in that fight, and he'll make it through with a large amount of HP. Make it
Nice.
through just fine. And Zell would cast Shell on Squall, so that shit wouldn't do as much damage to him either. So that's
Griever
what
is he's the problem.
Yeah.
Outside of him.
Once
he's
she
the
like melds with Griever, just took 1 Renzoken, took care of that one, and then like the form after that has a lot of HP, but she doesn't do that much damage very often.
No, it's like every 5 turns.
It's
so
far
she does that
between,
one
because at
move.
that point, I think the game is telling you to just kill her,
Yeah.
even though she can kill you.
Again.
So,
Yeah, I didn't die once I got past Griever.
so
It was a great dungeon.
it was a great dungeon. It was certainly memorable. I think it was more memorable than Sevens.
Yeah.
Sevens, I just kind of walked to the end.
I spent a lot of
I
time
kinda-
on
Last
Sevens.
playthrough.
I kind of like that. I think that a favorite kind of dungeon for me would be like there's nothing in the last dungeon. Like you have the dungeon before would be like really enemy laden and stuff. You like fight through all that, and then the last dungeon you just kind of like walk through it. Like there's like calmness right before you fight the final boss. Just like walk right up to him, and then like an epic confrontation.
That's kind of.
I think that's how it should be. It sort of felt that way in 7, but again, not really.
There's a few Final Fantasies that have short final dungeons. I think 12's was pretty short, wasn't it? Don't you just kind of go in there? It's like one hallway.
No, there's like a giant thing where you have to go fight the Judge Gabram. Remember that?
Wow, don't remember that.
You'll
been a long
know. But,
Well, what am I thinking of? 10's wasn't very long. You just kind of get into Sin and then walk to your save point, and it wasn't that bad. I remember.
Jacked for me is pretty brutal.
Well, the final boss, but I'm talking about final dungeon.
Oh yeah.
Inside of Sin, whatever. I think the 7 dungeon is very short too.
Yeah.
In
I
comparison
spent a
to
lot of time in
the
it.
previous games.
To max out everything.
6 was sick.
Yeah.
The 3-party split, of course, we talked about that a lot in the Final Fantasy VI review. That was brutal.
It was.
And 3's was brutal too. 4's was brutal for you with all like the extra shit, and it's a long dungeon too. But there is at least a save point in that one, at least midway through it. 3's was regrettable. 2's was also extremely long and scary.
2's was really scary.
But it was a cool dungeon.
In the very beginning part, and then the second part.
But the cool dungeon, like it's Jade Passage, and then it's like the castle area or whatever. Like that part, that area is cool looking.
Yeah.
So it's they all have great dungeons as far as
the castle
except
part.
for maybe 10's.
I remember when I got through the Jade Passage though, and I was like, "Good God, the next area is going to be so horrendous," and then it wasn't. Like Jade Passage was like brutal. And
I was totally opposite. I was able to make it through Jade Passage, and then I had to keep doing memo saves every like 5 feet for the next
really
area. Yeah.
It got easier.
Caleb was in the room for it. It was sick.
I watched it. It was funny.
It was a hard area.
Yeah.
Sickeningly difficult.
Yeah.
And you didn't have random battles, so we don't know.
Okay, guys. Any final thoughts before we end the episode? This long episode that I'm sure is going to be split into 2 parts for our audience who already knows this.
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Okay. Well, thank you guys so much for joining us for our review of Final Fantasy VIII. Remember to go onto our forums, share what you thought about Final Fantasy VIII, and most especially what you thought about Final Fantasy IX, so that we can talk about it when we get there, hopefully within a month. Now, I do want to announce one little thing. I'm going to put up a special little area of the forums for everybody to kind of take a picture of their Final Fantasy collection and share it. I think it'd be kind of cool to see everybody's Final Fantasy collection on the forums. And if you're not a member of the forums, join the forums. It's easy. It's not like one of those forums where you have to put out like a 20-part questionnaire in order to join the forum. This is a very nice forum. Plus, you can just join as a guest if you just want to kind of be a part of the conversation, or if you just want to ask a question, that's totally fine. Okay. Also, make sure to support us on Patreon. Follow us on Twitter at UFF Podcast, and give us an iTunes review. We didn't have any new iTunes reviews today. I think there was a new rating posted, and perhaps a review that went with it, but it didn't show up. So we'll be reading that next week.
Unless, of course, it was just a rating.
Unless it was just a rating.
And then, thank you.
But thank you anyway for the rating. We will see you guys next week with some news.
Yeah, enjoy the grind.
Woo! That was a long episode. You guys, if you actually stuck through it this far, put Joe is a sexy beast on the bottom of the comments there.
And also, Team Twice. Just write it down. I guess. Yeah.
Try to spell it.
Yeah, try to spell it.
Yeah, it's a challenge.
See?
We have 1 viewer on there.
Oh, really?
Like somebody's watching
Or we
this?
did earlier, yeah. Let's see if I can pull. Whatever. You know, we should just announce the times when we're doing this so that people.
Somebody is watching this right now.
Maybe it's just
Why?
Why not?
It's a Google. It's a Google Hangout.
They want the episode today.
Yeah, but why would they want to watch that now?
this thing.
Because they can, I guess. If they have
For
time.
5 hours, they've been sticking it out.
Is it really?
I don't know if I think it just said we had one viewer. I'm not sure if they stuck the whole time. Hold on.
It says watching one, like on the.
Oh no, 0 viewers.
Oh, okay.
See,
Oh,
it's a
one-
total lie.
one right
what? Hey, you viewer,
Type something in the
type
group chat
something
right now.
in the chat. I know you're there.
We can see you.
We
sort
can
of.
see that you're there, unless it's just us. Okay.
Well, it said 0. Why would it suddenly?
Yeah, and
just,
then it
like-
popped up 1. Hey, viewer, I don't know who you are. Put a comment. Put like something in the chat or something.
You don't even have to type that much.
Yeah, just put hi. Just put hi. We'll answer a special question.
Just
Okay,
for you.
fine, whatever. You don't want to talk? That's fine. I don't know what the delay is for these things.
I don't know either. You'd think that they would have heard our message by now.
Or demand.
Who is the viewer? Oh, I can't even see. Hello?
Name. Type something. See what happens.
That's what happens.
3 tied to you. Don't you understand? Come on, viewer. Hey, there's only one person watching this video right now. You put something in the comments. Just say hi. Okay? Might be too brutal and like.
I don't know, man. If like it really is us, we're gonna look stupid for the people who are still watching.
No, it's totally someone else. Don't listen to him,
Okay.
even if it isn't.
You put something in that comment. All right, fine. Fuck you. Okay, we're gonna go.
Yep. See you later, guys.
Thank you so much for watching this 6-hour epic, or however long this actually takes. Hope you enjoyed behind the scenes.